Okay now. Okay.
Tell them, let them know, say, won't lay back. Then they see us and they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know about Baba. I see they go. Oh, well, I'm glad those. Ijebu Awujale. Ijebu Omalare. Kekere Ijebu. Aha. I want to more. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o, àwọn alábòsí o, àríyá rẹpẹtẹ. Come on! Ìjẹ̀bú jó dáadáa. Ìjẹ̀bú Jayoba. We done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yóò. Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Àjẹwò la ọ̀jẹ̀ rí. Tell them, let them know say wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Awùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o.
Staff sergeant na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as dem dey laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors.
Which one?
Chidimokeme.
King of Shantytown, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek Mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit Mr. Ebu Bele.
See Yabo Joe, Ekbele.
Shoot Mercy Johnson, she get belle. See that Igwe where they rap.
Which one?
We get baby. I for shoot Regina Daniel's hand, but that's weird.
There's a guy standing beside her.
Oh, that's Ned. The guy with the blue suit, huh?
No, that's Red.
Eating brown cookies, bruh.
That's bread.
I for shoot Nancy, but she too fine and no be hypo.
Shoot Adesua.
Na banky wife, oh. Make them no go kick your head, no shoot Jim Aiko. Bimbo Ademoye, na their type I like. Shoot Patient Ozokwo.
You know they fear Juju.
Chueta Lago.
You know they fear Juju.
Pete Duce.
You know they fear Juju.
Kanayo.
You want shoot to Juju?
I for shoot RMD, but that man too cool. I kill both.
Emi Lokon, don't turn, Ebi Lokon. Yorubas are screaming. Hausas are crying. Igbo brothers are saying. Don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Ebi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga. APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we promise to fix. I've been a Dangote refineries we would depend on. How much?
Staff sergeant na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as dem dey laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors.
Which one?
Chidi Mokeme.
King of Shantytown, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek Mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit Mr. Ebu Bele.
See Yabo Joe, Ekwele.
Shoot Mercy Johnson, she get belle. See that Igwe where they rap.
Which one?
We get baby. I for shoot Regina Daniel's hand, but that's weird.
There's a guy standing beside her.
Oh, that's Ned. The guy with the blue suit, huh?
No, that's red.
Eating brown cookies, bruh.
That's bread.
I for shoot Nancy, but she too fine and no be hypo.
Shoot Adesua.
Na banky wife, oh. Make them no go kick your head, no shoot Jim Aiko. Bimbo Ademoye, na that type I like. Shoot Patient Ozoko.
You know they fear Juju.
Chueta Lago.
You know they fear Juju.
Pete Duchi.
You know they fear Juju.
Kanayo.
You want shoot to Juju?
I for shoot RMD, but that man too cool.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Wọ́wọ́wọ́ bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
So there it is. Ọlọ́run máa padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. How many times I've explained that? I explained it again, of course, is Yoruba language. Ọlọ́run máa padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, may God never depart from you. So may God never depart from me too. So that is to say, may God never depart from all of us. So certainly a big amen to that. A big amen to that. So a big amen to that. The good day to you, by the way. Good to be your company, and how are you? So yeah, we do that as we always do. Good day to you. Good to be your company, and how are you? So hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So we're now in the full throes of the weekend. So we're now in the full throes of the weekend. But even on the weekends, the protocol still applies. Click on the like button, just as I'm inviting you now. Click on it and then fill in that poll in the comment section to tell us that you have clicked on it. So click on the like button. Do that now. Do that as I'm directing you to do that now. We are determined to hit 100 likes today. So you set us on our way. You make your contribution towards that journey. So click on the like button. Do that now. Do it. Click on subscribe as well. The same persuasions are transmuted to that. So one bird, two stone, one stone, two birds, or however that goes. Is it one stone, two birds? It doesn't quite sound right. Yeah, but so click on subscribe as well, just like George Blueshell and Choma has done. So follow their example, click on like and subscribe. So do that. And then if you want to come and join me in conversation, if you want to come and rub minds, share thoughts, have a sit down and they call it a joy in Nigeria. They call it a powwow in other climes, whatever it is, have a conversation. If you want to do that, click on the hyperlink. Let me send it again so it's immediate to hand. If you want to join in a conversation, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It should be on all of the platforms that we're streaming to. Pop into the studio and take on the topics. So do that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Copy the link and share it on your social media spaces. YouTube, not YouTube, or you're already on YouTube. Share it on your Instagram pages. You know that Facebook group where you all hate each other. So go pop it in there to wind them up. So let them come here so I can wind them up. So, and the school group, that WhatsApp group that you detest everybody, put the link in there as well. So share the links wide and far. Share it wide and far. So do that. So, and then the last thing, but not the least thing, the $ at the bottom of the YouTube stream. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per stream. I always say that, but curiously, we could only hit 2 super chats yesterday. So that I cannot recall when that last happened or if that has ever happened. But certainly, we want to realign to be hitting the minimum of 5 super chats. So you'll be the first to set us on that journey. So click click on the $ super chat, super stick, super whatever it is to the stream. So do that and do it handsomely as well. Don't do a derisory amount of. If you're going to do a derisory something, don't do it at all. So if you click on the $, then do it handsomely. So do all those. Let's just start, shall we? Let's just start and then we'll see where the session lands. So we start with this. So we start with the Days of Anarchy that Showore organized, the aftermath of that. Court permits police to remand 124 #end bad governance protesters for 60 days. So there was another headline actually that was telling us that quite a sizable amount of people arrested during quite a sizable amount of people arrested during the End SARS protest have just now been released. That was 4 years ago. So apparently quite a lot of, in the hundreds, so they've been incarcerated since the End SARS thing. So protest in a hurry, then come out of prison at the discretion or at the leisure of the authorities. So there's that. Court permits police to remand 124 #end bad governance protesters for 60 days. So meanwhile, Omoyele Sowore is in New Jersey, cozying up to his family. I'm only going to give you a couple of paragraphs on this. The headline already tells us a federal high court in Abuja has granted applications filed by the police to, let's do that again. A federal high court in Abuja has granted applications filed by the police to remand 124 arrested #end bad governance protesters for 60 days, pending the conclusion of investigation. Justice Emeka Nwite, in separate rulings on ex parte motions moved by Ibrahim Mohammed, counsel for the Inspector General of Police, granted the interim order to remand the suspect until conclusion of investigation. Justice Nwete equally ordered that the suspects who are minors in the application be remanded at Boston Home of Correctional Center pending the conclusion of investigation. So apparently a detention facility for minors. So I'm not quite sure if that offers beyond what that's just given. So there it is right there. So I suspect that those people will not be leaving custody in a hurry. So those people almost certainly will not be leaving custody in a hurry. So let's go on to this. This now a storyline we've been tracking, the fate of the PDP. A senior functionary within that space comes out to speak. Dino Melaye, Adamagum Bature, Anyanwu destroyed PDP. So this is Dino Melaye. The 2023 Kogi State governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Dino Melaye, has claimed that the opposition party has been commercialized and privatized. In a post on his Twitter handle on Saturday, the former Kogi West, let's take that from the top again, actually. Right, one more time. The 2023 Kogi State governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Dino Melaye, has claimed that the opposition party has been commercialized and privatized. In a post via his X handle on Saturday, the former Kogi West senator asserted that the PDP has lost its relevance in the country's political space. Melaye accused the acting PDP national chairman, Iliya Damagum, the National Secretary, Samuel Nyamu, and the National Organizing Secretary, Umar Bature, of destroying the party. Even look at those names in a party that claims to have a national coverage. Look at the functionaries that oversight that party. Iliya Damagum from the north, the secretary Umayamu from the that's the southeast, and the National Organizing Secretary Umaru Bature. So of course they will destroy the party because the party doesn't have a broad spectrum. He wrote, "End of the road for the PDP as Damagum, Bature, and Anyanwu irredeemably destroyed the party. We will talk about the commercialization and privatization of PDP. PDP is now once upon a time." Speaking to correspondents on Saturday, the PDP spokesperson, Debo Ologunagba, denied the claim that the party has been commercialized, saying every party has issues and internal wranglings. He said, the party is not commercialized. I don't actually know what it means by the party being commercialized. I think we somewhat know anyway, because of course the presidential ticket of the PDP always for sale to the highest bidder. As most of them, I don't actually think the presidential seat for the APC was bought because there were so many money movers there. But the presidential seat for the PDP, essentially to the highest bidder. So one more time and then all the way through, the 2023 Kogi State governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Dino Melaye, has claimed that the opposition party has been commercialized and privatized. In a post via his X handle on Saturday, the former Kogi West senator asserted that the PDP has lost its relevance in the country's political space. Melaye accused the acting PDP national chairman, Iliya Damagum, the National Secretary, Samuel Nyamu, and the National Organizing Secretary, Umaru Bature, of destroying the party. He wrote, "End of the road for the PDP as Damagum, Bature, and Anyanwu irredeemably destroyed the party. We will talk about the commercialization and privatization of PDP. PDP is now once upon a time." Speaking to correspondents on Saturday, the PDP spokesperson Debo Ologunagba denied the claim that the party has been commercialized, saying every party has issues and internal wranglings. He said, "The party is not commercialized. I don't know what he means by that. The party is standing. Every party has its own challenges. because they are managing people with different interests. So etc. etc. So that's that. Actually, I'm not sure that offers much more than what it offers. So there's that. There's nobody in the room at the moment, so we'll continue with the readouts and then we'll see where that takes us. Let's go to the headline piece. Call for Jonathan's return doesn't bother Obi. So this is the Labour Party. So not only the APC is set a panic with the introduction of Goodluck Jonathan into the political narrative, because Goodluck Jonathan is shakes down all of the political permutations that everybody else is permutating. So he shakes down the Tinubu narrative, and it certainly shakes down the Peter Obi narrative. So we'll discuss how we play. Actually, we've already discussed how Goodluck Jonathan can impact on Tinubu to unseat him. Because if the North back Goodluck Jonathan, because he only has one term, then he gets those votes from the North. He gets the vote from the South, and he may even cut into the Southeast. So that is that sufficient enough to push Tinubu out of power, though? That is the question. Because Tinubu will also battle in the North, but if all of the North is determined, all the power brokers in the North, if they are determined to unseat him and not unsettle the country, the best pathway is through Goodluck Jonathan. I think we've discussed that endlessly. But if Goodluck Jonathan comes into the race, how does that impact on Peter Obi's ambition? It's dead and buried. That's just it. If Goodluck Jonathan gets the PDP ticket, Peter Obi's narrative is dead and buried. Call for Jonathan's return does not bother Obi, says Labour Party. So if they are feeling the need to address it, then that tells you that they are very much shaking. The camp of the Labour Party presidential flag bearer, Peter Obi, said they are not worried about the recent call for former President Goodluck Jonathan to join the 2027 presidential race. The reaction comes a few days after the opposition People's Democratic Party threw its weight behind the return of Jonathan to the party. In the past few weeks, there has been growing rumor that northern elite and politicians are not happy with President Bola Tinubu's administration and subtly yearning for a change of government in the next election. Last week, Bauchi State Governor Senator Bala Mohammed also lent his voice to the agitation, vowing to jettison his presidential ambition if Jonathan agrees to contest. Mohammed gave his blessing at an event organized by a non-government organization, Save Africa Initiative in Abuja. According to him, actually, sorry, let me take that from top again. I know it's a bit stop-start, but I will have to take that from top again. The camp of the Labour Party presidential flag bearer, Peter Obi, said they are not worried about the recent call for former President Goodluck Jonathan to join the 2027 presidential race. The reaction comes a few days after the opposition People's Democratic Party threw its weight behind the return of Jonathan to the party. In the past few weeks, there had been a growing rumor that northern elites and politicians are not happy with President Bola Tinubu's administration and subtly yearning for a change of government in the next election. Last week, Bauchi State Governor Senator Bala Mohammed lent his voice to the agitation, vowing to jettison his presidential ambition if Jonathan agrees to contest. Mohammed gave his blessing at an event organized in Abuja. According to him, the former president has the requisite experience to revamp the economy and would do a good job if given a second mandate to manage the country. Speaking in an interview with correspondents, Obi's campaign spokesman, Yanusa Tanko, disclosed that it may be too early to start discussing the 2027 presidential race. It's certainly not too early because it's already almost certainly fully in play now. He said, "We are not perturbed with any situation. At the moment, We are only focusing on what concerns Nigerians in terms of their welfare needs and challenges. We are also taking time to build the structure of our platform. That is where we are now. When we get to that particular bridge, we will cross it. So from all of the undertones of all of these sort of commentaries, that is to tell you then that Peter Obi will be running in 20. I think we all know that he will be running anyway. While stating that the suspected people are testing the waters with the choice of Jonathan, Tanko said the Labour Party camp can't be intimidated should the PDP eventually settle for the former president as its candidate. So there it is right there. So I will offer that if Goodluck Jonathan comes into that race, it probably impacts on Peter Obi the most. It impacts on Tinubu also, but does it impact? So if Goodluck Jonathan comes into the race, so how is it being presented? It will be presented as a counterweight to they will burnish his administration to paint it as somewhat of a golden time. And then they will want to counterweight it with this alleged suffering that is going on at the moment. So look at the golden times of Goodluck Jonathan versus the suffering that this guy has vested upon you. So that'll be the narrative there. And that will be the narrative sold in the North. And they will also leverage all of this. They will also leverage all of that protest and all of that anarchy that we saw. So that will be the pair up. So it's a good versus evil narrative. But how would that play in the North? Because the North is a lot more nuanced in their voting than people give them credit for. So what waits for Tinubu? It waits for him the incumbency. It waits for him the narrative of let us see through. And then it also waits for him that he is a Muslim. So that's where that battleground is between Goodluck Jonathan and Tinubu. And also it waits for him that is Yoruba, because the Northerners lean more culturally towards the Yoruba than any other ethnic stock within the Nigerian space. So it'll be an interesting battle, Goodluck Jonathan versus Tinubu in the North. But with if Goodluck Jonathan comes into the race, Peter Obi, that kills Peter, or any incursion that Peter Obi makes into the North, that kills it dead and buried. Because whatever traction that he may have gotten in the North will automatically go to Goodluck Jonathan. They trust Goodluck Jonathan more than they trust Peter Obi, the Northerners that is. They trust him more, they know him better, and they have more confidence in him. So Peter Obi will be a lottery ticket for them, but Goodluck Jonathan will be somebody that we know to come back and finish the job. So if Goodluck Jonathan comes into the race, that is Peter Obi's journey dead and buried. So, but can Goodluck Jonathan even come into that race is the question. The Constitution, it may well just turn into an academic exercise. Let's go to this. 2027, why Goodluck Jonathan cannot run? So there's been a lot of arguments that he has. I'm not going to read all of this, by the way. Oh, it's a lengthy one. There's been a lot of arguments that haven't been sworn in twice as a president. Goodluck Jonathan cannot be sworn in for a third term because the Constitution debars that. But that was tested, and that narrative was tested as far back as 2015, and ultimately Goodluck Jonathan contested for the 2015 election. So that is to tell you that, because if he had won, of course, then he would have been sworn in for a third time as president, and for a third term as well. So I'm not quite sure. Let's see what this has to offer. 2027, why Jonathan can't run? Let's see what this has to offer. Right, the February 2027 presidential election is exactly 910 days away, going by the timetable of the Independent National Electoral Commission, but the political firmament is austere as if the poll will be held next year. This is in spite of the fact that President Bola Tinubu, a southerner who succeeded former President Muhammadu Buhari, a northerner, is barely 15 months into his 48 months first term. Currently, political leaders, especially from the north, are locked in a series of consultations on the issue. Underground alignment and realignment are also ongoing. Already, leaders of opposition parties have declared their readiness. Oh, let me take that from I think I may be taking everything from the top again, or the way this readout is going. The February 2027 presidential election is exactly 910 days away, going by the timetable of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. But the political firmament is astir, that is ASTIR, as if the poll will be held next year. This is in spite of the fact that President Bola Tinubu, a southerner, who succeeded former President Muhammadu Buhari, a northerner, is barely 15 months into his 48-month first term. Currently, political leaders, especially from the north, are locked in a series of consultations on the issue. Underground alignment and realignment are also ongoing. Already, leaders of opposition parties have declared their readiness to form a strong coalition to stop the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Those seeking to stop Tinubu hinge their stand on the president's alleged poor performance since he took over on May the 29th, 2023, which they said has inflicted avoidable crushing hardship on Nigerians. Early in the week, a joint ticket of Imo State Governor Senator Hope Uzodinma and APC National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje was reported. In a quick counter, Ganduje disowned the move, which he said was being orchestrated by those plotting to put a wedge between him and President Tinubu. Northern power brokers angling to stop Tinubu are said to be looking for a southerner who will do a term and relinquish power to the north in line with the north-south power rotation principle. After Tinubu's 4 years in 2027, the south will need another 4 years to balance the north 8 years occupied by Buhari. This is one of the reasons some are rooting for former President Jonathan, with one of the northern groups pairing Jonathan with Governor Umaru Fintiri of Adamawa State as a sellable 2027 PDP ticket. So there it is right there. Jonathan Fintiri ticket, best option for Nigerians northern group. Northern political group Let Nigeria Breathe Again midweek endorsed a potential presidential ticket of Dr. Jonathan and Fintiri for the 2027 election. The group's leader, Mustafa Aliyu Lere, believes this pairing offers the best chance for unity, peace, and progress in Nigeria. Lere praised Jonathan's leadership and integrity, noting that he has committed no sins against anyone since leaving office in 2015. He also commended Fintiri's transformation of Adamawa State during his 5-year tenure as governor. He appealed to the PDP to unite and support Jonathan's potential candidacy, citing the need for experienced leadership to address Nigeria's challenges. So now, 2018, so I think the law actually came subsequent to the 2015 election. So 2018 law rules out Jonathan. However, Jonathan, who ran for the second term in 2015 and lost to Buhari, is not qualified to run courtesy of a 2018 bill of the National Assembly signed into law by President Buhari. The bill, which limits tenures of vice presidents and deputy governors who succeed principals. So what they are actually saying, you know, the confusion around Goodluck Jonathan is if to consider him completing Yar'Adua's tenure as a full tenure for himself. But then, of course, the moment he was sworn in as president, that's a presidential tenure right there. And this is what this bill seeks to address. However, Jonathan, who ran for second term in 2015 and lost to Buhari, is not qualified to run courtesy of a 2018 bill of the National Assembly signed into law by President Buhari. The bill, which limits tenures of vice presidents and deputy governors who succeed principals, was signed into law on June the 8th, 2018. So now this is what this now. No super chats coming in. What's going on here? This is now what this bill has to say. Specifically, the Constitution Amendment Act number 16 provides that a vice president or a deputy governor who succeeds and completes the tenure of a president or governor can only run for the office one more time. So there it is right there. So I'm not quite sure how they're going to circumnavigate this, but that seems quite straightforward to me. So specifically, the Constitution Amendment. The Constitution Amendment Act number 16 provides that a vice president or a deputy governor who succeeds and completes the tenure of a president or governor can only run for office one more time. So Goodluck Jonathan has certainly done that. So he did that in 2012 or thereabout? Yes, it was 2012, wasn't it? 2011. He did that in 2011. So that completes his constitutional quota. By the provisions of the law, no one can take the oath of office as president or governor more than twice. Before this amendment, vice presidents or deputy governors, after completion of their predecessors' terms, could run for office for 2 more terms. This was the case with former President Jonathan, who succeeded President Umaru Yar'Adua in 2010 and contested and won the presidential election in 2011 and still contested same in 2015. The new law prohibits this. Hence, Jonathan is not eligible to run for president in 2027. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 poll, Mr. Peter Obi, recently met with his new Nigeria People's Party counterparts, Rabiu Kwakwanso and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar in what was considered as part of political realignment ahead of 2027. So it looks as though It looks as though these are Goodluck Jonathan, whatnot. It ends as an academic exercise. I don't think it reaches beyond that. It ends as an academic exercise. So it ends as an academic exercise. What took him there? Nigerians. So we're still talking about realignment. So the Kogi State governor, who is a APC governor, is now seen in a meeting with the PDP. So a bit of carpet crossing, but does that then surrender his governorship? What took him there? Nigerians question Kogi Governor Ododo's presence at PDP governor's event. So the governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Usman Ododo, reportedly attended the People's Democratic Party Governors Forum Gala Night hosted by Governor of Taraba State after the forum's meeting held in Jalingo, the state capital, on Friday. The gala night, according to the governor of Anambra State, or of Adamawa State, in a post via his Twitter handle on Saturday, was to showcase the rich cultural heritage of Taraba State. The post, which included pictures of one which Ododo, a member of the All Progressive Congress, was seen flanked by PDP governors, read, yesterday, after our official forum meeting, hosted by the Adamawa State governor, hosted a vibrant gala night showcasing the rich cultural heritage of Taraba State. From the colorful display to the captivating performances, It was truly a night to remember. Thank you, Taraba. Wondering why an APC governor who secured a Supreme Court victory barely hours earlier would attend a PDP function. Nigerians began questioning Ododo's presence at the gala night. Reacting to the post, an ex-user who posed as Prince something or the other wrote, "Is that not Ododo who got the Supreme Court judgment yesterday? I'll be glad if that is Ododo who got the Supreme Court." So I'm not quite sure. I can't spot him because I don't even know what he looks like. But apparently the Kogi State governor right there in an APC mix. So let me give you one more readout, and then I'll give you this one. This one is a lighter. I'm only really waiting for somebody to turn up in the room, but we'll see how it goes. Najiju Ayus Mariam, Ruben Abeti replies followers curious about his wife. So I have actually left. I've left messages in that sort of nature on this guy's Instagram page. Because it's certainly the Ruben Abati should not be married. It should be married to Iyabuki, not this sort of baby. Ruben, I think it's about his fourth wife or something. Najudu Atek Mariam, Ruben Abati replies followers curious about his wife. Journalist and TV presenter Dr. Ruben Abati gave a humorous response to a follower who was at sea as to how he was able to convince his wife to marry him, considering her level of beauty. Abati shared photos from his vacation with his family in London with the caption, "From families to families, farm scene with my family for life." The follower, Mr. Brains, who could not fathom what brought Dr. Abati and his wife, Kike Lomo, together, queried him under the vacation post asking, "Dr. Abati, how did you marry this lady? No be say you even get money. So what happened?" And then I think Abati said Najudu Ayus or something. It says, "Doctor, your fans are asking after you every day. Oh, you are looking well taken care of. Dr. Abati, how did you marry this lady? No be say you even get money. So what happened? All you all know is money. Najuju Ayus Mariam." So I think that's just it's just it's banter, isn't it? So we leave that in the realms of banter. I'll send the link again. Play some clips, and then nobody turns up, we shut it down. So it's just as simple as that. Let me play these clips, and then we'll see how it goes. All right, let me play you this one. This one is quite a harrowing tale. They say take investments back home, but if these are some of the experiences that put people off following that is it an advice or a recommendation? So these are some of the experiences that shuts people from following that recommendation.
So Oladipupo, I'm the creative director of Vina Events. On Saturday, 17th August 2024, we got a notice from Development Control to quit site. This has been a workstation storage facility. It's actually an event center, but we've been using it as our workstation. This is a green area. This is Emerald Park, 500 Fumlayo and Samkuti Street, Gariki Area 3. And quit notice 48 hours. By Monday morning, they came with their bulldozers. They started bulldozing parts of the facility. And they left on Monday, but they've opened up the perimeter. Before we know, it's been a battle between scavengers and our workers to salvage our things. Luckily, we were able to secure another facility where we started moving some of our props. But things got out of hand from yesterday. But by this morning, it was completely out of hand. Few minutes ago, we had about 300 scavengers here. They overpowered the little police officers on ground and the vigilantes, they looted everything. They stripped everything bare. They looted all the metal props, design props. They were breaking street lights, removing roof, removing everything they can see on site. Cables, underground cables, armored cables. They were looting everything they could see. So about an hour ago, I called the commissioner of police, Mr. Bennett Igwe. Unfortunately, he called back after about 5 minutes, and he told me he will be here. Then luckily he got here about 10 minutes ago. That's why we have this semblance of peace. He came with his men and they were able to control the situation. But you know, the deed has been done. Lots of things have been carted away by the scavengers. Metals, you'll be surprised that everything, they will just carry it and cross over the road. MBF, chandeliers, they were just looting. It was a looting spree. So that's where we are.
So there it is right there. So that's an experience then of a diasporan looking to invest in Nigeria. So what really struck me about that guy actually was how calm he was. You know, I would have been in bits. And often when people go through that, I wonder what level of backup they actually have. You know, how do you even recover from that? There it is. So that's a, to say bring your money home. They gave him 48 hours to quit that space. I'm not sure what the backdrop is, but 48, that's 2 days to quit an event, a monumental, a mega event center. So that's the experience of that guy. So now these are back and forth between Nigeria and South Africa. It shows no signs of abating. And I do suspect that the Nigerians are actually out to bring that country down. Watch this.
South African drivers are currently losing money just because of one person's stupidity. They're currently losing money, losing their time, and a whole lot of resources just because someone decided to be very stupid and prank Nigerian drivers. If you notice on Twitter this morning, Nigerian and South Africans are trending. And the simple reason for this is that someone stupidly decided to prank a Nigerian boat driver and posted it on Twitter. The person requested a ride from wherever they are, because you know that even if you're not in a country, you can actually request a ride from wherever you are. The person requested a ride, and when the driver accepted, the person cancelled. Now, when you accept a ride and cancel it, someone has to pay. Either it's you or the driver, and in this case, it was the driver that had to pay, so they had to start losing money. This person, it wasn't enough that they actually did it. They actually went ahead to post it on Twitter, and once Nigerians saw it, they're like, what? We are a country of over 200 million people, and you guys are like barely like 50 million, and you think you can play a prank like this and go away from it. Guess what happened next? Nigerians started pranking their drivers. They are ordering boats and cancelling it, and it's costing a whole lot of South African drivers money. This isn't going to be the first time Nigerians and South Africans are beefing, because it started during the Chidinma saga. As some of you may or may not know, during this Chidinma girl that's Nigerian and also South African, she wanted to contest, and then they had this whole South African rule where they said no, where they protested and said she must not contest. That pissed a whole lot of Nigerians off, and even on Twitter, Nigerians are saying, God forbid, we never knew South Africans were bitter like this. Like, that already was causing the ongoing beef as of 2 to 3 weeks ago. It seemed like it calmed down. Then one mad South African guy decided to like prank a Nigerian driver and posted it, and that was how all of this started. So currently, people are fighting on Twitter, broken bottles flying everywhere, people making different comments, and I can only wish that it stops, because this is not good for anybody. It's not good for the Nigerians, it's not good for the South Africans. The image of it all is not even good for Africans. So I really can only hope that all of this stops and it comes to an end. Currently, South Africans are crying online, complaining about the high prices of boats and even unavailability because this thing has been happening for a while. They are currently not able to subscribe to boats or even order because of the high surge. If you haven't seen the video and screenshots, I've shared it to my story, so you can just go on TikTok stories and see it, and the rest you see them flying around.
So there it is. The renation of South Africa coming to Johannesburg near you. So the renation of South Africa coming to Johannesburg near you. The director general of the National Intelligence Agency has chosen to resign. He's a northerner, of course, but why has he? So he's been there all the way through. It's a carryover from the Buhari administration, by the way. But why has he chosen this particular moment to resign? Conspiracy theorists align it with what is going on. Operation Get Tinubu out of office. But here he is tendering his resignation. Watch this.
It's a routine thing from time to time to brief Mr. President on situations, on issues, and today is no exception. After the briefing, actually, I tendered my resignation, and Mr. President graciously approved and accepted the resignation. I thanked him for giving me the opportunity to serve Nigeria under his transformational leadership for an extended period of 15 months, which is very rare, by the way, to have the opportunity to serve two presidents at a stretch, at a go. So I thanked him very well, and I promised to remain professionally dedicated to our country and to noble causes.
All right, so in this setting of Nigeria, is rare to witness something like this for someone of your caliber to tender resignation. Nigerians will be curious to know why you are doing this.
There are quite a number of reasons one will do that. Some personal, family issues, but nothing very serious actually. And the friendship will continue. I discussed with Mr. President. He understood very well, and I promised to remain seized with issues and the security situations of the country.
So what was the reaction of Mr. President?
I think it's not for me to say this, actually. Probably I'll be preaching a protocol, but maybe the NSA and or Mr. President himself will say it. But what I can tell you is that I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity that the President gave me actually to serve the country and his leadership, the encouragement I got, the confidence he had in me and in my service, the opportunity to listen to me, to read our briefing notes and our advices and so on. I think this for me is everything, and I've had the opportunity to mentor officers and staff for all the period that I've been DG. This is the 7th year, by the way, and the opportunity to mentor younger officers to come up, and now we have a lot of many officers who can do this job and do it excellently, very well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So there it is right there. The DG of the National Intelligence Agency resigned. So why has he resigned? And then also the DG of the DSS is also a carryover from the Buhari administration, by the way. Yusuf Bichi. So why is he still there? And why is this guy resigning? And are we having the if Yusuf Bichi resigns within the next 2 months, then we know the game is afoot in the north, because the north are determined, of course, to unseat Tinubu. So all manners to unseat Tinubu, all efforts to unseat him, even from unusual and sort of funky quarters. So here are the obedience and making their own plot to unseat Tinubu. Watch this.
What you think about her and her role as the Chief Justice? But then where, people start taking pictures and, say these people should die or other stuff, you're going to alienate the guy. So let him understand that he's part of a group that, yes, wants a different outcome politically, but you have to allow him you have to let him be a human being, and you have to let his mother be the human being that she is. Disagree on policy issues, disagree on rulings, but then never take it personal. So for me, and that's why I said now this is going to be a very, very important, area where we have to use it as a lesson, as a lessons learned. Some of the, very unnecessary engagement you see has to just stop. It has to go away if you're going to build a big tent. Because now, I would love that someone that is going to vote with me has a mother that is the Chief Justice. So the next elections, if we have disputes, is there telling his mother, oh, you've not seen this evidence in the courtroom, but I'll show you inside the house because they can turn it. So that's how you build allies, and you're able to, again, leverage access. And when I talk about system in my previous tweet, that's how you do it. So if I'm a PDOM, and I'm not even going to put PDOM on a pedestal here, and I write stories and somebody likes my stories and the person believes my stories and the person is in the house with the Chief Justice, I said, yeah, this guy may have written some bad stories about, he did not cross it. That's how you build allies. But then you don't now look at the same guy in the eye and then you make his mother a devil on a platform, and because there's a political noise that comes from a certain quarters, you're going to alienate him. But anyways, this is not where I sit down and I'm just sharing what I think should be good behaviors, but people are adults. They can do whatever the heck they want to do with their accounts. God bless them. Comrade, I don't know what are your thoughts,
when he's ruling. And my uncle said something. He said at time when he's ruling, we'll just be looking at this and he'll come home and start telling us, this is why. I said, Uncle, why did you?
All right. So what you are hearing there, there's a second clip I decided to end it there. What you are hearing there at the obedience spaces discussing the son of the new Chief Justice of the Federation. So they're discussing the son of Kudirat Kekereekun. So why are they discussing the son of the new CJN? They are discussing him because the son of the new CJN is a confirmed obedient. He campaigned aggressively for Peter Obi in the last cycle of elections. So what they are saying, what they are strategizing there is to cocoon him and cotton wool him with love and not attack his mother. So bring him in-house so that they can use him then come the inevitable legal phase of the 2027 election. So those are the obedience strategizing then in their own inimitable way. So their own inimitable way. Let me play you one more clip. So in Yoruba, this will be the last clip. In Yoruba language, they say fine bara is decent bara. So bara is begging somewhat in Yoruba. So they say fine bara is decent bara. So this is now the elevation that begging has turned to within the Nigerian space. Just for the innovation, this guy deserves to be given arms. Watch this.
I don't get cash. Anything Anything. You get account? You get account? Bring your account. Call your account. Wait. You get account number? You dey call your account? Which bank is this? UBA. You dey collect transfer? Wait, I will do transfer for you.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Ismail.
Ismail. No, your name no be Ismail. This name no be Ismail.
This name. Na Samira.
Who be Samira?
Samira dey for house.
In the okay, you now they collect transfer. Another person they confirm the check.
Hey. Even laugh for.
How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
7.
You're 7 years old.
Me na no be small boy.
7 years old, you don't be small boy. Where are you from? From Jakonde. You from Jakonde you come here? From Jakonde you come Ikate. Which state you from?
Me?
Yeah. Kano. But if I send money to this account, now you go collect them. You sure? I will put something for you. Yeah.
So there it is right there. you know, that boy said it's 7. I suspect it's probably more like 13 thereabout, but it doesn't really matter. And then the other thing is out in the busy Lagos traffic, palming for arms, palming. So as in, you know, palm, like the palm of your hand, for arms, ALM. So it's out in on the busy streets of Lagos, palming for arms. But now they don't palm for arms like just Babiala anymore, like we know. They're now palming for arms with POS and digital transfers. So that's you saw it now. They are now palming for arms with digital transfers. So now that guy was so aghast, so flabbergasted, so confounded that the innovation, or certainly not almost, because he said he was going to transfer. So the innovation then makes him want to transfer to data. But then there's another underbelly there. So they've given this boy, they've given him a laminated card with account details on it. So that laminated card, it clearly doesn't bear the boy's name. And at 7, he wouldn't have a bank account anyway. So this is to tell you that this is an organized space. It's an organized space. So there's that one. But then if that guy transfers now, and you can hear a girl giggling. So between being impressed by the innovation of what begging has transmuted to, and trying to impress the girl, that guy will probably transfer 1 to 5K just to say, and then they'll pat the boy on the head and he'll be on his merry way. So that boy now goes to the next car, and that guy can do 100, 200 car. That guy could be collecting a cool 150, 250, 1,000 a day just from that little scheme, that little scam that they're running there. And of course, there's some organized Al-Haji that is taking their lot in wherever so that's what palming for arms has done to within the Nigerian space. It's unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. Let's play the Kegite music, kick the session off. Where are they? The Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh, Hapa oh night oh, Hapa you don't come oh, Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. Ikoko Neru, I go say there's quite a couple more articles to read to you, but let me bring the panelists on, and then we'll see in the course. Actually, let me bring you this one just very quickly, and then we'll bring the panelists on. This one here, this one it's a follow-on from narratives that we brought forward yesterday. Imprudent talk. Article fires back at Bode George over comments on his presidential bid. So it's time to drop the dead donkey, this Adamawa guy. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has expressed his dissatisfaction with Bode George, former Deputy National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), for asserting that he, Atiku, would have collapsed had he been elected president in 2023. In a statement released via social media on Saturday, Atiku's media aide, Paul Ibe, characterized George's remarks as an unwise discourse and underscored the advantages that would have been realized under Atiku's leadership. Ibe contended that Atiku's governance would have fostered prosperity, promoted appointment based on merit, and protected Nigeria's interest, in contrast to the current administration's prejudice and favoritism. Furthermore, Ibe lampooned Bode George for his lack of public critique regarding the current administration's performance, suggesting that his silence may be attributed to Atiku's non-Southern heritage. He wrote, contrary to Chief Bode George's imprudent talk, and Atiku presidency would have heralded an era of prosperity driven by a cabinet brimming with seasoned and adept individuals chosen solely on merit, regardless of their background or beliefs. Such leadership would have safeguarded Nigeria's interest, steering clear of the bigotry and nepotism and brigandage that characterized this administration, instead of the current state of disarray driven by hazardous policies. Nigeria would have thrived under Atiku's guidance. In contrast, we see Bode George, who once threatened exile should Tinubu ascend to power, now oddly silent about the present administration. Is Bode George's reticence caused by Atiku not being from his region? It is prudent to consider Bode's opinion with caution. Furthermore, Bode's conduct, and this is Paul Ibe, by the way, referring to Bode George by name, somebody old enough to be his father. Furthermore, Bode's conduct is a disservice to the military, an institution esteemed for its unity. Here is a commodore who, paradoxically, embraces tribalism and undermines the very principles of military. It is a source of shame for the armed forces to have such a figure in their ranks. Speaking on Arise TV's The Morning Show earlier, George stated that Atiku would have collapsed in the future and the country become unstable if a northerner, Atiku, succeeded Muhammad Buhari, another northerner. He stressed that Nigerians would have not accepted this scenario, citing the party's zoning arrangement as the root of the problem. If Atiku had won, I would have stayed in my house because I knew that for real in the future he would collapse. This country would never accept. If he had won that election, do you think this country would have been stable? Because somebody from the north, Buhari, had just finished. So there it is right there. So that's Bode George now. That's Atiku Abubakar now accusing Bode George of tribalism. I beg your pardon. Let me just give you this last one. And then because this one... Yes, let me just bring you this last one because this one speaks to that clip of the DG of NIA suddenly retiring. So this is an insider, Mahdi Shehu. The inevitable return of Ambassador Eke Ayodele as DG NIA and sudden resignation of Ahmed Rufai. Number one, Ahmed Rufai from Katsina State resigned as DG NIA yesterday, a post he had been holding since April 2017. It was the most influential of all Buhari's appointees and the luckiest of all the appointees. Number two, its reported resignation today was short of full disclosure and deliberately underplayed for reasons below. Number three, in April 2017, in a deliberately designed sting operation to create a vacuum by force and subterfuge at the NIA, initiated by Sabiu Tunde and 2 other northern cabals, Magu, the then EFC chairman, using an insider informant from NIA operations unit, was drafted to invade the Lagos operational office of NIA, which he forcefully broke into and removed $43 million and 34 million pounds. So we all remember that case, of course, when they broke into an Ikoyi apartment and found all these heavy foreign currencies in filing cabinets. Number 4, $10 million was allegedly reported to have been stolen out of the recovery when it was taken for the custody at CBN by an NIA accounts staff who was silently transferred out. Don't ask me if the $10 million was returned. Number 5, even before the report of the presidential investigation was submitted, and in spite of the existing court case instituted by Oyedele aka, Buhari was misled into appointing Ahmed Rufai as the new DGNIA. As a reward, Tunde Sabiu, who was never a member of the Intelligence Committee, was rewarded with the post of Assistant Director at the NIA while still holding the post of PA to the CNC and posted to the Villa. To date, he is a staff of the NIA, just to give him a soft landing. Number 6, Eke Oyedele or Ayodele, who was suspended on April 2017 by Buhari, pending the outcome of investigation, went to court to contest his indictment arising from Magu's raid. Number 7, in 2023, the court cleared Ambassador Ayodele from any wrongdoings and ordered that he be reinstated back to his seat as DGNIA, being a statutory tenure appointment with constitutional flavor. Number 8, the court order came before the elections, and removing Rufai and reinstating Ayodele may have been a spoiler for the APC in the north, particularly aware of the role expected to be played by Ahmed Rufai in the 2023 presidential election. Number 9, even after declared winner, Tinubu retained Ahmed Rufai in appreciation to his role, but behind the scenes assured Ayodele of his plans to implement the court order that restored him to his seat. Number 10, as we await the formal return of Ayodele as the DGNIA, we allow the public to make all the insinuations, rightly or wrongly, particularly on Ahmed Rufai's tenure, particularly as Katsina State, his home state, became decimated by bandits, kidnappers, and state treasury looters from 2015 to date. Number 11, the Saudanan Katsina can now return. So that's his title, by the way. The Saudanan Katsina can now return home after a job well done and help to save his emir, who is under siege from the young and delicate Turk, his benefactor, who took away the Saudana title from XYZ. Number 11, welcome back, Ambassador Ayodele, and don't witch hunt anyone, but rather return good against the evil done to you, because your return is not by your power, but God's will. If you return evil for evil, your days will be counted. So there it is right there. So we did wonder. So that's the underbelly then of what just transpired with that resignation thing. Let me just play you a little song, and then we bring on the panelists. Let me just play you like a 50-second ditty. This is the song that I'm enjoying at the moment. I wonder if you this is the song I'm enjoying at the moment. So let's listen to this and then we bring on the panelists.
Staff Sergeant na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as then they laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors.
Which one?
Chidi Mokeme.
King of Shantytown, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek Mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit Mr. Ebu Bele.
See ya bojo, epele.
Shoot Mercy Johnson, she get belle. See that Igwe where they rap.
Which one?
We get baby. I for shoot Regina Daniel's hand, but that's weird.
There's a guy standing beside her.
Oh, that's Ned. The guy with the blue suit, huh?
No, that's red.
Eating brown cookies, bruh.
That's bread.
I for shoot Nancy, but she too fine, and no be hypo.
Shoot Adesua.
Na banky wife, oh. Make them no go kick your head, no shoot Jim Aiko. Bimbo Ademoye, na that type I like. Shoot Patient Ozoko.
You know they fear juju.
Chueta Lago.
You know they fear juju.
Pete Duce.
You know they fear juju.
Kanayo.
You want shoot to juju?
I for shoot RMD, but that man too cool. I kill both.
So there it is right there. So that's little ditty right there. So joining us, guaranteeing a banking session, that's Ogbeni right there, a man with vast knowledge to match Ogbeni. There is Aizon right there, our correspondent from Alabama Market, Ekene in the house, telling us here to call me an idiot and storm off in a huff. That's Pansat right there, and that's Thomas making up the list. Anybody that wants to hop on. Let me kick it off in this order. I'll go Ogbeni, Ekene, Pansat, Aizon, unless are you ready, Ogbeni, or did you want to?
Thank you, Oma.
All right, good to have you. Yes, it is a great lineup, Choma. Yeah, so it's a great lineup, and take us to this one first. So Goodluck Jonathan now being rumored towards the presidency. So before you take us through the constitutional implications, take us through the political permutations. So because there are permutations that permute, by my own reckoning, that is, there are permutations that permutate Goodluck Jonathan to Aso Rock, and all of the permutations that can unseat Tinubu. This seems to me probably the most viable. But what are you making first of Goodluck Jonathan's name suddenly being resuscitated from the dead?
Thank you, Oma. Let me greet everybody, the panelists and our listeners and viewers at home. Press the like button, please, and then subscribe if you have not subscribed. Woma, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, you recall that in 2023, that's raised up to 2023 election, the same issue you're hearing now, we heard it back then when they said they would bring Jonathan, and we started seeing him in some public functions too, before he later frizzled away. I don't see Goodluck Jonathan coming into this race. I don't think so. Why am I saying so? What led to Goodluck Jonathan exit from the office is still with Goodluck, and I don't see him returning. Why am I talking like this? Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones. As at the time Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was leaving, Goodluck Jonathan had only 1 geopolitical zone, and partially other half with him when he was leaving the office. The first question you ask yourself is, where do these geopolitical zones stand today? One of the things you think about is, do they have their, what you can call their candidate? Is there anybody coming from their hand? Do they have their people who take that base as their solid base? So let's break it down. Apart from his failure and incompetence in the office, if not for Buhari government that made people to see Goodluck Jonathan now more like a messiah, no, I don't think anybody should even try and mention Goodluck Jonathan in terms of those that offer good leadership, particularly on the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. And I'm trying to be very careful in the area I'm going now. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, I've said it here before, in terms of infrastructure, I always call him very high in Nigeria because he had a lot of landmark infrastructure. And I've mentioned one here before, Higher Institution of Learning. He created 8 federal universities in Nigeria. I've not seen any other president doing that, but I was told, and I saw also that Buhari also tried, but not like Goodluck Jonathan. So leave that. But in terms of insecurity, what has snowballed to what we have today, you know, that got worse under Buhari, and we are still facing it today. Started and escalated, didn't really start anyway, but during Yaradua time, and Obasanjo raised their ugly head. Those guys crushed it, but during Jonathan's time, it festered so much that it became a serious. They institutionalized insecurity in Nigeria so much that today we are still battling with it. So that is still with Jonathan, and is still one of the stigmas that Jonathan will live to regret for the rest of his life. And I don't think coming to the office will come to change anything, because he allowed those things to fester, and he allows those things. Why? Because he was craving for second time in the office, what I can call third time in the office. And because of that, he was trying to please some people. He wouldn't, rock the boat. And because of that, allowed people to suffer. Now, if you narrow it not on geopolitical zone, let's talk politics now. I don't see how Goodluck Obenjo, in fact, I think Goodluck Obenjo, after coming to the scene, is going to fetch Tinubu another goal, like, in fact, probably better results or outcome than what he got in 2023. Why? Because what happened in 2023 was simply because Obi appeared in the race. A particular region that happened to be strong base of PDP before, Obi took it away from PDP. They broke the vote in that area into two, and Tinubu was able to emerge, getting marginal votes from different sides, and then getting major thing from his own end too. That's his own stronghold, and then he was able to emerge. So if Jonathan is appearing, the question you ask yourself is, which geopolitical bone is going to be Jonathan's stronghold? I don't see any.
But it's been sponsored by the North, though. So and then of course you say his strong suit, his home base will be the South. So if he has the North and the South, and then he can make incursions into the Southwest, into the Southeast, then.
So let's look at it from this angle. You just mentioned Southeast.
If he takes the North away from Tinubu might lose.
I don't see Jonathan taking the North away. For now, Juju won't use. Let's look at it from this angle, one man. Now, Southeast is going to remain with Obi. Don't doubt that. As long as Obi remain in the ballot paper, Southeast will remain with Obi. Southeast will rather give Obi their votes and fail, and ensure that they stick with their candidate to the end, rather than giving anyone that they know may not, even be successful with it at the end of the day. Because as long as Obi remain in the election, which Obi has said it already, Labour Party has said it on behalf of Obi, that Jonathan is not their issue. So they're going to remain. So look at it from this angle. So Jonathan is coming in to do what? To dislodge the Atiku. That's the issue. So you're bringing in Jonathan to come and battle it with Atiku, and then let's say Atiku is gone, then you have Jonathan. So when you have Jonathan, don't forget Jonathan's stronghold is not the North, right? So they will all go
for Goodluck Jonathan to get that ticket, then the North has to back him. For him to get the ticket ahead of Atiku Abubakar, the North has to back him. And
when you say the North,
okay, let me ask you this question first. Who do you think the North? I'm talking about the Northern power brokers, the Northern elites. Who do you think the Northern power brokers would have be president 2027 till 31? Is it Tinubu or Goodluck?
So look at this from this angle. You see, when you say the North, sometimes many Southerners, and I won't blame you for that, you tend to pick the North as one en bloc place that that think alike, and they don't this thing they call group thinking, that has what you call group thinking. That's not true. Look at the last election. That's when you discover that the Northern part is a very large place. It's not a place where you will just mention and say, oh, this is another candidate. There's nothing like that any longer, like you have in Nigerian politics before. Don't let all those ones that will come here and be telling you all those stories. It's not true. Look at the last protest. Last protest was only carried out in some states in the North, not every state in the North. So when you pick North, don't analyze North as if it's one, one block zone, just one zone that you can't break down. You break it down. So let me break down for you. You have northeast, you have northwest, and you have north central. Now, what do you have in the north central? In that your north central, you have Kogi there. Don't forget. In that your north central, you have Kwara there. Remove those two states first. And why do I say so? So those two states, like Kogi and Kwara, they don't think like you think your normal northern parts think. Because if you observe the election result over time, you realize that they do have their candidate, apart from what you get from the northwest. Okay, and a field animal will not come and stand somewhere in Ilorin today and wants to be telling you where they should go. They will ask him to step down and leave them alone. Niger, in that same north central, you find Niger, you find Nasarawa. They don't go the same way, and you find Plateau there. Don't forget. So they don't think alike. So when people pick it and say, "Oh, look at the last election. Look at the person that won in Plateau, and look at Nasarawa. Look at how Obi got his votes in Nasarawa. Is it not the same northern part of Nigeria?" So there's nothing like one consensus candidate anywhere. They don't do that. That was probably in the 60s or probably early in the 1999, those early days of Fourth Republic. But we don't really have that any longer. So when you see some coming out and tell you they are northern Elders Forum, forget them. Most time when they talk northern Elders Forum, they are either northwest or northeast. Not even northeast. Let's analyze northeast to next time. Borno is there. That's the Zulum and the vice president, Shetima's stronghold, right? You don't see group thinking in that area. Now, if Atiku will fight to finish, don't forget. So if Atiku contests against Jonathan, and Atiku lose to Jonathan, except Jonathan settles Atiku, and I don't think how they could settle. Adamawa is gone. Adamawa is either Atiku pitch instant with Obi to give Adamawa to Obi, but for Jonathan, it will be no, particularly that the powers that be in PDP will be fighting Atiku. All the Bode George and others now. The Wike is still there. They will be so happy that Atiku is no longer on the ballot paper. So, and Atiku will also not want to be disgraced. So, that is for that. Yobe and Bonu, those are the Shetima and these guys' stronghold. So, what do you want to do? So, it will remain Gombe and Bauchi in that area. Now, go to Benue. Don't compare Benue politics with Kano politics. They are not the same. That's why I said, don't just pick it and say the north. The north is a very big place. Now, when you come to the northwest, Kano is out of it. Kano is NNPP. If you like, go and kill yourself. That is what they would rather vote and lose, but ensure that they make their bold statement that they are standing with Concourse. So it depends on where Concourse stand. So if Concourse is contesting again, then it means it's not going to be three horse race again. It's going to be 4 this time around, right? So if it's going to be 4, you have Jonathan there, you have Tinubu there, you have Concourse there, you have Obi there. Then you're going to get the same result 2023 election. That's the problem I see in all this. So for me, I don't see that way. Now, when you now go back to the south, when you go to the southwest, as it stands now, Tinubu is consolidating his base in the southwest. Yes, in the last election, Tinubu didn't get result overwhelmingly in the southwest because in Ondo, he didn't get too much in Ondo. In Ekiti, he didn't get too much in Ekiti. Osun, he didn't get too much in Osun. He got Oyo, Ogun, and almost like 50% in Lagos. Okay, but he's reconsolidating, and there will be election in Ondo before the 2027 election. So consider that before you start analyzing. Now, if you go to Southeast, I've said Southeast will not vote for Goodluck Jonathan as long as Obi is on the ballot paper. So forget Southeast. And that used to be the major base for Goodluck Jonathan. Now, narrate on South. What's going on in South? The first thing is South, an average South man wants to see is that, what did this man do for us when he was in office? He spent how many years in office? 6 years plus in office. What did he do? So all those things will be issues that will be raised, close to the election. So that's the way I see it. And in all, I think it's even too early for them to start permutating and be talking of Goodluck Jonathan for now, because the failures and the incompetencies and a lot of issues he had in his government are still, you know, in the memories of Nigerians. Unfortunately, Buhari didn't do well. Unfortunately, the present government are not performing so much that can make people to still remember those. But if this man comes back to the limelight, people will still remember. I stayed in Abuja during Jonathan's days. You will see police roadblock everywhere. Why? Because of bomb blast everywhere. United Nations House, IG House, Yanya bomb blast everywhere. They were just bomb blasting everywhere, and the president was so helpless and couldn't do anything. That's the era that we want to bring back to Nigeria. I don't think it's something we should be conceiving in Nigeria. We should be progressing rather than going back to Jonathan. That's for me on that topic.
All right. Izan, did you want to come in?
Now on the legal matter.
No, I thought Izan wanted to come in. I saw him on mute. But before we go to the legal matter, just a little flavor on who, if Goodluck Jonathan does contest, who do you think it will impact on the most? Obviously, it impacts on Atiku the most because he doesn't then get a ticket. But if Goodluck Jonathan
it impacts on Obi,
yes, I think so. I think it impacts on
Obi because all those South votes will not get to Obi again. Some of it, not all anyway, because South guys are not those people that you just see. They don't face one side like they did in Southeast the last time, and they only vote for one candidate 99%. South is not like that. So, but Obi will not be able to be boss of South any longer. That's the problem. Particularly Edo. You know, Edo guys still like Goodluck Jonathan, so it may be difficult for Obi to be able to get those areas. But he may still be able to get his Nasarawa back. Why? Because once Atiku is no longer there, Obi will be able to make some good incursion into the north, particularly the north central.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the legal implications because it's almost just an academic exercise, really, because laws are still since promulgated by Buhari actually it debars Goodluck Jonathan from even being on the ballot. And by the way, somebody is asking for the title of your book so that you can buy it on Amazon.
Oh, it's Fundamentals of Chieftaincy Laws in Nigeria.
Oh, all right. Okay, so take us to that place. Let me type it in for them. Yes.
Well, I think it's currently unavailable. I would if the person can drop his email through you, I would I can get the person's address and send a copy to the person.
All right. So I've not even been offered a copy, but there it is. But I take us to the legal implications of because like I said, it's almost like an academic exercise, even because the law doesn't even allow Goodluck Jonathan to be on the ballot.
I don't think so, one man. I don't think so. The reason why I'm saying so is this.
They already litigated that. Sorry,
yes,
Benny.
Litigated, yes. Who's the person talking?
That's his own.
Oh, yeah. He got it. It's true. That's what I want.
They've litigated what though?
They've litigated that issue of whether Goodluck Jonathan can recontest or not in 2019, and the court heard that he can recontest. And even before then, because people always make reference to this 2019 issue. Before then, in 2015, yeah, before 2015, there were some pockets of cases, okay, that involve governors of some states too, where some issues like this also had risen, and the court has heard, make this thing there. And I think the first one was Amechi. So, when Amechi wanted to do his second time in office, I think there was a case called Chukwu and INEC. It was Chukwu and INEC. That's that case. Amechi went back to court for the court to determine when his tenure should end. And so his point was that don't forget that Omeya was the one who first took out of office. Court declared Amechi. and then Amechi took over. When Amechi took over, Amechi was supposed to spend his own 4 years, right? Instead of completing Omea's own tenure, and then recontest another 4 years. Now, Amechi at that time was recalculating that if he had contested together with Jonathan, it may be a serious issue for him. So what they did was that there was a case called Shukwa and Cyprian Shukwa and INEC. They went to court for the court to determine whether his oath of Amechi's oath of office should date back to when Umea took oath of office, or Amechi's oath of office should be what we should read. Do you get? And if you read that case, there are a whole lot of issues determined by the court on if you take oath of office and you did not finish your tenure. If another person completed your tenure for you, it shouldn't affect your own oath of office. So if you're completing with that person, you complete that person's tenure. It's not part of your tenure. And if you are making your own new oath as the new person, then you are starting your own tenure. So if you apply those issues or those decisions to what you have presently, my own understanding will be that Goodluck Jonathan can contest because he completed Yar'Adua's tenure in office, then took his own whole oath of office in 2011, and then lost out in 2015. So as it stands, he spent only one tenure in office. Then in 2011, when he wanted to contest, there were issues also that came up. Although those issues didn't get to Supreme Court, it was FCT High Court. One of it is what they call Yaya Kwade against INEC or something like that, if I can still recall. But it was FCT High Court, where I think some of those cases were sponsored by Atiku also, or the Atiku's guys. And they went to court. They wanted to foreclose Jonathan from contesting since he has completed Yar'Adua tenure. And there were issues raised around this tenure, who took over office, and all these things. And the decision was that yes, you complete that person's tenure, and you can't count it against that person if that person wants to contest again. So there are cases. It's been settled, and if anybody wants to raise it,
Jonathan can contest, but
I think Jonathan can contest.
I would love to see him on that ballot just to see how it plays out. But yes, all right. Do you want to take us to the next talking point? The resignation of the DG. Yeah.
Can I ask Ogweni?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Ogweni, I think the one thing is to the point you made earlier about him not even being official, because we saw this during the last election where he was touted to be one of the candidates, but he hasn't officially come out to say he's going to do this. So there's no merit in this.
Your voice is a bit low. Your voice is a bit low.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? There's no merit in Jonathan running, in this whole thing of him running, because he hasn't really officially come out to say that he's going to do that. But the question I wanted to ask you is, why do you think the North are so upset with Tinubu? What specifically do you think has driven them to the point that they want him out of office?
Is that the question?
Yeah.
So first, I think it's no longer business as usual. Let me give you an instance of this man called Mahadi Shehu. And there's another professor. If you observe some of northern elites that are coming out now to talk, you realize that they were all part of the government before, one way or the other. Maha Shehu, one of them, this one of those guys. There's another one, Dati Babasonku. He was the head of service or something like that. He was also in public service before. A lot of them, when you start checking them, you realize that they have one way or the other, they have been part of the government before. Many northern elites that you find today, they are not probably businessmen of the past or people that were, in their own industry just making things and now retired. No, they're mostly people who have involved in government, they've involved in public service and others. So when you check what is happening presently, you know that it's not business as usual. So if it's not business as usual, you're shaking the system. If you're shaking the system, then you have problem with those who believe in the establishment. People who believe that this is the way we've been doing this, then you must continue that way. Let me give you an instance. Some parastatals in Abuja that I know very well back in Nigeria. If you enter those parastatals, if you cannot speak outside language, you are a foreigner. And I say this thing with all modesty. Anybody can fact check me. If you go to Central Bank of Nigeria during Jonathan's time, during Yar'Adua time, even during Buhari time, you enter that place, the official language in that space is Hausa language. If you go to NNPC, it's the same thing. If you go to Nimex, same thing. If you go to, there are a lot of them, those major parastatals in Abuja, go to them, is empty. If you go on Friday, in fact, you will know that this one is an extension of the northern part of Nigeria. Okay. But you realize that all those things are changing. Okay. Under this government, you realize that some key positions where you will always find other, for instance, PTDF2, that's the official language there. You find all those, you find so many northerners, young, brilliant, sharp, those northerners, they're occupying offices, occupying critical spaces there. But you realize that recently under this government, all those things, they've been counterbalancing them. Yes, they are accusing Tinubu of tribalism. Oh, you are bringing. But when you look deeper into it, you realize that they are balancing those things. So if you have 20 before in a parastatal where you're supposed to have northerners that should be hate, now if I retire 10 out of it, I won't put 10 northerners back to the space, because if you calculate the space, northerners have probably taken more than what they should have ordinarily. So if Tinubu now go to somewhere in the southwest or somewhere in the south to go and bring people, they say, oh, how can 10 go and you are bringing 10 from another area or another geopolitical zones? So business as usual, things are changing. That's the first thing I see. Secondly, there's no free money any longer like before, okay, which has been causing serious hardship. Then thirdly, which I will still say part of the no business as usual, is that some critical sectors where northerners do feed from presently has been under attack by Tinubu government. One of it is this dollar exchange rate thing is affecting guys that are in BDC. And we all know the northern part has been their main stronghold, or what I can call, they become a serious principality in that area, or not principality, maybe the business that they mastered so much. So they mastered that business so much that it's affecting them, because many people are, Tinubu is hitting that area so hard that you can easily look all these.
Ogbeni,
Yeah.
let me challenge you small. So that counterbalances the basic ideology behind politics. If the North was so instrumental in Tinubu getting into office, then he should be reciprocating at this point with his presidential powers. Why? I mean, this is your narrative, by the way. But why is he handicapping them, or at least taking away the power that they have in all these government parastatals? Why do you think he's doing this? And I know you don't work for him.
Are people sleeping where you are? I think people are sleeping where you are.
No, I'm talking loud. Maybe I need to adjust my mic a little.
Maybe you are better now. But that space you just opened up. I have a theory as well, but we can hear from Ogweni first. But I think Tinubu has caught them off guard, and the first sign of that was the treatment of El Rufai. So that signaled to them that, because they thought they could puppet string Tinubu, and that was where they put him there. Because he was so behold, they essentially gave him that presidency. You saw how they fought for that ticket for him, and you saw how they fought for that. Yeah. So they thought they could puppet string him, but the way he sliced and diced El Rufai, that already signals to him that this guy might well be of independent thought. And the way he's now it's completely removed the Bureau de Change business, so that collapses a lot of stuff. It made Yemsin Wike, I'm not sure, is Wike the first southerner to straddle that FCT space? I'm not sure. So that caught them off guard.
The first. Not the first. I think during ministry era they've had one before.
Yes, so a lot, like Ogwen was saying, a lot of their traditional watering holes is blocking it off, and it's now gotten rid of this guy from NIA only to put a Yoruba man there, almost certainly. So
But Bowman, you see the point. You see the point I'm making is like it defines it. It defies the doctrines of politics, right? You know, Mikasa Sukasa. You take care of me. I get in office. I take care of you. So, and if he wants to become, obviously, he wants to still be president at 2027. Why is he doing this? And if he is upsetting the North, where will his votes come from? Right? What's Tinubu's strategy?
What is asking is the question that I always ask as well.
Yes,
that
yes.
If he's doing this now, what is his strategy for 2027?
So for me, this is the way I see it. I see Tinubu with two identities. Tinubu is not just a politician. Tinubu is also a progressive who has been in the trench, who has been in trench before. What I can call not an activist really, but has been among the activists. He's been on progressive side, okay, for a very long time. So this is the way I see it. I think Tinubu knows that you can't move Nigeria forward without breaking all these things, even if it's going to cost you a second term. You have to break it. There's no way you can move Nigeria forward. We can keep talking here and be joking, and we can keep talking and sermonizing. If you don't break all these principalities and powers that are holding Nigeria, there's no way you can move Nigeria forward. Bring 1 million Showore, you can't move Nigeria forward. So what I think Tinubu is trying to do is, look, let me give you an instance, oil and gas. The Ip Man of this day, the Nupeng, all those guys of this, there is no way you want to bring the principality in Ip Man and others without offending major northerners and some South guys, particularly the Edo guys and others. Okay, so electricity, there's no way you want to do that. You won't offend Atiku and the likes. In terms of electricity, they are the principalities that have been holding Nigeria in the darkness since all these wise. So you see that you now make a tough decision. Then currency issue too. CBN, they've been the one holding that space for donkeys of years. All right. Even sometimes when you have some southerners as leading CBN, you realize that the operation directors and some key position will still be northerners, and they will be the ones still determine all these areas. NLPC, they will be the ones, and these are the key sectors and the key, areas in a country that if you don't take hold of them and then try to counterbalance all those things, you can't move the thing forward. So what I think Tinubu is trying to say is, look, let me do what I can do. When it comes to the election times, I know I am going to balance this thing up. So if you look at what he has been doing now, when they said it's offending the North, I find it funny, and I think I've analyzed it a bit today, that there's nothing like the North. It's just like you pick South and you say the South. If people don't have a good understanding,
sorry, Benny, let me just hold you to something you said earlier, because I'm aligned with what you just said there. That whisper it quietly, don't let too many people know. But it may actually be the case that Tinubu is determined to progress that country. You were saying it's a progressive, so there are one or two ways of looking at it. It may be that progressive, which is how I see him as well, and which is what his policy thrust suggests that it might be. So it is determined to progress that country, and he sees that progression as an 8-year journey, and it needs that 8 years to do it. So he's doing it now, and then he will deal with 2027 when it comes. So that's one. Or the other side will be that he just wants to loot his own as well, which is a lazy conclusion to come to, but still a possibility. He may well want his own people to loot their own as well. So let's move the looting to our side. But I don't think that. I think he may well be that progressive. They're saying enough is enough. Let's rebalance this thing. And all of the policies that he's pursuing suggest in that direction.
So, Woma, I agree with you. And I was trying to, which I've analyzed before, when we talk about the North and we say, oh, he's dealing with the North, we should stop saying that there's nothing like the North. There's nothing like, it's just like when you come to the South and say the South. And every Southerner will look at you and what do you mean by the South? Southwest Even within the Southwest, you can't say the Ekiti policy is the same thing as Lagos politics. No, it's not. We don't think alike. We have the same way we think. We have different way we think when it comes to politics. Even Ondo and Ekiti, that are neighboring state, they don't think alike in terms of politics. They have a way, everybody has a way of the way they think. You look at which one will favor, which one will not favor before you go and vote. Same with Oyo and Osun. Look at Oyo and Osun. Over time, they've been having, contrasting position on politics. When Bisa Konde was there and Lamadesina, they dislodged Bisa Konde and put Oyinlola. They dislodged Oyinlola to put Raul for Aregbe. Or yours also playing his own politics. Things like that. Now, you won't pick Southwest and say you mess Southwest and Southeast. They have, in fact, a far different way in which they think when it comes to their political culture, their political thinking is so different. Then when you go to South, it's different. That is the same way Northeast. So all this narrative of North, I don't see it so. And I've done the analysis today. Northeast, some part of Northeast don't think the way North Central think. For instance, if you pick somebody from Benue and Plateau, the way they think politically is not the same way an average Kano and Sokoto guy think. They have different political culture. They have different political elites in those spaces. And what I see Tinubu doing recently is that he's using those minority northerners, particularly Northeast, that have been, I would say, marginalized over time in terms of giving them political offices and giving them spaces, to hold. I think he's trying to also satisfy those areas. Why he's rebalancing all these things and trying to move to break the country from the yoke that we put the country over time. And
if it succeeds in changing the political alignment of that country, that will be his greatest legacy.
I think so. One may
to regulate from one central hold, which has always been the northern / Fulani hold. If it's able to break that hegemony, that will be his greatest legacy.
One may see it as being politically insensitive, because I'm not a politician, so I can't really even wrap my head around why you're offending them in the northern space when you should be consolidating. But at the same time, as a progressive, I'll be thinking like, so why do you have to be parting them? Why do you have to be, if you could find some principalities that are affecting the country, then demolish the thing and let's move forward. If it's going to cost you a second time, demolish it. Just ensure that whoever is going to succeed you is another progressive.
But if it doesn't get that second term, then the whole thing would have been if it's replaced by either Goodluck Jonathan or, God forbid, Atiku Abubakar, then the whole attempt would have been a total waste.
So, one man, see the way I see it, and I think I said it during the election, shortly after the result of election, when you were asking us what exactly do we need from Tinubu, what's our expectation of Tinubu. And for me, I remember I said back then, what I need from Tinubu is some powers that belong to federal government, devolve it. If that is the only thing you can do, then you can go home and rest after 4 years. Just devolve it in such a way that they can no longer get it back. Once you do that, you give each state powers for them to use, power, electricity, some level of resource control. Once you look at this local government thing now, see the way it's still going down. By the time we start taking benefit of that one is gone, and everybody will, Gary go find level now. So that's what I expect. So if that is what he's able to do by 2027, there will be little left for anybody to even be saying the office is so attractive and they want to.
So Ogbeni, to summarize what you just said.
Yep.
And by the way, just so you know, I am not an Asiwaju fan. I try to be objective in my analysis of him. For a lot of reasons, I don't think he won the election fairly. I don't support his politics, but I try to judge him on his merits. So, in looking at what he has done, and you're right, he has given the powers to local governments. He has given the states the ability for electricity. And so, do you think he's slowly restructuring the country right before our eyes?
I think so. I've said this severally on this platform. I think that's what he's doing. I think he's being slow on some that will be too obvious. For instance, police. If today he grants that regional police, or is it state police, they said they want local government police. If he grant that regional police system today, it's going to be a major restructuring in Nigeria, I tell you. A major restructuring that is going to affect the next election massively. If he makes that order today, and then they create the institutions today, and then they make all those authorities today, it's going to affect the next election. So for me, I think he's still keeping some back while he's progressing on some. And when I say why he's progressing on some, power generation, for instance, and distribution, we've seen that started during Buhari time, so we can't even give the glory to Tinubu, of course. But Tinubu was able to pull it out and sign the bill. Constitutional amendment to effect those things, Tinubu has done that. Local government autonomy, Tinubu has been able to do that too. And a lot of things they are trying to push. The bill they sent to the National Assembly on cancellation of cattle roaming around the country, throughout the country, then limiting cattle to within your own state. Those are restructuring the way I see it. So if you are bringing cattle from Katsina, you tell me why you are in Ekiti. If there is a law that says you shouldn't be in my bush. So gradually, but I know that there are some that shouldn't be that obvious if you should be politically sensitive enough. So I think it's pushing all those things, and unfortunately, I think this time that Tinubu came, for me, it's not a good time. Barry didn't do well at all. Barry didn't prepare a very good ground for Tinubu to be able to exhibit his progressive, mandate or characteristics. But let's cross our finger and see what he can make do with the few years left.
All right, let me take you to one more talking point and then I'll move the conversation around. So I'll give you options on the next talking point. So it could either be this NIA DG that's just retired, which a lot of people say opens the way for the guy that was done out of that position by the Buhari administration. So they start. But then there's also this clip. I'll just give you a flash of it. It's a clip that you've already seen. They ask you to japada, but then when you japada, a little bit of this might happen to you.
Soladipo, I'm the creative director of Vina Events. On Saturday.
So you've already seen that. So you could give us a flavor on that, or you could speak to Bode George versus Atiku or Dino Melaye that's now telling us that PDP has not turned to once upon a time. So pick a topic, just give us a short summary, and then we go on to another contributor. Ogweni. All right, I think
I'll leave Dino alone because Dino is not a serious person as far as I'm concerned. I don't see him as somebody I should be commenting on whatever he's saying. I'll go to this guy Emerald in Gariki in Abuja, that his business was, decimated by the so-called Babambola guys, which I believe the Nigerian police force is culpable. I don't have the part with me, but I believe Nigerian police force is culpable. Why do I say so? I don't know the background to whatever happened. I want to believe that probably they've been exchanging notices, the way they do in Nigeria, exchange notices. I believe they've been exchanging notices to him, probably telling him to leave the place, try to inject him and things like that before they gave him 48 hours. And they didn't even come to force him to leave the place. But they did something that is so suspicious. If you happen to be my client, that's the first red flag I will raise. The federal government came, the FCT meaning, so let me say weekend boys. The weekend boys came, you demolished the perimeter fence. The perimeter fence that have been probably waiting those guys off over time to show, there's an authority somewhere, there's a government somewhere. You demolished that perimeter fence and left the guy naked and open. You left his business naked and open. And then this guy started, if you watch the full video, then the Bola guy started coming, imagine imagine in that place, gradually sleeping in the place, sleeping in the land. They continue populating the place until they were able to, become so much that then move at once. And then the police that they put on duty, don't forget that police were on duty. The police they put on duty said, they overwhelmed them. Now, when they overwhelmed you, did you call for backup? Did you not call for backup? Or did you call for backup and the backup was not sent to you? So who was the assistant commissioner of police involved, or the whoever is their leader involved that refused to send you backup, or you did not call, and then you left those bolas guys to decimate that place? Not 1 day, not 2 days, not 3 days. Abba. And they were chatting away valuables from business that employed people, that increased employment in the FCT, businesses that, how many people that will lose job, that businessman will never in his life try to do anything like, the trauma, the depression, I don't get it. And not until the man now called commissioner of police in FCT, that's when they now responded, now brought and started using stick to chase guys around. And I can't really get it.
You know what surprised me, and I'm going to play that clip when you finish, just to remind people. It's just about 3 minutes. You know what struck me was how calm his voice was. I would have been either enraged or broken down.
Wow. What do you expect?
How does he even recover from that?
We don't take things same way. So I don't know, maybe that's his own character, or maybe his own doctor has even advised him to be very careful on things like that. You don't know what he's going through too health-wise. And so, but for me, the point is, every day we see our president flying up and down, trying to woo investors back home. You see people talking about diaspora coming back home, do 1 or 2 investment. I personally, I preach that always. If you have little, remember home, but don't. What I always tell people is that don't put all your lives to invest home. But if you have little XX, take it home, invest something, sow a seed, something that can germinate, and you are employer of labor too. Instead of sending money to people, employ people, at least let them also earn, they're living from something they are doing. It's going to grow organic, and then but we can't keep encouraging our diasporans to go back home and invest and do this and that while we are, washing these things. Where do you put the Nigerian police force? That's the question I keep asking myself. Where are our police? What are they doing? That is Federal Capital Territory, not Ekiti, not Osun, not Imo. Federal Capital Territory. IG office to that Gariki should be like 5 minutes drive. Inspector General of Police office to that place should be like 5 minutes drive. And the Ebola guys will come all the way from maybe Pape, they will come from Yanyankaru, Jiganama, Guru, all those areas. They will come and loot that place. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see how police can explain this thing and get their hands clean from things. It's so sad, Mama. Sad.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you. When you stay with us, I'll go from you to Ekene. If it's ready, it's on. If it's not, but on my way, let me play this clip. This clip speaks to what Ogbeni was just speaking to now. Some of you may have missed it in the opening phase, but this is quite a harrowing clip. Watch this, and then after this clip, Ekene come in.
Oladipo Akin, I'm the creative director of Vina Events. On Saturday, 17th August 2024, we got a notice from Development Control to quit site. This has been a workstation storage facility. It's actually an event center, but we've been using it as our workstation. This is a green area. This is Emerald Park, 500 Fumlayo and some Kuti Street, Gariki Area 3. And quit notice 48 hours. By Monday morning, they came with their bulldozers. They started bulldozing parts of the facility. And they left on Monday, but they've opened up the perimeter. Before we know, it's been a battle between scavengers and our workers to salvage our things. Luckily, we were able to secure another facility where we started moving some of our props. But things got out of hand from yesterday, But by this morning, it was completely out of hand. Few minutes ago, we had about 300 scavengers here. They overpowered the little police officers on ground and the vigilantes. They looted everything. They stripped everything bare. They looted all the metal props, design props. They were breaking street lights, removing roof, removing everything they can see on site. Cables, underground cables, armored cables. They were looting everything they could see. So about an hour ago, I called the commissioner of police, Mr. Bennett Igwe. Unfortunately, he called back after about 5 minutes, and he told me he will be here. Then luckily, he got here about 10 minutes ago. That's why we have this semblance of peace. He came with his men, and they were able to control the situation. But, you know, the deed has been done. Lots of things have been carted away by the scavengers. Metals, you'll be surprised that everything, they will just carry it and cross over the road. MBF, chandeliers, they were just looting. It was a looting spree. So that's where we are.
So there it is. So that's the harrowing experience of a diasporan who had the audacity to go and invest in Nigeria. So can you they say make when they come home? Yeah.
Oh man, that's in Abuja, Abi.
Yeah, that's in Abuja.
So that's Wike's doing now. 48 hours notice.
Unbelievable. There's a lawsuit there. Clearly, there's a lawsuit there. So maybe that's why it's calm. You know, there's a clear lawsuit there.
One man, can I say something? Good morning from Australia. I don't know what time you are. One man, can we say this is the remnant of the remaining protest?
No, I think those elements, from what Ogbeni was saying, he even has a name for them. They are street people that are always on the lookout for opportunity to penetrate. You know, it just had the misfortune.
One man, this is so sad. We are talking of millions of naira over there. Oh, one man, it's just yeah. Thank you.
That would be the ruination of that guy, unless he has some backup plan. That's the ruining of somebody right there. But Ekene, good to see you. Ekene, you've unmuted now. All right, let's go to Aizon then. Aizon, come into the conversation. So either from that clip, the Goodluck Jonathan narrative, the going on within the security agencies, or anything else that takes your fancy.
Sure. Ekene, bro, so now what are you doing now? Maybe Ekene has gone to get some suya.
You're muted. You know, Ekene is a big boy. He just pretends to be. It could probably outspend most of us on this platform, but
yeah, it's Saturday night in Lagos now. Can I don't go grab suya or something?
Yes, you know, he's always sending me clips of his lifestyle. Yes. I'll send you his number. Then he can take you out. So he's been asking.
Yeah, give me his number. I'll call him before I leave.
Yes.
So yeah, no, one man is your clips were interesting. Before I start, I was listening. Maybe it wasn't last night or the night before. There's one thing I want to address. There was a guy, I've forgotten his name. He was talking about Pa Edwin Clark that he disagrees with which is fine. You know, it's fine to disagree, one man, but he kept referring to him without the Pa. And you know, I take offense with that because, you know, I would never refer to Pa Adebanjo as anything else without that acronym in front of his name. You know, we're Nigerians, we know ourselves, and we know why we refer to these men by calling them Pa. It's a sign of respect. But that guy on this platform, he kept doing it over and over again.
Did I correct him? I think I may have. Did I correct him?
I don't believe. I know Ajanlego jumped in to try to correct the narrative of what he was trying to say, which I mean, everyone is entitled to their opinion. I didn't even have an issue with his opinion on disagreeing with Clark, but he just kept referring to him as, and I kept saying like, hey, this man is in his 90s, still very coherent, still fighting to get a better Nigeria. He has done work. He has worked in government over 50, 60 years, and he's head of Pandev. You don't have to agree with him, but at least give him the respect that he has earned, So that, I just want to address that. I don't know if I've forgotten the guy's name, but if he's listening, I just wanted to mention that to him. So for the thing today, I want to start with that guy that resigned from NIA. That's very, very bizarre, And the weird thing about that situation, one man, is that we don't really see these things. They always frustrate me because we can never really get to the bottom of what's going on. Did the presidency call him in and then ask him to step down? Maybe because of something they saw he was doing. Maybe he was trying to sabotage their efforts, or did he step down because he feels that the presidency is not serving the interest of whichever cabal he serves? So he's like, okay, I'm just going to go in and resign. Because in Nigeria, when you resign from a position like that, typically you're embarrassing your principal. And that's why I always used to tell people that criticize Osibanjo that, you should resign. And I say, like, he doesn't have to agree with Buhari, but he cannot resign unless the presidency fires him, because he will embarrass the president if he just steps down to cause questions to be asked, to cause a turmoil. People will start saying, hey, what's going on? So I think in this case, it's probably the former. It's probably that they called him in and they asked him to step down, because if he resigned openly, then I think they were trying to embarrass the Tinubu administration. So, but it's very frustrating.
I think it's more a case of the writing being on the wall. It wasn't meant to be in that post in the first place. A guy called Ayo Dele was meant to be in that post, and I think it was somewhat in that post. And I do remember some operation when they went to some apartment in Ikoyi, and then they discovered millions of dollars in the. So that Ayodele, he was the DG of NIA then, and he was swept up in that narrative, and then he was forced out of that position to be replaced by this guy. So that guy, that Ayodele, he has now gone to court to win that case, and the court then invited that he should be reinstated into his post. So I think the writing was on the wall. So I think it's probably just made it easier for Tinubu, so he doesn't have to sack him. But
one man,
and then,
the case then out of a 40 something $million, the cabal then they wanted to take. They asked him because they are the one that put in. They have the eyes of the presidency, so they asked him to give them $20 million from that money and take care of the rest. So the guy now insisted that he cannot afford to do that because these are the open to everybody, to everyone. And as at then, Buhari came in with the mantra of anti-corruption, whatever. So they threatened the guy. So the guy asked them to go to places. So because of that, they said that they are going to remove him, and that was what they did. So now with the man getting favorable court judgment now, then that money, of course, they must have shared it among themselves, which was supervised by this guy that just resigned. So if it did not go now, it's going to affect him.
I don't know who's talking, but there are a lot of conclusions there that we need to verify. In terms of, well, you said they shared the money. We don't know if they shared the money. We don't know exactly what transpired when they found the money, but they did find cash. Because a lot of these things they do in secrecy in Nigeria. You never really.
No. They start. Let him carry on. Yes, just let him carry on. Carry on.
Yeah. So no, I'm just saying that it might be true, my brother. I don't. I'm just saying that that kind of information we want to verify it before we come to a conclusion. But yeah, woman, it's these things, these sort of things get very frustrating, and if as Ogbeni was saying, if Tinubu is decoupling the power brokers from the Northwest in particular that have been controlling that space, especially the intelligence space, then that could be a good thing, right? It could be a good thing, but it all depends on whether or not those guys are going to push back, because they're already and I can pivot from this into the next point, which is the Goodluck Jonathan point, because they're already trying to get GEJ to come and run for them. Essentially, they're trying to use them as their puppet. And I think last time I spoke on a platform, I said, it's not something I'm in favor of. I will never be in favor of it. I think Jonathan has served. I think he did a lot of good things. Obviously, there are some things he didn't do too well. He has left, but he left with a good name, not just in Nigeria, but all over Africa. He has a very good name. He has a good reputation. He's going to countries to help uplift and build democracy. I think he should focus on that. I think he should focus on strengthening institutions in the Niger Delta to hold them better accountable for the infrastructure that's lacking and the human capacity that's lacking in that area. I think he can be very instrumental in doing those things in that place and making sure, for instance, if he works with the presidency, they can make sure NDDC actually does what they're supposed to do and to have more of an impact. He shouldn't run in office again. Especially if they're trying to use him and make him their puppet. These are the same people, right? I remember 2015 very well. These are the same people that made comments, the dog and the baboon will be dipped in blood. We will run a parallel government. I can remember all the statements like yesterday, one man said all sorts of things about him. These same people, now they want to use him as a puppet. And, he should be smarter than that. He should not allow himself to be used, only to run one term and then they come in and take over power for the next 8 years. And to be honest with you, with the kind of changes Tinubu is making and trying to do things, I'm actually terrified if they come back in, because there've already been accusations that Tinubu is putting all his Lagos boys in critical parts of the government, the central bank move, all sorts of things. So if these guys come back in, I think what Buhari did in terms of nepotism is going to be like child's play. I think they'll take it to another level. And I'm really worried about that. I think if what Ogbeni is saying is true, that he's really trying to restructure the country slowly, piecemeal, and is actually making progress doing it, I think that would be a huge, huge success. And if he can do it by the end of his first term, I believe, and people can see, I think he'll win the second term. But the thing with Tinubu's reforms is that even if you can make the argument that they're good, and I'm not making that argument, but even if let's just say you make the argument that they are good, it's the kind of reforms where you take 2 steps back before you take 1 step forward. If you know what I mean. If you are taking away the subsidy and you're trying to fix the holes in the petroleum sector, you can do it. But that doesn't happen overnight. It's a process. The economy is going to take a hit first. People are going to suffer first before you can then make the progress that is required. And you don't have that time as a politician to be able to do those sort of things.
There's an inevitability to Nigeria has to go through a big pain period in order to recalibrate and emerge on the other side. So if Tinubu doesn't do it, at some point, there's an inevitability to what is going on here, because we've lived a life of excess, a life of fraud for decades on end. So the chickens have to come up to roost at some point, and this is it. You know,
Woman, I get what you're saying, right? The bills.
have to go through a pain period. It's
I
just
understand what you're saying. The bills have to be paid, right? The bills have to be paid, and we've been living on a credit card for too long. The bills have not been paid, and we've been just kind of free floating, no plan, jumping from check to check. If I'm just to use those analogies, I get what you're saying, but the realities on the ground, right? Nigeria was the poverty capital of the world before Tinubu came into office. He didn't make it the poverty capital, right? The realities and the nuances on the ground, you know, and the fact that your policies have the probability of success long term, not short term. These things these reforms he's trying to make, they're not going to be effected now. The benefits of them you'll see much later if they continue, if there's continuity in government, right? If Atiku comes in now, everything ends. There's no continuity. It's almost like we're restarting the clock again. And he will immediately throw raw meat to the hyenas. People will celebrate. He'll say subsidy is not gone. People will be happy, you know. But the underlying issues and those cracks in the foundation still exist. So I get what he's doing, right? The key thing is, at the same time, you also have to be, one, a politician, and two, understand the social dynamics, in that most of your people were already in abject poverty, right? So when you take away whatever little strings they were holding on to, you take them into desperation, which ends up being bad for the whole country. So I just feel like the economists and the people around him had to have been a little bit smarter in how they were going to effect this. And I was talking to a guy, you know, he used to be a top guy at KPMG, and he was saying to me that with the subsidy case, they didn't even have money to pay the government when Buhari was leaving, that it was so bad that they got an influx of petroleum money that came in on the eve of Buhari's departure, and that's how they were able to do a few things. So he didn't have a choice. But he agrees that the way it was rolled out, the announcement, right, that kind of set things in motion, that just kind of made people go into free fall. And he could have done it in such a way. And you know, the thing was always the implementation. If the implementation was a little bit smoother, he could have put things in place, and they could have made, you know, the effects of that a lot easier for people. But the reforms he's doing, they can be good, but it's under the assumption, one man, that there is going to be someone else to pass that baton to, right? To then take it to the next level. Kind of
that is why it's so important for him to complete 8 years and then define his own succession route, so for want of a better word.
And see, with Tinubu, the thing is,
because you know, they say it takes 3 government cycles to rebrand the country. So if he does 2 and then he hands it over to somebody of his own worldview, and then that person does 8, then we'll be out of the woods. But if it goes back to the Rufai type elements, then we're just we're in trouble.
Yeah,
again.
and that is the big assumption you're making, right? When you make these sort of reforms, you know, I was actually surprised that he came into office and he didn't try to get the quick wins first. Because if he had done the quick wins first, then he wins a bunch of people over to his side, and then he turns around and he says, hey guys, we've been living on a credit card and we need to fix our economy. So I'm going to take some steps. They're going to be painful, but we all need to go through this pain to be able to come out at the other end. I think there's a way he could have sold it. And he's not one to be talking to people, but the way he did it, and then, okay, fine. Even if you want to make the argument that these reforms were needed for a brighter future, I get that. But then it's the frivolities with the excessive spending after you made the reforms, right? That's the part that is almost like, I'm a father or head of household like you are, right? I tell my family, we're cutting back on spending. Can't do no trips this year. No this, no this, no this. And then I show up the next day with a Lamborghini in the driveway. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like what he did. And it just defies understanding, you know. And I've argued with people about the cars for the House of Reps, and they're like, okay, you had to do that. That's politics. He needed them on his side. Okay, you want to make that argument? I'll give you that. The renovation of the vice president's house for $21 million, that was not necessary, right? When you start to look at those,
that wasn't even a spend though. $21 billion is not really a spend in the grand scheme.
$21 million. Not it was billion naira. I just switched it over to.
Yeah.
Can I say something on that?
Yeah, it's
Can
not
I say
really
something on that?
Yeah, you can come in.
Go ahead.
What I know on that, you see, I don't think Tinubu is working so much on PR and the media, particularly that Ejilari, or what do you call that guy from Rivers. I think he needs more good hands to work for him in that respect. You see, this year's vice president thing, I've seen in many space, people throwing it, whenever they want to say, he's being extravagant, they throw pride. I don't think so. This is the way I see it. Tinubu was not the one who awarded that contract. That contract has been there over time. That money was not settled or agreed by Tinubu. Let me give you an instance. Look at what happened in Ogun State. That thing can happen also in FCT if they did not push through. And I think Wiki has explained about two, because of their arrogance. That's what I've seen in this government now. Because of their arrogance, they won't even take their time to go to the press and explain what exactly is the issue. So they believe, they're all obedient. Once they see people talking, they're all obedient. That's another thing I've seen now. Instead of them to leave the person talking, take the issue and address the issue. That vice presidential villa, Wiki has explained it before. And a good example you can pick is Pian Heat and then this Ogun matter that is happening presently.
Okay. So I get your point. But the thing is this, you're a lawyer, right? Even if and I don't know the details of what agreement was in place in terms of the funding and budget for the vice president's house, but things can get amended based on the current economic reality that we're facing.
In amending it, you see it now. Look at Pian Heat. In amending, what do? There's something in contract called variation of contract, right? Obasanjo, for instance, I think it was Goodluck who elected Jonathan. They started out their vice president villa. They awarded it out, agreed on the sum and everything. Over time, they've been doing variation of contract. So the contractor will come, okay, we've not completed, but prices and everything has changed. Therefore, you vary. It's a standard thing you must do in contract. So let's say your awarded contract has 12 billion, then we must vary. Okay, let's vary to 16 billion. You start negotiating on, okay, price has not, okay, use this, okay, cut this part, I don't do this part, okay, you all agree. You don't complete within so period, then another government come, you must vary again, you keep varying. And Wike said he had an option of either cancel the contract completely or agree with the variation and give them a definite time to complete it and then pay up. So he thought about canceling it. If you cancel this contract, they built to an extent. If you cancel it, it becomes an issue of, look at Ogun. What happened in Ogun? They cancel the contract. You see the amount they are chasing us everywhere, Abraham.
Yeah, take them to court. There's a penalty for it, yeah.
Yeah, look at P&E. In P&E, we got about $1.6 million against us, right? Why? Because Jonathan awarded the contract. Buhari got there, it felt like, what kind of wasteful contract? Cancel it, and those guys simply went to arbitration. They got their judgment, they got their award, and they started chasing us everywhere around. And they got money that worth about our home budget, a whole year budget against us. And they were going after our asset outside there. So Wike is a lawyer, don't forget. So if I look, I will not breach this contract, but instead of them to be coming every time for variation, let me give them a certain date for completion. Then let me pay the rest off, and let's take this thing off from the table. I don't know, but
do you know who had the contract? Who they give the contract? Who they give the contract to? Do you know?
I don't know. I think they said those guys, the centenary guys, the guy building centenary. I don't know anymore.
What country are they from? Are they Nigerians?
No, obviously not Nigerians. They only give Nigerians those contracts now. I'm so sure they are not Nigerians. I'm so sure of that. But I don't know which of the guys. Most of the construction companies in Abuja, they are not Nigerians now. It's either BNL, SEC, Arab Contractors, Julius Berger. We know them now. CC.
I think they may be Israelis. There's a lot of Israelis in Abuja.
SEC is Israeli. SEC is Israeli. BNL, Julius Berger is German. So it's one of these construction guys, companies. So they all give them contract like that. But the issue is that, do you want to vary the contract? Do you want them to keep varying and you keep paying? Or you want to complete the project once and for all and pay up? As a public administrator, you have to take a decision as a project manager. You don't. So, but when Nigeria, it's a hard period, why would they build? Everybody would think that, this government paid 20-something billion. No, it's not true. Go back to it and check who awarded this contract. It wasn't Tinubu's contract. It was a contract that has been there for over years. So if you follow up on that, but the problem I have is that this government is not even going to press to talk. They are not saying anything. They are so arrogant that they won't even go there and explain this is the issue. So they allow people like Rufai was saying, all those idiots to just fester nonsense around and then.
Hey, I like Rufai, man. I like Rufai. But I think, the thing is a good point you bring up, Ogbeni, because I think, if everything you've said is actually accurate, right, then that's the narrative that needs to be coming from them. Because when you leave a vacuum about the narrative, then people fill that vacuum on with their own stories about what's going on, and then that becomes the story, and they say, why are they spending this money? Couldn't have something be done? But if this was the case, but you see, that part of the issue is they don't feel they're accountable, right? So we're talking to Tinubu right now. They don't feel like, they're arrogant. They don't feel accountable. Arrogant. Yeah. So in climates that you're living in now, or the one that I'll be going back to shortly, the Lagos Calabar Road, there's no way Tinubu will be able to give that to someone who has always been his long-term friend. That just defies every basic doctrine of ethics. It might not be, it's probably not illegal. If not, he wouldn't have done it. But ethically, it is totally wrong.
Trump would have done it. Trump would have done it.
But you see what they think about Trump globally, right? Most people don't exactly see him in high regard. But that's what I'm saying, and Trump is not a good measuring stick one, man. To give Shaguri $21 million. I said 21 million, to give him the biggest road contract in history. And woman, let me just quickly get on my soapbox regarding this contract, just like what Ogbeni said. All the companies he named, right? All foreign companies. Civil engineering, construction, same thing in Lagos, same thing almost everywhere. And you really look at it, and I swear to you, if I was a filmmaker, I will go right now and make a documentary about how much Nigeria has been spending on construction projects and how much we give to all these foreign entities. Because as a nation, it should get to some point where you have to ask yourself, what are we doing with all the civil engineers who are graduating?
Is there a Nigerian company that has capacity?
There are Nigerian companies out there. I don't know whether they have the capacity.
That can take on Lagos. That can take on Lagos Calabar.
Woman, here's what I know. Woman, here's what I know. Okay, so I'll give you an example. That company that Shaguri has, do you think Shaguri knows anything about civil engineering? The guy was a bagman. Here's what they do. They get the experts that know. The experts come to work for them and they implement the projects. So when you say a Nigerian company, all the Nigerian company has to do is hire an expert or experts that are civil engineers, and then they get the job and they get the job done. So that is my dilemma, in that why are we giving this money away to people that are not from here? That is my issue. My issue is just a second.
Can I?
I understand. Yeah, but let me land the plane. My issue is the people that are getting these deals, right, are foreigners that have hired experts to work under the umbrella of some corporation they formed. They get the funding and they get the job done. Nigerians can do the same thing too. The experts that work in those companies don't even have to be Nigerian. They can be foreign. but the company is Nigerian. So that money stays within our borders. But when you do this, the Israeli company takes that money to Israel, Berger takes that money to Germany, the Arab contractors take that money to wherever country they're from. We are taking money from our coffers and just putting it in other economies. It's not sustainable. And these spends are the biggest spends we have. All these construction projects, they're the biggest ones we spend every year because we're always building stuff. Chinese, all of them. So at some point, we need to go ahead.
See, the point you're trying to make is like a baby saying that why should they buy big trouser for an adult when he's there and he's the son of the owner of the house, but that adult is a servant in the house. It's not possible until you grow up to become an adult. That is when you can wear that trouser. Yes, we have our civil engineers. Yes, they are certified civil engineers. Here we have this thing. But do we have an indigenous company that have that capacity? The first answer is no. Mention one if you know any. You see all those countries, all those companies you see.
No, Dangote has a construction company that can do it.
No, woman, I'll let him finish and I'll make a point. There's something else Mandela said about what he's saying, but go ahead.
Dangote produces cement. I don't know of Dangote construction company. I know it produces cement. Now
it does. It's the one repaving the Calabar Port Way. That's part of his tax for infrastructure or something. Yeah.
Okay. So first, we don't spend money on research in Nigeria. Most of our research institutes, they are dead. Many of our research institutes, agriculture, construction, any research institute you pick in Nigeria is dead. The few living ones that are still living in Nigeria today, they are owned by NGOs from abroad. IITA, all those guys, they are being financed from abroad. That's why they are still up and running. Now, before you can take on such all those big, you see, all these foreign countries, all these foreign companies that you see here, first and foremost, they are not even, we see them as foreign companies, but they are Nigerian registered companies, right? Because you can't operate in Nigeria without registering in Nigeria first. So you have Los Beja Nigeria, BNN Nigeria, ICC Nigeria, and others. But we all know that they have foreigners as directors too and shareholders. They will repatriate their money back home and leave some in Nigeria and pay employees and others. But the point is this. You see, many of the technicalities and know-how they work with, there are things that are highly protected by their government. Let me give you an instance of a machine I stumbled on recently. There's a particular machine made in South Korea. They use it for this MRI thing, you know, in laboratory for this cancer scanning and all these things. And I asked the question, why is it that we can't reproduce this in Africa? I said, no, because when you patent it, those South Koreans guys, you know, they came up with the thing. They were the one particular university there that came up with the machine and they produced the machine and everything. And they said, no, the moment you patent it, if it's a landmark innovation like that, it becomes part, you don't own it alone any longer. It becomes part of because government funded the research too. So once you get it, government now have shares in whatever you have, and it's more like it's more like a major resource for their government, just like Tesla to United States. You see the way they talk about Tesla now. After Tesla is owned by Elon Musk now, it's not. But America now see Tesla as their home. They want to protect Tesla anyway, and that's why they are fighting BYD now. The Chinese don't come that way because these guys have sunk serious money into this thing. So if you find Tesla in Nigeria, and probably they are giving contract to Tesla.
You're taking us into deep waters now, Ogweni.
Oh, no, you're deviating. You're deviating from the point a little.
No, I'm just making an analogy. So let me take it back. So what I'm saying is this: we don't encourage we've not grown our own indigenous companies to that level where they can take on those complex contracts. We've not, and until we first start grooming them now. For instance, contract we are having with Julius Berger and others, you're saying, okay, you must pair with so local company, pair with so local company, so that they also get trained, pick those know-how, pick those technicalities, and then we spend money on research so that we have our own technical know-how too that we can boast of. Until we do that, we can't jump gun and say,
let me explain something to you.
Dangote company somewhere.
Let me explain something to you, right?
All right.
This
Sorry, explain that thing and then carry on because we have to get through other voices
Okay,
as well.
let me explain something. This technical know-how you're talking about, right? It is knowledge from people who are highly technical in the field, right? These people are highly trained and they have the experience working at the highest level. Do you know that there are Nigerians that work at the highest level for some of the finest civil engineering firms in the world? Not in Nigeria, and they're functioning in those places. If I'll give you an example, in Indiana, there are these Nigerian guys, they are brothers. They are architects and they also own a huge construction firm, right? One of the best in the whole city of Indianapolis. And I'm just saying that just to give you an indication that when you look at Nigerian technical expertise, I'm not talking about just within our borders. I'm talking about Nigerians globally. And the ones that exist are out there. If our government is serious about keeping that money within our borders, you have to be able to. This is what the Chinese did by getting a lot of their citizens to come back home and they were able to build stuff. You have to get those people that are your people and they will set up the companies. They already have the technical expertise. They will get the funding for the machinery they need. And all these things will be done by your people. But we take the lazy man's approach to solving these issues, especially with construction projects. Because I mean, Lagos right now, just drive around, everywhere is under construction. And you immediately realize that we are just hemorrhaging money to a bunch of people constantly. And unless we start to change that mindset and get our own people, because our people exist that can do this. It's almost like the situation with doctors, right? The Nigerian doctors that are working at Johns Hopkins and all the finest institutions around the world, right? If you leverage them, they will build you a world-class hospital in Nigeria. Hands down, no question asked. But we don't.
Most of those doctors cannot function in Nigeria without those big equipment they have in the US.
That's what I'm saying. Is that is the funding, right? That is the funding.
Many of those big equipment are invented in those countries. They don't just allow it
yes,
to go out.
But they sell them, right? It's almost like
not all. There are some they don't even sell out. I hope you know. There are some
medical equipment. There are companies that manufacture them and they sell them because that's why they make them in the first place.
All right, let's not get into the
sorry, Woma, let me just make this clarification. Try and do your findings. There are some that you travel to come to that country, even if America, they won't sell even to America from South Korea. You travel to come and have it there. Why? Because they believe they funded it, they carry out their research to produce it out. So they must get everything from it before they allow it to be open to you.
Yeah, but those ones are still those are specific cases, right? But in the larger scheme of things, with majority of the companies that manufacture these items, it's almost, I'm not even going to talk about people that do weapons manufacturing. I'm just talking about construction equipment, and we're using medical as an example. These companies, right, manufacture them, they sell them globally to different people. If you have the money, they'll sell them to you. You can't reproduce them because they still own the patent. But at the end of the day, you can buy them and you can use them in your country. If you have the funding and you have technical expertise, you can do anything. So the key point I'm trying to make in this situation is that we are hemorrhaging billions of dollars every year by giving a bunch of people that just take the money out of our country. We're not circulating the money within the borders of that country. And that is causing a lot of issues for our economy. Imagine if a lot of those funds were kept with Nigerian companies and those companies grew. All the civil engineers that graduate from University of Ibadan or wherever, they would have jobs immediately. And that's the thing that we need to think about. But I can move on.
One man, can I please put in just one point? I just want to put one point, please. What you are talking about is a very, very important thing. And I want to tell everyone on this platform, you can Google, you can put on your Facebook tracker. There's a particular page called tracker. That tracker is I think is controlled, his own. That page is owned by Budget. Probably we know Budget. This guy, Onigide guy, who normally follow up our budget per unit time to see how the budget cycle runs, whether the government really, what they budgeted for, what did they use the money, they follow everything up. Now, I stumbled on that tracker about 3 months ago. And you know that for some time now, I've been getting some inputs. That is, they will go around all the constituency projects in different states from the federal government that is embedded in the budget, whether at the constituency level, whether at the National Assembly level, which you call the constituency projects. And I see a lot of Nigerian construction companies, you know, they building roads, good roads. Go and see them. And if you have a Facebook page right now, you can just pray tracker TRACKA, and you see them. Some they will get there and say, "Oh, this one they have collected money from it. They did not do it." Some they will tell you that, "Oh, this one we made findings. We even related with the people that that constituency, and we saw that they did this particular project." Some of the road projects are in the hands of Nigerian companies. Fine, there must be some big ones that are in the hands of, but you see those projects being properly executed. So I don't think there's any big deal in construction that Nigerians cannot do. I disagree. Even Sujimoto, Sujimoto built one. So
all right.
that's my.
Let me just move it on. Thank you. So when you interject, just condense it so that. Sorry, Dorothy. I wanted to move it on. So it's on.
No, it's a passionate space. It's a passionate space, woman. You know.
Yes. But you know where my thing is. When the session starts to grow, then I start to look at my screen and I look at people who have not spoken, and then I start to panic that. They might
I'll do the last one and round it up, so that way someone else can talk.
All right, yeah.
Yeah. So I know I was just talking about this, and I don't want to seem like a xenophobe, so stop talking about foreigners. But maybe it's because I'm a Nigerian woman and I go to all of the best restaurants I happen to walk into. I just look around and I see.
Are you noticing more foreigner presence?
Yes,
when I'm saying foreigner, I'm actually saying not even. You know, there's actually a South African on Arise TV as a presenter. I hope you know that some girl with a heavy accent. You know, she's South African.
Is she white? You mean Zimbabwe? She's from Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, yes.
Yeah. Her husband is Nigerian.
Oh, all right, okay, so we accept
that.
But
woman, and I swear to you, woman, I'm not racist, I promise you, right? But if they're Black Africans, I don't have an issue. You know what I mean?
No, that's where I was taking you to. So I'm discounting the Black Africans. Are you noticing Chinese, Arabs, white, etc., more than ever before?
And this is the last point I'll talk about.
Woman, can I just put one word?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've seen people in Nigeria and I've seen billionaires say Nigeria is actually one of the best places to make money. There are monies that you can make in Nigeria that you may not be able to make elsewhere. And can we say there are things that other people are seeing in Nigeria that a lot of Nigerians are not seeing?
Possible, yeah. It's possible, and listen, they are flocking in here. And I was telling a friend of mine, he's in the US. I was talking to him yesterday. I said, "Listen," he said, "How is it now? How are you enjoying your time?" I said, "Listen, bro, we're all running out. It's not that bad, right? And these people are running in. Woman, I mean, I drive around now, and I see them taking walks." And I swear to you guys, I am not racist. But I'll say, but I see they're walking.
You know what struck me? Is we have some properties in Oregon. Could you believe? And then we we didn't actually get rid of the tenant, but he had reasons to move on, and then we took on a different tenant. Do you know who the tenant was?
Who? Chinese?
Indians.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're all over the place. Yeah.
So you expect them in places like Lekki or whatever, but yes, in Oregon,
they're expanding, and my wife's sister, her husband was telling me the other day that there's some Indians he knows they're always bothering him about how to get Nigerian passport. Look, man, these guys, they're not going anywhere. There's I don't know, those of you in Lagos might know, there's a supermarket I went to the other day. It's called Renee's. It's Indian owned. You know, it's not a nice supermarket. It almost seems like an oversized warehouse where they just stuff goods, and a lot of the goods are not like It's not like going to Tesco in Jan one man, where you see better stuff. It's like, you know, brands you don't even know, but they just stuff all these things and they just sell to Nigerians. And I've been there, twice, and both times I've gone there, like it's packed on Saturday. You can't even find a place to park. So I know these guys are just cleaning out, and then you go to VI, all the prime property in VI, especially like most of the restaurants you see that are kind of adjacent to that Eco Atlantic place, all owned by Lebanese, and they put money into it.
What was it Mike that was telling us that he was attempting to buy? Even wasn't Mike. Somebody was telling us here that they were attempting to buy property in upmarket Lagos, and their realtor was an Indian.
It won't surprise me. I'm telling you, and what they do, right? What I found, because I met some people and I was talking to them about it, and they're like, "Yeah, like, bro, you haven't seen anything." They're like, "Man, they have they have their own community. Like, they don't even really interact with Nigerians. They come, and more of their people come. They create their own little community."
You know they are having full blown Diwali or Diwali. Do you know that they're full
Yeah,
blown
yeah. It won't
in
surprise me.
Nigeria?
Yeah, and of course, maybe I'm blowing it out of proportion because these same people are all over England. You know this firsthand. Yeah, they're all over the US as well. They're
But
in Canada.
that's not entirely a bad thing, you know.
Let me interject here, Philan.
I mean, it's not, but it depends on how they interact with local population. That is my issue, right? If
No. It's how the local is how the local population interacts with them is more the case because you are the indigenous, so you define that relationship.
But that's
If
why woman, that's my issue because in Africa it's the reverse, right? I mean, look at what happened in Uganda. That's why Idi Amin kicked all of them out. It's
Okay,
kind of
let me give you an example. I think Prince wants to come in as well. There was this instance that and I think it was a Lebanese guy, not a full white, but a white colored person, goes into a bank in Nigeria. There was a long queue, and the security at the bank took him all the way through the queue to the top of the queue to be attended. He did that. I'm not sure if the story then tells us that the guy said, "No, I'll take my turn," but that's the example right there. So if the indigents are placing you on top of themselves, nobody will say no now. So you will straddle them if they let you straddle them, of course.
yeah, but at the same like I've seen them on man, right? And even sometimes when when I went to that store when I was checking out, the cashiers obviously were Nigerian. I started speaking pidgin to them. I was like, I wanna see the thing now. How these people be? The lady was like, man, they're wahala too much, but now what you go do, you know? But at the end of the day, you can see that okay, there's a way, and even when you see them walking around, like they don't necessarily try to make eye contact or say hello. They just kind of just walk in their own circles, and I'm just watching it, and I'm thinking to myself that okay, they're in the US, they're in Canada, they're in the UK, they're in all these countries, which is fine. But those countries, what they have is very good institutions, right? They have things that are well established to protect their citizens and their country. We, on the other hand, don't, right? And we have a larger impoverished population, and we have a larger ability for people to corrupt us. And then when I hear people that have gone to India and their experiences, it's not always that good.
It's brutal.
It's brutal, yeah.
You mentioned India. What I've been saying is this Indian, do you know those old safari things when white people will go to places like Kenya,
Kenya,
etc., etc.
yeah.
They'll kill a lion, and then they wear
Mhm.
their safari hat, and then they'll put a leg on the lion, and then display their weapon. You know
God, yeah.
the way they parade Nigerians in India, it gives me memories of that. They are
Wow.
parading them like trophies. Their criminal system, they just criminalize them and then they parade them in sort of some like safari kill sort of a thing. But I think Prince wants to come in. Prince.
Yeah. Thanks, Roman. So in regards to the Indians, I'm not sure why Nigerians, the black people, think Indians are any special breed. Yeah, they're doing very well for themselves. Um, in many fields, actually, no doubt, in tech and healthcare. But an average Indian that you see in Nigeria is just very average for the most part. You got to keep in mind, India is like 1.5 billion people. I mean,
Yeah.
in many respects, India can be termed the poverty capital of the world. There's a lot of poverty there, and a lot of places in India is quite dirty. They're not very clean people for the most part. But the way we look at them as special people is quite amazing. The Indians, I actually like them because I deal with them in different respects. But self preservation is paramount, and that's the dilemma of black people. We Negroes, we don't have that conception at all, and that's our problem. So when we get defeated or sidelined, it's our fault at the end of the day. I tell you one man, and I thought the Indians are becoming a problem even here in America to white Americans, not even black people or other Americans. I'm talking about white Americans when it comes to jobs, especially tech jobs. And if Allah was here, he would have testified to it. White Americans are having problems now getting jobs because the Indians are dominating. And they have a very crafty way of going about it. Okay. And Allah can talk a lot more about it. So the Indians, I don't blame them really at the end of the day. I don't blame them. But they are becoming some sort of a problem. And we black people, we have no chance against them um, um, if the white people are having problems. So when we have to talk about politics. So when people that are so disillusioned think Trump and his American first policy is racist, they just live under the rock. They have no clue. And I don't blame those people neither because they are incapable of putting things in their different fragmented ideas or things happening together to get a sense of it. So if Nigeria doesn't take care to control the population of foreigners, how they dominate the environment, you guys talking about poverty. Well, get ready for more poverty times 10. And thanks for that. So quickly to Aizan and even Bennett there, I was going to ask a question earlier when I came in. How do you define power in the Nigerian space? Meaning, who has power? What is power in the Nigerian space? We've been talking a lot about Goodluck Jonathan, and I know, and I think other people do too, that Jonathan may have been the president of Nigeria, but that man is not a powerful man at all. He is a puppet. So one man you saying Tinubu may have been a puppet to the Fulani is that's a complete misreading. There was never at any point in time Tinubu was a puppet to the Fulani or the Northerners. It was never. The Northerners respect
No, no,
Tinubu
no.
because they trust him.
Sorry, Prince. I said they had the expectations that he would be, but it turned out
Okay.
not to be. Yeah.
Uh, okay, that's quite different. Okay, yeah. So they respect Tinubu, but they don't trust him. They don't trust him. And what is going on right now? At the end of the day, there's a reason why Tinubu went all the way to risk it to choose someone a Kanuri instead of easily going with a Northwest Fulani person. He didn't do that. And Tinubu has a much, as explained earlier by one man, a larger uh, um, goal for Nigeria. Really, it does. And no matter how you want to label him, I think it means well. It means well. Aizon talked about what about if you should have started with the low hanging fruit, and what are those low hanging fruits? I'm not sure what they are. But Nigeria is so bastardized and destroyed in so many ways that they may not really be low hanging fruit to start with. Okay, so we have to respect what the man is doing. Of course, you can always do better. You can always do better in whatever you do, and Tinubu is no exception to that. So I would like you, if you don't mind, answer that question about power in the Nigerian space and who has it.
Yeah, and so my thoughts about power in Nigerian space, based on what I've seen, is power comes with who controls the money in our space. That's what it comes down to. We've become so driven by money, and a lot of times when you have situations like this where poverty becomes so rampant and everywhere, money becomes the determining factor. I mean, look at our politics. Our politics is determined by money in every facet of it, right? If you want to run, who buys your ticket to run? Money, right? They increase the amount of money that people could use to run. You want to become a senator, they tell you have to go and spend X amount of billion. So it's money. That's why Tinubu can do most of what he can do in this environment because the man has a lot of money, right? And money gets you influence. Money buys you people. A lot of people in Nigerian government today, not just Nigerian government, Nigerian society are compromised, right? Because at one point in time or the other, they took favors from certain people. And that's why you see sometimes people are divided when they have to speak out against a particular government official. So power in this environment is money. And then money, when you have the money and then you get into a particular office, what's the first thing they do? Right? They try to reconcile that money that they used to get themselves in there. So at the end of the day, in this environment, it comes down to cash, cream, like Wutang said. So it's
Almighty dollar. That used to be the theme song of Donald Trump on the Apprentice. Almighty dollar.
yeah, woman. See, our problem is if Nigeria tried to be more like the UK instead of more like the United States, I think would have been a little bit better. But we embraced our capitalist ideology a little too much. And in UK, there's a lot of capitalism, right? But at the same time, they made sure that the fundamental things for their populace are provided. And so people can, work and elevate themselves educationally. They have access to healthcare. Things are there for them to be able to aspire to. Even though the
Buhari tried to pivot Nigeria in that direction, but he didn't have the wherewithal to push it through because by instinct, Buhari is a welfareist, not a capitalist. It's more of
yes,
it's a welfareist.
I think, woman, I think if Buhari
And
was
that was his
younger,
policy thrust. Yeah.
yeah, I think Buhari, there's a part where he got sick, where he got really sick, and he had to leave for a while. I think
Yes,
after that,
that was what ended his tenure.
yeah, he was never the
You
same.
know, some of the conspiracy theories around. You remember when? Sorry, and it's on. We have to move on to other voices as well. So,
Yeah, yeah,
uh,
yeah.
um, but one of the theories about the Buhari administration. You remember when Buhari first came in? It told us that he was for everybody and for
For
nobody,
nobody, yeah,
and then that describes a theme of a meritorious nationalistic sort of thing. But then he became very, very sick, and he was sick for what
yeah,
6 months thereabout. And
yeah. It was a while.
what was being theorized in that space was that he was poisoned in order for him to be replaced by Oshibanjo. So that was being theorized, and the theory is that it was when they took him to London. You remember they formed a cluster around him of an inner caucus, which were
Yeah,
core Fulanis: Abba Kyari, Abubakar Malami, Issa Fantua, and nobody could breach that trilogy. So they formed that trilogy. So as they nursed him back, they essentially got into his head and say, look, this is what's happening. And from then on, he went tribal and he went religious. That's what they're going to do with F it all up. So I think that I think if he hadn't been sick, he'd have been a good president. It may well have even been a reformist.
yeah. He was. He seemed like he was in that direction, and then it went to catastrophe. But woman, thank you for the time, so someone else can speak. I'll just be on mute.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellent zone. So, gentlemen, let's do a 5-minute quick whip round so that every voice is touched. We kick it off with Prestige, who I suspect may already be in bed. Prestige. Yes, we lost him. Okay, let's go to Larry then. Larry.
Good evening, woman.
Good,
Good
good
evening.
evening to you.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm good. For a moment, I thought the first session would hold, but it's on rescue date, and then here we are. Uh, yeah, so we're just it's really a free for all, really, because it's not really heavy on the topics. we're speaking to traditional spaces. Good luck, Jonathan, which I think we've circled and circled again. Article battling Bode George, who's telling us that he's not fit for purpose. And then this NIA guy that's resigned, and then the conspiracy theories being theorized around that. So we're just speaking to things like that.
Yeah, let me start with the NIA guy. I know there's a lot of conspiracies. A lot of people will say a whole lot of things. This is what I believe. I believe the president invited him and advised him to resign. There has been a lot of issues internally in NIA, and with the other guy, and the whole way this other guy actually came in there, it's a little bit, and I think probably there is an issue of trust. There's an issue of trust within that circle, and probably they just told him it's better he resigns rather than the president coming out to say, yeah, Mr. Man, you have to go. So that's what I think that is actually happening. And it's good. It's good for democracy. And I think part of the reason why Tinubu was able to survive that protest and everything, was the fact that he's been able to decentralize the security architecture of the country. And he's even tried for this other guy, right? He's tried for him because, obviously when he was changing everybody, a lot of people were like, okay, fine, why is he not changing this guy? Right. So, but for me, I think it's good. And another thing I heard was that probably the guy wants to contest. I think there is a senatorial slot that is still vacant in Castina. Probably wants to go contest for it. But I think and this is where I need investigative, you know, journalism to really come to hold, right? Like people should try to like help us know. Probably a Shore can, I've been trying to see if I can actually get real thing in Sahara. Shore knows how to do some of all those dirty jobs. Probably we might actually get to know exactly what's happening. It's a lot of secrecy, particularly within the NIA. It's a whole lot of secrecy. And I think probably the president is just trying to get hold of his own security architecture to a point that he doesn't really have anybody that he doesn't have that utmost trust, and things are not really leaking. And I think that's another issue that they've been having within that space. There are a lot of intelligence that are really leaking. So I think they just need to get everything together, get a hold of everything. It's good for him to, it's good for him. And a lot of people will say a whole lot of things. I've seen a lot of things. People say, oh, probably he decided to resign, because he felt this and that. It doesn't work like that. Nobody would want to leave that post of being NIADJ. That's if you talk about security architecture in Nigeria, that's one of the most respected, security agency. But we'll still get to know more, right? But for me, what I think personally is the fact that the president is trying to hold things, particularly the security architecture, and kind of like have a full glimpse of intelligence within that space.
Which one is the most potent? Is it the NIA or the DSS or the? We have so many security for a country that as insecure as ours. We have a lot of security agencies.
Yeah, so all of them have their own different jobs, right? Like DSS, basically DSS is kind of like secret police internally. So, but when it comes to those NIA guys, most of the things they do is kind of like foreign. So those are the guys that, if, like Nigeria having a spy in some other countries, those are the guys that go there. So most people that work in NIA.
So those would have been the ones that captured Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes. So most people that work in NIA are basically not really in Nigeria. So some of them, if you get an NIA job, probably they just post it to some other country. So they have their staff all over the world. So that's why in most cases, most of the transactions within NIA are in dollars, right? So because they do all sort of things, right? Spies and all those things. Those are things that they really do. Why DSS have within the internal security architecture, they have their own thing, but everything still boils down on intelligence, right? Everything still boils down on intelligence. I think if you're looking for external intelligence to be able to know what some other countries are thinking about you, NIA is actually, the people to give that intelligence, right, to the country. So, but I think probably the president still want, there's still this feeling, the Buhari caucus, and that guy is one of the key guys in Buhari, those Buhari caucus, and there's still this little bit of mistrust. There's still this a little bit mix of mistrust within that
But,
sector.
but why was it there for 15 months then? Why didn't they just cut him loose?
The thing is, when Tinubu came, right, I think he was kind of like being careful. I think he was a little bit advised. Like, yeah, you can change everybody, but keep some people. He kept DSS. He kept that DSS guy. He kept NIA, right? So I think it's more of him trying to really look at things, within. It's not just for you to just come in and say, "Oh, everybody just go." But there are still one or two things that you still want to keep. But I don't really think that is really, really working for him. Probably that's why, they just told that guy. No Nigerian will ever be in that position, and you just say you voluntarily want to just go and resign. Why? It doesn't really work like that, because they fight to get there, right? It's either he's really going, like what I said, he has a political ambition to go and contest as a senator in Castina, or the president actually has advised him to resign, so that he can actually be able to structure things within that security, within the security architecture.
We can hear your hustle try to find a quiet spot. Is that your daughter?
No, it's my son.
All right. So do you want to take us to the Goodluck Jonathan space? I don't think we've heard from you since that story, since that permutation came to the fore.
Woman, sorry if you don't mind. I have a quick question regarding the NIA.
Yeah, Karen.
Yeah, is that the National or Intelligence Agency? Is that it stands for?
Yes, it's equated to CIA. Apparently, it's the equivalent. Yeah, National Intelligence Agency.
Okay, because Larry talked about it in a lofty way. If number one, do you know their budgets, and do you know their the size of that agency in terms of the personnel, and in what countries are they deployed to? I mean, because I don't think I don't think they are in around the world in all the countries, and I don't think they even have the resources to be doing anything significant.
So the thing is this: they are all over the world. Even in Abuja, right? You hardly see people. I've seen people that when you get a CIA, NIA job, you don't make people know you work with NIA. Even if you look at their office in Abuja, you see that there's a lot of secrecy around their office. So that's why a lot of people don't really know them. There are people that work with NIA, right? It's just so secret, so secret. If you get an NIA job today, more, even if not just your family or people that are closer to you, they won't even know that you have an NIA job. And those are part of the key jobs that most of all these politicians, they do everything to keep people. I know what it takes then, particularly National Assembly, they do everything to keep people. So they have people around. So even if you get a job in NIA today,
Larry, I'm not sorry. I'm not talking about the job. I'm talking about their real impact. I mean, what do we know? I mean, did they gather what foreign intelligence that they gathered for Nigeria that's of any relevance? So, I mean, what is that worth?
I suspect that their focus will be African countries immediate to us and impact. I'd be surprised if they don't have a strong presence in places like Niger, Chad, Benin Republic, Cameroon, because that impacts. What is a Nigerian spy doing in America? He has no business there, But yes, I suspect they'll be in places like Niger, etc.
Yeah. Some of all those people probably is when you are close to them, so you don't even know the kind of intelligence they share, right? And most of them, probably they work closely with ambassadors in some of all those countries. But in terms of what they share, for me, I don't really know. But they actually have, the way intelligence is being shared, it's not just NIA. Do you know we have the military, I think it's called defense intelligence, something, something too. So it's a whole lot of pocket of intelligence. But the problem we have in Nigeria is the synchronization of intelligence, right? You have a lot
Is that not where the NSA comes in? Is it not meant to be the coordinator of that?
is meant to be, if it does what it's supposed to do, right? Coordinates all the intelligence and make the intelligence flow to people. But the problem you have in Nigeria is everybody holding on to their own intelligence and trying to look for ways to implement things, right? Because if you look at the whole thing, right, it's supposed to be if DSS has an intelligence, right, they share it with every other person. But what you see in most cases is DSS, for instance, has an intelligence. They don't want to share it with the police because they don't trust the police, right? Police has an intelligence. They don't want to share it with DSS. So it's just everybody come like, yeah, I have an intelligence, I'm not sharing. So probably, the NSA, and that's part of what the NSA is supposed to be doing. But recently, I've seen the NSA doing more of implementation than focusing on intelligence sharing and coordinating intelligence across. Because most of all those things you see, all those security issues, because if they have proper coordination of intelligence, I think it will be minimal. But that's the problem I see. Intelligence is really lacking. You see instances where they do things before they they just go ahead and implement some things, and at the end of the day, you ask yourself, where is the intelligence even coming from? And you see instances that intelligence even leak, right? Even within the military, you've seen coordination, military, uh, army, air force, and navy. Little intelligence that they are supposed to share within themselves, they don't even share. Everybody just want to take glory for what I'm the one working, and that's one of the problems that we actually have in Nigeria. Which I think, if Ribadu is able to really take hold of that, he should be able to coordinate things across them.
All right, Brian. Do you want to take us to another talking point? I mean, feel free to introduce anything else that you especially would like to speak to.
Oh, okay. So let me just talk a little bit about Jonathan. I know a lot of people are, permutation. Permutation will always come. And I think the major person that is trying to propose Jonathan is this Bauchi guy,
Bala Mohammed.
And he's proposing Jonathan for his own selfish interest. Because he feels that if Jonathan gets there, he was going to get the deputy, the vice president. And that's why, because ordinarily, Bala Mohammed knows that he doesn't have a chance. He doesn't have a chance in PDP, right? And he felt, the only way, that's why you see him saying, probably if Jonathan, contest, he might actually, put a hold to his own presidential ambition. Who told him that he has presidential ambition that can fly? Sometimes when politicians talk and you keep asking yourself, who are these people? This same Bala Mohammed, he was former minister of FCT at a point. The only thing this guy did was
that was under Jonathan, yeah.
Yes. The only thing this guy did was basically just selling lands. He did nothing. It was just
a big failure in Abuja.
Yeah, it was just basically
big failure.
Lands. Sold lands, collect land,
Awarded CCTV contract that never worked to date.
I'm telling you.
Useless man.
Basically what he did, he was able to gather a lot of money because they sold a lot of land, from AGs to FCDA. They were just busy selling land. There was a lot of land racketeering.
I tried to buy land through that AGs. Remember, they used to have, but they registered me, but they never gave me anything.
Yeah, that was what they were basically doing that time. And
it was Bala time now.
That
he was doing all those mass housing, were just selling papers anyhow to people.
Yeah,
politicians like them.
Bala is actually the architect of land racketeering in Abuja. Because Bala was basically that was where he made a lot of money. He made a lot of money. And these are people, when they come out and say, oh, my presidential ambition, which ambition Bala has? Bala cannot, within the North, Bala cannot gather 2 million votes in the North. But he sees, they are always very smart. And he's also one of the problem in PDP. I've seen this guy, Melaye, shouting and everything. Melaye is shouting basically because the Atiku caucus, they've been able to put them by the side. And that's why you see Melai shouting and all those things. So basically, there are kind of like 3 to 4 caucus in PDP now. There's the Bala caucus, is trying to leverage the governors, the PDP governors. There is Wike and some of the Wike and the NWC caucus, and there's this Atiku caucus. So for me, I think if I had to advise Jonathan, they just want to, they will bring in him. If they bring him in, they are not going to give him that ticket, they are going to rubbish him. It should not just fall into their own distance. If Bala believes that he's popular, Bala should contest now. He should contest. You don't use Jonathan as,
If the ticket goes back to the north, it probably go to Atiku.
No. If he goes to the north today, it's definitely going to Atiku. I don't think he's going to go to Atiku. But the problem is, Atiku it might be a little bit difficult because Atiku of 2023 is not going to be the same Atiku of 2027, right? Because in 2027, the way PDP is going now, they are gradually pushing Atiku to the side. He doesn't really have that influence that he had then, right? And there's no big pockets. I don't see that big pockets in PDP. Unlike then.
In fact, who is going to fund him even? Is it going to be Rivers State again?
The last time it was Delta's money. They used Delta money. But this time around, I don't really think anybody can really bring that money out. And I don't even think Atiku can, has that money to be able
the only person that can fund him is Wike, and of course Wike is not funding it.
Wike is obviously out of it. But for me, if I respect Jonathan, those people just, they quickly want to get to power, right? And they feel that, okay, fine, probably if Jonathan comes, he's going to have one term and he's going to quickly go back to them. Even if Jonathan gets there, he's not even going to enjoy the whole presidency because they are so much, they
will overwhelm him now like they did the last time.
Yes. So I think it's just better. He has a lot of respect. A lot of people respect him, even outside Nigeria. He should just maintain that momentum and, just keep his respect, because those people, they are very, very bad people, right? They want to do everything, it's because of themselves, not because they like Nigeria. People like Bala don't like Nigeria, right? They don't even like the states they govern, not to talk of, them saying, oh, this and that. This is them Bala that, Bala has always been trying to contest even in PDP, right? So him, most times when I'm an join when I see you try to like carry Bala, so probably Bala, 2027, and I'm always like, Bala cannot even win. It was difficult for Bala to win Bauchi. Is it not the same Bala in the election we had in 2019? Bala that was almost, because he felt he was going to lose at the Supreme Court. Even this time around, what did Bala do? Because Bala knew that there was a lot of shady things in that election. That was why he was running after Asiwaju everywhere. He followed Asiwaju, he followed Tinubu to Saudi. He forced himself to do to Hajj with Tinubu, all because he was just afraid that things might actually change in the Supreme Court. So, but when you see them, they hold Jonathan. Does he really like Jonathan that much? Or because of his own selfish interest? Because he feels that if Jonathan's get there and is able to champion that, probably want to position himself to be a vice president, which means that probably in 20,
they are permutating Fintiri, though, the Adamawa governor.
No, Adamawa governor is too small. It's too small.
But that's the ticket they are promoting, Jonathan Fintiri.
No, it's too small. And Fintiri is still an Atiku boy. So Fintiri is still an Atiku boy. So what are you going to tell Atiku? Are you going to tell Atiku to go and relax for Jonathan? Some of all these things don't really work like that.
But they are eating Atiku out though, because the body language of that party seems to be shifting away from him somewhat. This Bala Mohammed, then Bode George rubbishing him, so and
Bode George. Bode George has always been anti-Atiku. Bode George has always been pro-Wike, pro-Southern presidents, right? So when you hear things from, I understand where Bode George is coming from. So he's always been anti-Atiku. And you see, even during those periods, at the point, Bode just left, kind of like stylishly left the party. Not that he left the party finally, he said he went away and eventually decided to come back now and stuff like that. So I understand that where everybody's actually coming from. And the thing is this, everything is all about personal interest. Bode George, all of them, it's not like because they so much love the country. Politicians will always be politicians, and everything about politicians is all about permutation. And it's all about permutations that will favor them, not really permutations that will favor the country. So they care more about, what's going to favor them. Politicians can sit in a place and start permutating for 10 years things to come, because it's all about them putting themselves into that caucus that can actually take it. So I understand. It's not like, I understand where all of them are actually coming from. But for PDP, I don't know, if Atiku's influence can, it's really going to go out like that. But in terms of popularity, particularly in the North, I think presently in the PDP, I think Atiku is still the most popular person in PDP in the North, right? Probably other people are actually popular, but people that are presently in the PDP, I don't think anybody's, more popular than Atiku at the moment. So
the obvious defeat of Atiku will be his age and his health. But unfortunately, Tinubu cannot use it of those against him, can he?
Politicians will always package age and they will always package health. So, politicians have a way of packaging all those things. Even when they are dying, politicians still have a way of packaging things and make it look like they are really good. Why are we talking about health? We were in this country during Yaradua. We all knew Yaradua was sick, but they were able to still package him. You remember that call, Obasanjo Umoru? They said you are dead. Is it true? We all knew Yaradua was sick. So, but politicians still have a way of still packaging all those things. So if you talk about age, you talk about health, I really don't see that. Even though if Atiku is sick internally, you still see him trying to make it look like, he's still agile. And Atiku has said it. He's going to contest until probably he doesn't, as far as he still live, he's still going to contest. Yeah, which is still good. But for me, right, if you ask me what I want, because I want a strong opposition, right? I don't want Tinubu to just use his normal political machination to just get there for second term, right? I need a strong opposition because there is a whole lot of things, right, that presently, I think needs to really shake Tinubu for him to sit back and look at some of the things he's actually doing. Now, who is going to be that strong voice of the opposition? I have not really gotten the kind of opposition that I'm actually expecting. I think it's still just pocket of opposition.
The closest thing we are getting to opposition is Peter Obi, and it doesn't even, he has no chance, and he's not even playing it well, But
what Peter Obi does is not opposition. Is not opposition. I think better opposition will be when you see an issue, and I think Atiku is doing a little bit of that. Take your time, analyze the issue. When you want to put out something that is so solid that the government will be forced to give you a quick response. But I think what Peter Obi does is more of, there are things he quickly wants to.
It just tugs at the emotional heartstrings of the everyday man.
And they've been able to position Reno Omokri, and Obi has been falling into Reno Omokri's trap, right? Because he quickly comes out, Reno Omokri, and if immediately oblique to it. The next thing is go and check what Remo Omokri will immediately come back, attack what.
That guy must have a really solid bank of researchers, Reno Mokri.
Romeo is one of the smartest people around these politicians that I'm seeing. He's very smart. He takes his time.
More effective than Bayo Ononuga.
No, Bayo Ononuga is no. Why are you? Bayo Ononuga is not in that caliber.
It's just a street fighter, isn't it, Bayo Ononuga?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he has a lot of history. June 12th.
I would replace Ajuri Ngaladi.
Veteran journalists, just dismiss him like that.
Yeah, but it's not suited for this climate, though. It's not suited for this climate.
Enigmatic.
Okay, maybe.
The thing is this. I'm not saying Bayo Ononuga is not good, right? But I think is that position probably, and that's part of the lapses that is actually happening. If you look at what is happening within their circle, it's a whole lot of things, right? It's more of like who is superior, Bayo Ononuga, Ngelali, this other, is it Tope or what's that guy's name?
Yeah, Tope Ajayi or something like that.
Yeah, Ajayi. So everybody is still trying to find their way. And another person that I don't know, enigmatic. I know they gave him appointment. I've not heard of him. Is this guy? What's this guy's name? This Duro Toye.
Yes, Tope Duro Toye. It's an entry to some. Yes.
Fela in that government.
No, Fela is not there. Is it the one from the churches?
They gave Fela. No,
they gave Fela Duro Toye now
appointments.
Is it the one that was? Is it the one that comes from the Christian space?
No, they are the one that contested. He wanted to be a president.
Former presidential candidate.
One is an orator. Is he still in that?
Yes, it comes from that like church something. No, I don't think he has a. Is it Tope Fasheun or something like that?
Tope Fasheun is different. Tope Fasheun.
No, Fela Duro Toye got an appointment.
Toye got an appointment.
All right.
Tope Fasua.
Fasua
is in the office of the vice president, special advisor on economics something. But Fela Duro Toye, because I know they gave Fela Duro Toye an appointment that people were like, oh, he's going to this and that. But he's been silent.
He's not a spokesperson. He got senior special assistant on national value and social justice. So it's nothing serious.
But that's just keep quiet positions now. But Bayo Ononuga and Ajuri, if I had my way, I will replace the two of them with Reno Omokri and Daniel Bwala. Because that seems to me those two.
They've stylishly faced Ngulali House. That was why they gave him that appointment of green energy, something that they gave him. So they stylishly, because I think he was having a lot of issue with Bayo, issue of supremacy, who is supposed to be the face of the presidency and stuff like that. Probably they just kind of like look for a way to make him busy in
but neither of them have the language though. They don't have the neither of them is fully equipped to Reno or Daniel they're both far better than both of them.
I agree because most of the problem that this government is having is even coming from that Bayo. All right, because one thing is for you to do that dirty job of defending the government. Another thing is for you to take your time, analyze things before you put it out. Have you seen instances where, somebody, Tope will put something out, Bayo will come under and debunk that thing? And that shows you, what happens within that cycle. Or probably Bayo puts something, and Ngilali comes out and debunk it.
Remember when they were having a fight over a presidential address that Tinubu will address the parliament, and then one came out. I think Ajuri actually described it as fake news. Oh no, Nuka put it out. Ajuri, he came out. That was when we knew that it was not all cozy in the.
Yes, and I think Tokwe too, right? You remember this last presidential speech? There was another speech, which I think is actually a formal speech, and everybody was carrying it like, oh, Tinubu did another speech and stuff like that, and it was Tokwe that actually posted it on his X handle, and immediately Bayo came out and said, no, that is not it. This is a hold this and that, this and that. And Tokwe just posted it more to be like, oh, because at that point, a lot of people were like, oh, the president didn't address something. So I think Tokwe was just trying to like, play smart, put something that Tinubu has done before to kind of like, so yeah, I heard you, this and that. And immediately Bayo came out and said, no, you understand? So, but what I just think, it's, if you ask me, Bayo might actually be good, but you shouldn't be at the front.
No, it's not. It's not suited to this landscape. But Bayo Onanuga is suited to that sort of Ruben Abati sort of here, but it's not suited to the quick response of Twitter, Instagram. This bang 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 that needs to go on. It's
Exactly.
not at all. Yeah, it's not suited
Exactly.
to it at all.
I think so too. Probably Bayo should just be, be behind. Let them have somebody that is, stronger, that can actually handle things. I won't dispute the fact that he's a professional, he's been there, he's done a lot of great work, but I'm not really sure if he's really helping the government. I'm not really sure if he's really helping the government. It comes
And it doesn't help that he's a notorious ego hater as well.
Yeah, he has some of all those things, and which I expect him to have actually, at least tone that a little bit down, and come out. I know every government has some of those guys that do the dirty jobs. During Buhari, I think it was Adesina that was doing those dirty jobs, right? Oh, he termed everybody against Buhari that time as wailing whalers, right? That, oh, they are willing, they are willers and all those things. But I think they still need someone that can actually coordinate things well, because the government is doing a whole lot of things, right? But the basic thing they are lacking is that aspect of communication. Their communication is more defensive than explaining things to people.
Yeah, because it's old school, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bayo Onanuga is an old school bruiser. It's not.
Yes.
It's not slick of feet.
Yes.
As is needed now. Yeah.
Yes, and he hasn't really got out of that, that campaign thing, right? He still feel, because if you see some of the things he puts out, you still look at him more like, yeah, he's still in that campaign mode, right? Because now it's more explanation, right, than attacking. Because at this present point, Tinubu does not really need those guys that attack, because people, any slight thing, right, that you put out, people quickly want to pick the negative in it. So what he needs now is probably someone that is, a little bit cool, that can analyze things, someone that can really, help people to really understand some of the things they are doing. Don't wait until an article puts something out and you quickly want to attack that, right? And sometimes they're not even, responding to some of the questions. They are attacking the personality. They come out all house there, yeah, everybody. I think it was an Imagine that said they have this feeling that everybody that that is against them is anti-Tinubu, and it's not like that. People will see things that really need to be addressed. If you ask me today, there are a whole lot of things that I think really needs to be addressed in Tinubu's government. There are a whole lot of things that, to me personally, does not really make sense, right? That Tinubu is doing, right? But probably because I don't have adequate information to convince me that there is need for some of those things, right? Take, for instance, now, the Escalade they bought. Is there a need for Escalade? No. Fine, I understand the fact that there's a need for replacement of private jets. Is there a need to buy that Escalade? No.
But why not? Why not? Why not?
Say, one man. The reason why I believe there's a need for private jets is the fact that there are safety concerns, right? There are safety concerns. And, I wouldn't want my president to be in a situation where, if I hear, I'll be afraid that probably something might actually happen to him. I want him to be safe, right? Then I understand the fact that, okay, fine, we need a private jet for him in as much as it's safe and I know that he can go to anywhere without me thinking twice. Now, but when it comes to private, the Escalade, they have fleet of cars that are presently functioning that they are using. The Escalade own is just more of, yeah, it's an avenue, right? Let's just do it. It's not coming from the point of we need this thing. And if you ask me personally, right, I don't think we are actually in that point where we can just go for things not because we need it. Because it's not like, yeah, he's coming out and saying, okay, fine, we're having a lot of issue with this presidential fleet, there are things that we need to do, right? And everybody kind of like see it, okay, probably it's more of a safety issue, right? But that's not it. This is more like, yeah, I have access to spend this money and I can get the best thing for myself, not because I need it at this present point. And that's why those are things that I still need more explanation from the presidency, right? Even the private jet of a thing, I think the explanation was not really, people were not really getting it. If not for this issue of Ogun State, right? That was when they were forced to, to now, yeah, come out openly and tell people that this is the exact thing. I still don't like the fact that we struggle to get information, right? We struggle at every point. It comes from a rumor, and from a rumor, somebody comes out, debunk it, and thereafter, you look at probably Sahara Reporter brings it out, or probably Prime Time or Premium Times comes out and tell you that this is exactly what is happening, right? And at the end of the day, even when people come out to say, "Oh no, it's not like that," and at the end of the day, that thing is the truth. Sahara Reporter came out, told us they bought this plane. This is the whole thing. They came out, they said, oh, National Assembly said, no, we didn't approve presidential plane and all those things. Yeah, I understand. There are instances that you want to do things, right? All you need to do is tell people this is a safety concern. And we can't afford to have our president flying to somewhere and we are still doubtful if that plane is going to be safe. Averagely, nobody wants to be in a plane that has issues, right? Yeah, understand. People will understand, even though some people will be against it. Oh, do you really need it? And those people that say, do they really need it? They will also tell themselves, if I were in the president's shoe, will I be flying on a plane that is not good, right? Even ordinary commercial planes that will fly. If you know that there is an issue in a plane, I'm sure you won't even enter that plane. So, which is understandable. But when it comes to buying that Escalade, right? Why are you buying the Escalade? Is the Mercedes not doing what we want it to do? If you say you need a bulletproof, the Mercedes, is it not bulletproof? Is the Mercedes giving you issue? No. Right? You just want to buy the Escalade because you feel, you feel it's I don't know why they are buying the Escalade. You understand? And I don't know if anybody can actually justify the reason why they are buying the Escalade. And those are the things, that for me, I think they still need to come out and explain things, right? For people to really know that you won't tell that you are not really living that life, that it's, yeah, I know actually Tinubu has a lot of money, is wealthy, is this, he wants the best for himself. But at the same time, now there's difference between Tinubu and the president of the country. And being the president of the country, he needs to account for every little money they spend. And this is exactly what I'm not really seeing in this government, right? They are not really justifying, I'm not really seeing value for money in most of the things that they do. And that's why it's so difficult for people to support them and convince some other people without looking stupid. Because I don't know how I'm able to convince someone that this is the reason why they need the Escalade without being stupid. So those are the things that, for me, right, personally in this government, I'm seeing, it's a little bit difficult to understand the logic, to really understand why they are doing some things. Some of the policies, right, they are solid policies, they are good policies, but if you're a leader, you should always learn to lead by example. Because if a president can do that, National Assembly can go haywire tomorrow, and also do the same thing. They can get the best for themselves. They don't even care because you have a president that is not really trying to lead by example. To change Nigeria is not just about policies. It's all about people that can lead the change. And how do you lead the change? You just need to lead by example. And every other person will definitely follow you. Right? That's, for me, if you ask me today, right, those are things that I think they still need to work on. Right? There are a lot of things, right, that they wait for people to criticize before they give explanations. And some of those explanations, in most cases, are not really addressing the issue, but it's more coming from a defensive aspect. Defending themselves, attacking the person, make it look like, oh, this person is anti this and that, it's because of election, it's because of this. And even when you are independent, you look at some of those things and you see that, oh, this person is actually saying the truth. And these are probably things that you must have probably been thinking and asking yourself those questions, and you've not really got an answer to. So those are things that I think probably the government need to really work on, right? Because it's a whole lot. And they really need to checkmate themselves now, right? Because they can't move towards this trajectory where you will feel that we can do whatever we want, we can spend money, without really justifying the reason why we are spending that money, without really explaining to people, right? Because they are holding that money in fiduciary capacity for people. And they hold it as a duty to explain to people how they are really spending the resources that are entrusted to them. Which, for me, I'm not really seeing that in this Tinubu's government. A lot of things are happening that I'm not really seeing the justification for it. So that's what I think. Let me put that caveat out. It's my personal opinion, right? It's what I think.
All right, brilliant. Let's move around a bit, Larry. Let me name take man of Prestige. You there? I've come to you twice already. Prestige. All right. Okay. Let's go to Prince Daddy then. From Prince Daddy to Neoma, and then the star. So Prince, you're up next. All right. We don't have Prince fully. Neoma. All right. Whoever is ready to go on mute, coming to the.
Hello.
All right, Neoma. Yes. How far?
I'm all right.
We couldn't quite get to you yesterday, but
yesterday, yes, I was on, but I was coming in and out, and
we
I
were
wanted
locked
to.
in an American debate. But yeah, let's hear from you.
It was serious. How are you?
I'm good. Are you back or are you still out there?
No, I'm back. Yeah.
Oh, when did you come back? You were still out there about 2-3 days ago now.
No, I was already back here.
All right. Okay.
I came back over the weekend, last weekend. So.
All right. How was the wedding?
It was glorious. In fact, there were a lot of people, even despite the protests. People came beyond the access card we were giving out. In fact, unfortunately, that could not work in Nigeria because maybe you give one access card to one person. The person is coming bringing 3 children, or one person is coming bringing another friend. So, but everything went smoothly anyway. So we were able to accommodate everybody.
Yeah. Well done. Was it? It was in Ondo, was it, or?
No, it was in Lagos, but
My God, when you say Patile Kosha, God,
after the wedding,
don't put the money in here.
Yeah, definitely. After the wedding, then I went to Oyo, that is Ibadan, then to Ondo State.
And you said you drove yourself, if I remember rightly.
Yes, yeah, with a friend. So
you still have that confidence.
Yeah, definitely, because like I mentioned, the from Lagos to Ibadan was very, very good. It was, though you may just see a roadblock maybe in two places, something like that. So, but beside that, you have more of roadblocks, of policemen, or the mobile police and the soldiers. You have a lot of them from Ibadan right to Ondo State, right to Akure. You have a lot of them on the way, a lot of them. So, and I think that actually reduced the threat of insecurity. So, because there is no bike that can pass, that can drive through them, you have to drop and push your bike to get through through them. So that is what you have to do, just to be able to prevent any kind of surprise that they can give them. So
that's good. But how long can they sustain it, though? That's just the thing. It can be.
Yeah, but they are there permanently. There are different points. A lot of them, like from Ibadan to Ife, you may have up to maybe 20-25 roadblocks. So just to reduce all these insecurities, that is what I was saw there. Then yesterday I wanted to talk about the earpiece.
Oh yes. You mean that clip of
Yeah.
yes, it's gone southwards so quickly, hasn't it? You know.
The earpiece. Well, the service.
Sorry, did you travel it?
Yes, I travel by earpiece. But yes, I travel by earpiece. So.
All right. Before you make your comment, let me play the clip that you are probably referencing. It's only about a minute.
Yes, that's not the issue. No food, no accommodation. See, since yesterday we are here, sleeping on the floor. Airpiece. You now went online and lied down. Yes. They spent our money. We didn't get back our money. No food, no accommodation. You like that you lodge us in an hotel. That's what they told my husband. When my husband called, they said they lodge us in an hotel. Is it an hotel? Is it an hotel? Is it an hotel? No food, no water. Since yesterday, I have children at home. My kids, I left them since last 3 weeks. I want to go and meet my children since yesterday. No food, no water, no accommodation. See everywhere. We are here. Airpiece. And you went online. You are telling you are typing rubbish.
All right. See.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. So that was that lady's experience, which is somewhat disappointing actually. After how we built up that brand name, fighting the UK on their behalf, you know, but they are turning into an Agbero setup.
Yes. Actually, the service was all right. Oh, sorry. Can I just receive this call, please? Oh, just a minute.
All right. All right.
Please.
Yes. Carry on. Let's see if the star is there to fill the gap. The star. All right. We have to do a name tag. We might well. Let's actually see who we have. Larry. We know. I'm not sure if we have. Oh, all right. Oh, brilliant. Yes. Carry on. That's okay.
Yeah. Like when we were living at Gatwick, we waited for good 2 hours, and though there were announcements that because they want all the luggages to be ready, that they don't want to leave without some of the luggages. So I think that was the reason why we were in the plane for good 2 hours before we took off. So then it was smooth, even all the way to Lagos. But the only thing I saw on both trips, that most of their screens were not working. So, like, for instance, it was so boring, I couldn't watch anything. The screen before me was not working. There is no charging point on the plane. So they were actually old planes. Okay, are you hearing me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So there were no charging points on both ways. So, and some of the screens were not working. Then when I was coming back, we came back with the other plane. The planes were big. They're Airbuses taking almost 350 passengers. I think they bought the plane from maybe Qatar, and they did not even change anything about it. Because you can still see all the Arabic writing everywhere. Where you have toilet, they will still write Arabic. All the like wallpapers, they were like camel and desert dunes, sand dunes. So nothing was renovated. Though it was all right. The ride was smooth. And the service was not bad, because they served the jollof rice. They served semovita. So, and they were not bad at all. So they served the red wine, and some that wanted to take beer. So they serve all those things. But that is what I just saw there. On both trips, there were no charging points. So if your phone is almost dead, you just have to turn it off until you get off. So that is all I can say about that.
Well, was it cheap? Was it? Why did you even buy it in the first place?
Yeah, but because as at the time I wanted to buy it, that was when they were just coming up. Like British Airways, even for economy, was around 1,500. The same thing with KLM. So they were high. They were very high. So
So it
luckily,
was not the economics of it than you wanting to support Nigerian business, or
yeah, there is in two folds. I want to support Nigeria. Then, secondly, because it was cheaper and it will be faster, because it's just 6 hours. So no stopover anywhere. So which was easier. I think
and they're saying
it was
it's not.
around 800. Yeah.
No, they're saying it's not as cheap as it was anymore, because they're actually cheaper flights to Nigeria now than
Yeah.
if they don't stay cheap, they might struggle.
No, the point is when I bought the ticket, because they sell in dollars and then they will convert it to pounds. So even if you use credit card or your own card, they will still charge you for the conversion of the currency. So, and everything was around 850 pounds. So, which was a bit cheaper than 1,500 that I supposed to have paid. But later, I think it dropped down below that and possibly started picking up again. That was when all those British Airways, KLM, the Ethiopian Airline, they dropped their prices. So that forced them also to drop down a little bit. But I think they are picking up now. I don't know how much the fare is now. I don't know.
And they dropped you at Gatwick. What was that experience? They said they drop you at did you have to be bussed from the plane to the airport itself?
No, I was dropped at the Gatwick, and all I just needed to do was just to walk through and then walk through the security. You know, if you have a UK passport or EU, it takes less than 1 minute to get through.
Yes, I know, but
Uh-huh.
from the plane to the
No,
actual airport building, did you have to get on a bus?
no, not at all. No.
Because that's the narrative being painted, that
No, I
they
think
went
that
to put
has
them into, yeah.
no, I think that has stopped long ago. You just come out, though you have to walk a lot of trekking that you have to do before you get to where you have your luggage.
Your luggage, yes.
From the carousel, but it's within the airport building. So, and it's at is it South Terminal? Yeah. So you don't have to get any bus. I didn't get any at all. So
would you recommend it to anyone? Would you recommend their place as a?
yeah, I will definitely recommend it because, like I said, it's just 6 hours. Unlike places where you have to stop over, you have to wait for 21 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours before you board another plane. That is very fast anyway. And if you want Nigerianness, well, if there's a word like that, I will recommend that. But like I mentioned, they still need to work on the plane, the internal structure. They need to renovate. Like I said, hardly do you find any international plane without charging points for your phone or for your iPad. So
Was there internet?
there is no.
Aha, no charging point.
One charging point. Well,
And no internet.
No,
and then you said it's a good flight.
It's doubtful now. Doubtful,
No,
you know.
they don't have internet anyway. So what I just did, I just turned off my phone and my iPad throughout. And unfortunately, like I mentioned, some of their this thing were not working. The screen. So
no personal entertainment.
No, exactly. Some of the entertainment very poor. Some of them were working, but not all of them. That is why I said they need
were they giving sleeping pills like Ambien or what's it called? So you can just sleep through that torture. I can't fly like that now. I'm not used to that anymore.
Now look at that. You know
it's true now. Delta, I fly Delta Airlines, even local flights. You have everything now. Why would I go and suffer myself?
No, yeah, some of those
you know what I suspect, Neoma? I think they probably just bought that plane and then they've not gone to kit it out, so they want to run it 2 cycles and then go and kit it out.
They've not. I told you, even all the markings, all the
he's always bragging to us that he's buying all these new futuristic, that his planes are the best. You know, he's always telling they're brand new. He's always boasting.
No, they are not brand new. None of them. Both planes were not new at all. Like the other one.
How much was this? Sorry, I missed that part. How much was the flight?
No, it was the whole thing with because I bought it in dollars, but converted to pounds was almost 850 at that time.
Pounds.
Yes.
That's not cheap.
But
it's not cheap, but when I bought it,
compared to
when I bought it, KLM.
No, that's reasonable. I think
as at that time, KLM, all those British Airways were roughly 1,500, and the point is, most of them they only allow 23 kg, but Air Peace will allow 46 kg in in two luggages.
2 bags,
So,
2 luggages. Almost, I don't know. They spoiled us in the United States.
no,
They
you
bring
know
help
what I
people
observe is still the problem of Nigeria. Even when you get to Nigeria, you see the maintenance culture is zero. Because I drove through Lagos roads and I saw that there were lots of things that were put in place, but you realize that because there is no maintenance, in fact, you stay in some hotels, you go to some hotels, you see some of the things that possibly they maybe when they were bought there, they were top notch, but after a long time, they just dilapidated and they don't do much about it. For instance, some of their hotels, especially the bathroom, you don't find any vent there. That is, in UK here, if you just on your light, the vent will come on. They hardly have that in most of their hotels, and I was wondering what is going on here. So sometimes you have water everywhere, and it's just the maintenance culture anyway. It's the maintenance culture. So,
So this earpiece, what kind of food did they serve, and how was the bathroom? Like, I'm what you describe so far sounds like
well,
horror.
the bathroom, I only went there once. When I was coming back, I just went there once, and to be sincere, I could only do number one. I cannot sit for number two. You
I
know
know
what I
that's
mean?
understandable on any airline.
Yeah, people do number two there, but I cannot do number two. When I went in there, I couldn't do number two. So I just went
Is
for
that
number
because
one.
the cubicles were too small?
No, it was not neat enough.
God.
No, not neat enough. So, but they serve, like I said, they serve jollof rice. They serve semovita. So,
Honestly speaking, how much is a plate of jollof rice? It's like $15.
I'm
Like,
not sure. I'm not sure if I even want jollof rice or not. You want a nice little sandwich, those plastic cheese, the cream crackers, and that's all you
no,
need.
they package. There were all the packages there, but the main course. You have crisps. You have a lot of other things. You have some little sandwiches, but the main courses, like I mentioned, are either jollof rice or semo with a
did they
foreign.
allow you to take alcohol? Did they give you all
Yeah,
the
they
small
give
bottles of alcohol?
like they have red wine and they have alcohol. They have Malta Guinness
Malta Guinness.
and all the other things as you just require. They they also serve
No,
Chivita.
it doesn't sound like a terrible experience, but it
No,
doesn't sound like a brilliant
it wasn't
experience.
bad.
One man.
It sounds like they
Can you
give
travel for
The
6
first thing
hours
I
and your
observed.
phone battery? You have to shut down your phone. What would
no,
you
no,
be
that's the
You
doing?
have
one.
to
No,
shut
that's
down
the
your
one thing
phone.
they have to.
That
That's the
is
one
one
thing
thing
that
you
It's a
have.
yeah.
new plane. We
You
are
have
just
to shut down
rebranding
your
that
phone.
plane. It's a new plane. We are just rebranding the plane.
But they should put at least charger now. Charger. I'll go crazy without the phone, like for 6 hours.
No. Like I didn't know when I was at the airport still waiting, that is going to Nigeria. I was just using my phone. On getting in, there was so I have to turn it off till when I landed at
Worst thing that can
airport.
happen to you is your phone to die on a
So let
flight.
me ask you something. So the flight from London to Nigeria, is it the same flight, that the same plane that took you from Nigeria to London?
No, it's not the same.
So what's the difference between the two?
It looks to me that the size is almost the same because like I was I was by the wing, and you know, is 9 across. That is a three in the middle and 3 by the side. I mean the seat. So 9 across. It's a big bus. And I was by the wing, and I was number 32. So still going back.
What was the sitting like in terms of comfort? Because I know you are not a small guy, you know. So what was the
No,
comfort?
it was a bit crampy. I think if you really want to enjoy it, if you go on first class or business class, but unfortunately, I didn't go by that.
But first class, no internet. No, what's the first class for? No
I don't know.
internet.
Now that is one thing I don't know if they have all those things. But for us, well, I didn't see anything like that. So
the two plane, right, from London to Lagos,
Nigeria,
Lagos
yeah.
to London, none of them have charger.
No,
Plane.
not at all.
No, that's no.
I don't know where they bought the one that took me from London to Nigeria, but the other one, you know, you can read all this Arabic. Like when they say emergency exit, you will see the Arabic version. If they say this is toilet, you will see Arabic. On the wall, you have all these sand dunes of camel and all those stuff. So they've not changed anything. So, but the service was all right, to be sincere. But it's just the
Can you say
convenience.
that now? How can you say the service is all right?
No,
I don't know. Maybe
because
it's the United States that spoiled us, because I noticed when I fly in Europe, they fly all these cheap planes too in Europe. But in the US, most of the planes are they're new, relatively new. You have correct Wi-Fi, you have charger, you have entertainment system. And that's standard right now, almost
no,
everywhere.
the entertainment system was some were working, some were not. So I was unfortunate to have the one that was not working. So it's just one of those things anyway. So
Yeah, but maybe we should give him time, though. It's although it's not new to the airline space, it's new to the international space, isn't it?
I'm not encouraged. I won't spend a dime on that. Like that's not. I'm not that patriotic. Sorry.
Plane where would they bring? Plane where would they bring come Dallas? Hey.
Is that the plane that will fly to Dallas?
yeah,
You better not be.
I think what they just work on should be the safety, that we allow them to come to London, but the convenience, they didn't really work on that. So I think they work on the
If
safety.
they are going to go with that model, then they have to make sure they're the cheapest. But this is because I went on their website, and you can get as low as £400 now. Is this not it?
Yeah, but that was not when that was not even when I booked mine around March before I even traveled. So that is what happened. Yeah.
All right. So there it is. We're still on board with Airpeace, but they just have to keep the prices competitive, I guess. But
Yeah.
what can you say? Because if the service is that poor, then and the price is not competitive, there's only so much patriotism will get you.
I'm sure they will still work on that when they have a lot of complaints. And like when we wanted to check in, when we were going, that is from London, they asked we were to get there by 6, half 6, or half 6. They didn't start checking in our baggage until around half 7. So nobody was even at the counter for till half 7. So all of us were just on queue there. So, but to be fair, on average, I think is okay. I think a flight of international repute should not be like that. So they need to work on the internal structure, especially the convenience. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we will give them time because it's a new venture. They are buying more planes. But they should keep the price low. So, but Airpeace, here is a warning to you: must do better. Is what the report is. Must do better. So how was the whole experience for you? The travel back home. How often do you go actually?
No, I've not been to Nigeria for the past 17 years.
Whoa! So this trip was your first trip in 17 years.
Yes.
Right.
So in fact, a
and you
lot
had
of
the
things.
confidence to get behind the wheels of a car.
Well, I was born in Nigeria. The only thing I experienced was the film, the suit, the effluent from cars and the generator was terrible. I was feeling choked. Although the people,
did you sweat a lot? I find that you sweat a lot.
The airport was very fantastic throughout until you only feel Nigeria until when you get out. Maybe you are waiting for taxi or waiting for your car. That is when you know that you are really in Nigeria, because the effluent from cars, that is a car exhaust, all those things that will hit you, the smell was terrible. And but the heat, I've been told, I knew, so I went with all shorts. There is a short sleeves or sleeveless, and mostly cotton. So, and I was taking my shower at least twice a day, because by evening you will think you have sand all over your body. So I have to use sponge twice a day. So, but it's a good experience. There were a lot of changes that have taken place. Sometimes you may not even know where you are. Although, because I was living in Lagos before I left, I think I was still able to recognize a lot of places. But there were a lot of changes that have taken place.
And in terms of safety, you said you felt quite safe.
Yeah, I felt safe, though the drivers, number one, none of them maintain their lanes. They never maintain lanes. Then the horn blaring was just terrible. It was racking, nerve racking. So, but I felt safe. The only thing is, I won't be able to drive in Lagos on my own. I won't be able to, because I will definitely be wait. In fact, when I tell my friend, "Can you not wait for this car?" He will tell you, "No. If you wait, you will sleep here." So, and truly, because between the airport and Abule Egba area, we spent over 3 hours. So,
In terms of the demographic change, did you experience? Did you hear Aizon earlier on telling us that the place is being consumed by
there is a
Indians and Chinese and
there are Indians, though those ones they are in the middle class and upper class. But another thing that I observed, though I never took Okada, I was definitely afraid, because almost all the Okada riders are from the north. Almost all of them. Almost all of them.
They already banned Okada in Lagos. So when did you go?
The
It just
whole
came
of
back now. It just
where
came back.
they've returned.
I didn't see Okada last night. I just went a few weeks ago. Or maybe they still have him in some area. I don't know.
He came back this weekend. Yeah.
Well, I actually went to because the wedding took place at Abule Egba. So all those Yanopaja to Ikeja area to there was still Okada everywhere. even down to Ogba, you still have Okada. So I think the Okada might have
But
been
you never see
opened.
them in Island, in other like
Yeah,
you not see them there.
yeah, that is island, but the other areas. So
I
Even
think
in
they
Keja,
banned
when I
them
went to
in.
Keja, I didn't see them there. I don't know.
I think they banned them in some local government areas as opposed to the entire city.
yes, it's not the entire Lagos. They just banned them from some local governments, even some maybe island and all those Ikoyi area and so on. But the whole of Abulegba, Agege, Ogba, down to Bega, they were all infested. So
Did you sense any ethnic tension that we're always talking about here? Did you sense any ethnic tensions in Lagos?
no, I didn't observe that because I I I went around, though I didn't really walk much. That is trekking because before you leave here, they will be asking so many things. Will you be moving close to a dog? Will you be drinking water? Will you be swimming? They ask all manner of questions. Yeah. Um, will you be bitten by mosquito and so on? So so you get all those vaccines of rabies and all those stuff. So I just tried not to get too close by walking around the street too much. But we drove around. So
When you came back, were you made to feel this mpox? There's this mpox thing that they are making people feel at the airport now.
no, I didn't feel anything because I even thought maybe they will stop anything maybe they will stop me and search my bag. Nobody. I just took
I
my.
cannot recall when I was ever searched. You just walk through, don't you?
No,
And
you just
yeah.
walk through
Oh, yeah.
and just place your passport and walk through straight away. So is the other side you see a lot of queue. So, but beside that, I just walk through.
So did this trip energize you to want to visit more often?
No, I think I want to. I don't want to wait till this time.
Another 17 years.
No. I don't want to. I don't want to.
Well, could you see yourself living there?
That would be difficult because, especially Lagos, because the air is just too polluted. Just too polluted. It was when I went to the village that I actually breathed in clean air, to be sincere.
Did you spend time in the island or you were in the mainland the whole time?
No, I didn't go to island.
And that's why that's a mistake, people. Me, I wouldn't even spend 5 minutes in that mainland. The hair will kill you. You have to go to the rich area, man. Don't come from Yankee and be going back to your hood. Get to
I think
don't do that.
I think the whole of Lagos is too congested, to be sincere.
No. Island, if you go to the island, it's very regulated. You won't even see that much traffic. That side, they've pushed people away. It's very regulated. If you come from America, go to the island. Don't be going to the. If you want to go to the mainland, just go there briefly, see what you need to see. You have no business there. I don't know why Nigerians. My wife will do the same thing. She will go to Lagos and go straight to the Apapa Road. I'm like, why you have been in America so long with this clean hair, clean
water? If you have business in Ireland, so I didn't have any business in Ireland, so I didn't bother to go to those areas.
So which business do you have in the mainland?
I went for my son's wedding.
Okay, that makes sense. But if you're going to go and visit and spend time, then I don't see why you.
I went for my son's wedding, so that's it.
Yeah, that hair in the mainland. Even I grew up in the mainland, but I always tell my people come. They say why I will come briefly leave because by the time I inhale so many people, air pollution, it's poor people living there. My body's no longer with that. I remember when I used to first go to Nigeria, I would go there because that's where I grew up. And then I will fall sick. Days before I come back, I will fall sick, man. Diarrhea, everything. But after a while, then I realized
Yeah,
that belong here anymore, man.
I ate in Buka, like Mama put. I ate there, but the
Why are you
only thing
eating it,
is,
Mama? You do you know
I
if you go to the
didn't eat.
island,
I
the
For the
didn't
restaurants you will see
experience
there.
now, for the experience, you know, is
Why you want to
Mike,
eat which
Mike, you
experience?
have to eat amala.
It
You have to
was
eat
You
amala
well,
now.
they sell amala in the
I
island too,
ate
in the
amala.
island too now. You can eat all
I
these
ate
things there too
amala.
now.
I
no,
ate
Kisha Amala
see,
fork and knife now. Amala Shanwo
Amala is amala, it's the same thing.
I didn't
a
use
fork
fork
and
and
knife
knife for
Amala in
amala.
the
So
island
do you want
now.
to you rather you want to use dirty water to make all those ones, so you can be
That's the
dumping,
experience now. That's the
so you can have
experience.
diarrhea before you come back, and then you come here and be saying I'll never go back to Nigeria. You start
Sorry,
bashing Nigeria
they won't use dirty water. Now they have
in mainland.
they have where you can wash your hand. You have soap there or the detergent. You can
No,
use
they are
that.
talking about Mama Pooh, those
No,
shanty.
nobody will bring. No, it's still Mama Put now,
It's
but
no
they
longer
don't.
Mama Pooh if they've modernized it. They are talking about the shanty. Mama we put Paco they use
Yeah,
shanty like jiggle thing.
is it not?
Where
Is
they
it
cook their
not the
mala for
same?
public. They cook
Is
their
it
mala
not
in the
the same
public and
shop?
then
I took some photographs there, like the rice that I ate there with fish was about 3,500, and it was so much that I couldn't finish it. So it was all right.
You
It
see,
was
so
okay.
that price is different from the price that they often quote us on this.
No, it was 3,500 for the rice.
Is
I
that a
think.
standard plate, or did you ask for
Yeah,
extra?
it was a standard plate. Then the when we went the other time we went again for amala, the amala was around 2,000 naira. So then this
How many pieces of meat comes with that?
it will be a big like for the fish now. The fish that because I always prefer fish. It was a big one. It was a big fish. So that is why I couldn't finish the rice. So it was all right, though I know it's quite expensive especially for people living there because like
No, I don't think 2,000 naira is expensive for anybody.
a bottle of cashew nut now, a bottle was it was 6,000 when I went to Akure, but when I got to Lagos and I went to Jandor, Jandor supermarket, I think it was by this guy, the guy that wanted to contest for
The
Lagos.
PDP guy.
Yeah, so he has a lot of those supermarkets all around Jandor. It was 8,000 there. So I saw so many things there, and I just see that
What particularly impressed you the most? So first time back in 17 years. What particularly impressed you the most?
the airport,
and equally, what disappointed you the most?
the airport. Then nowadays you don't see all those guys with babariga with just everyone you see within the airport now, they are in uniform. So they are all in uniform. Whether you see the NDLA, not that you will find one NDLA and then you now have two people wearing just a normal dress or babariga and then they will be standing. No. Then secondly, it's no longer congested because they don't, if you are going in, if you are departing, all the people that comes with you, they stop at the entrance. They don't go in anymore. So you will carry your own luggage. You just have to pay for the trolley and take all your bags in. So, but they still collect their words. The only thing is they don't do it the way they used to do it, that they force you. If you don't pay, well, no, this time around they will just ask you, is there any, what do you have for us? What? So you still have to part with your money anyway. So sometimes you give maybe 2,000. Some will say, what do you want me to do with this? But they will say it politely anyway.
In
So
a joking manner.
yeah, exactly. So, but to be
Fine bara.
Fine bara. That is what they do that. So they still do all those things. So
Woman,
there
let me
are too
respond to
many
Choma here.
checks. Too many checks. Yeah.
You see, I know where Choma lives. I know where she lives in Texas. That ghetto southwest Bisonet area. I know that area where she lives. That place is more dustier than even Surulere. I'm telling you. I can't live there. That place is so ghetto. Like the buildings are so deeply so dirty. And she will come here and be talking. And that place, so like you go there, that's where they shoot the most in
No, I
in
don't think
Houston.
so. I know where Choma lives, so
She
I
always
don't think.
talk about it here now, like where she lives in Southwest. Always brag about it. I know Houston very well now. I live in Houston for a while.
She lives
In
in
fact, I still go.
Alexander Gomez's
She
neighborhood.
doesn't live that side. She always talk about she live in the Southwest, that Bisonet, that area, the ghetto part. That place, I can't even live there. It's so dirty. You see a bunch of drug addicts.
What has she done to you now? What has she done to you?
No, she's not saying me I'm lying about. Lagos do better than that place by far.
No,
That place is probably even at Jegunle, probably maybe it's a little better than Jegunle, but that place is not all that. I mean,
No,
some of them will come here and be talking as if they live in.
airport is fantastic now. The airport is fantastic. AC everywhere. The toilets. In fact, I intentionally went to the toilet on both times that I was coming in and going out. I went to the toilet and the toilets were sparkling clean. So that is one thing I observe in the at the airport. That I mean Nigerian airport. So
yeah, I'm gonna do that one.
no, they work on it. In fact, even the tiles, the floor tiles, sparkling, reflective. So it was all right. So it's
Even
only
one of my
So
cousins,
which Amala joints did you go to now? I mean, which correct one?
Me.
Did you stop over in Ibadan and go to Yadija or Olamomi or some one of those ones?
No,
Not straight.
I went
Not
to
still rain more now. Not still rain.
No, I just
Not
went to
straight.
some in Ikorodu. I can't even remember the name. Then there's one comfort amala joint or food, something like that. Then in Akure too. So I have to come out to work because that side it was easier. At least there were no too much risers and so on. But you still find a lot of people begging, especially when they just see you that you look a bit different from them. So
in Akure,
yeah, there were still some people begging for food. So
like where in a party or on the street?
no, just on the street. You have some they just walk to your car and be begging, but it's not that it's not the way they talk about it that everybody is begging. You will just know that
Are they locals or people from outside?
yeah, some of them are local. Then there are a lot of how I don't know. I won't say houses, but from the northern extraction. So you have a lot of them. So they still begging. They just come to your car and start begging here and there. So is I think the southwest is already infested with a lot of all these people. So they need to do more about it. I think that law need to change, especially the law that the constitution that you can move anywhere you want. I think is just too much. Because
No, they have to get. I've always said, and I'm continuing to make. They have to warn, especially the ones coming from the north. They have to quarantine them and make sure they take them through orientation. Then they have to fumigate them with some sort
they
of
don't obey like where you have
disinfectant.
traffic, because I could see traffic lights even in Lagos. All those guys, they don't obey any traffic. So that is why I said I don't think I can drive in Lagos, because even with the traffic light, you still see a lot of them just running through red light. So, and there were cameras, but I don't know if those cameras are working. So there are CCTV at different places. So
All right. Nyoba, you still carry on. You got Prince Daddy there. I think he's gone off to do some Republican whatever. Kulaka here there to keep you. You have a full screen, but I'm not quite sure how many are there.
I was trying to get recommendations, but you stayed mostly in mainland, and my waka no go reach that side this time. But if did you stop over, like you stop over in Ibadan or Elisha or Ife somewhere like that interesting?
Well,
you know they go Lagos when you go to this time.
Kulata, you are from Oshun, Abi?
I was at
but I'll be in Lagos throughout, but I'm going to go to my state. Like
Kulata, you enjoy Oshogbo.
All right, maybe I'll send you Ekene and Izon's details. Maybe you can hook up with them if you can.
If I'm chance, yeah.
If you're a chance, yes. So let me build out hand over to you, Mike. Super chatters, Kulata and Ayo. So there it is. Super chatters completely dried up. So let me build out hand over to Mike. Thank everyone. See.
Kulata, if you go to Oshun, you enjoy Oshogbo is nice. I'm telling you, you will love that place, man.
I've not been to Oshogbo in decades. I've not been to Oshogbo
Bro,
in
that
decades.
place is freaking nice, man. When you go there, you see a lot of Black Americans there. A lot of they are living there. You see a lot of even some whites. You see that like Oshogbo is like this guy. They've developed that place, man. A lot of money came there through tourism, so they've developed some areas. You see some estate, brand new, like mansions. Like it's a secret place. I don't even want people to start moving there. And it's like literally no crime, none of that. You see foreigners there living there, like buying property. There are some private.
Even my hometown, the GRAs, the mansion all over Elisha now. It's like
and then the roads are very good. Dude, you love Oshogbo even more than Lagos. I'm telling you, like it's nice. It's nice. You need to check it out.
My waka is not my waka. I don't branch to Oshogbo. Is that I mean I need to go to my hometown, of course, where I grew up to.
Elisha.
So I need to. That's my hometown.
Travel through all the Oshuns, Ife, Elisha, Edes, where the Adeleke University is. This university school is nice, yeah. But Oshogbo is the place. Is the finest among them. But the thing is, they are. Eric Beshola and this guy Oyetola, they fix all the road in Oshun.
No, Eric Beshola fixed a lot of roads.
Yeah, even Oyetola was fixing the roads. You know, a lot of the roads they fix it. Like the roads even to the rural side, it's nice, like smooth. I say, man, this is the place. Like the Ocean is just quiet, but they are doing some. I hope this guy, the lucky guy, is doing something the same, or he's also dancing. I don't know. But that APC in Ocean, they did some work. What Ocean people were complaining about is that the money was not flowing around. That when PDP was ruling, then they used to have money everywhere. You know, money would get in the hands of people. So that was the thing they were complaining about. But they all praised the APC for building all their road infrastructures and things like that. Yeah, so they say they want PDP back for money to flow, but I hope the money is flowing now, Sha.
They're collecting salary.
No, they say like money in the marketplace, the market people, everybody. I don't know. Maybe the PDP government just sharing money. I don't know, but that's what they were telling me.
The thing is when Eric Beshola was there, he was owing a lot of salary and arrears. And
yeah, he was using a lot of their money to build infrastructure. So that money that's supposed to be spread, people were used to flowing around.
But they were owing them salaries. That's the problem. So they were complaining, and Eric Beshola was now paying partial. I mean, it was owing backlog, and it was also paying partial salary. So people were pissed. Nobody cared about roads. It's more like, where's my salary? So he told her to.
Me coming from Yankee, the only reason I support it is because they believe in spending on infrastructure than maybe other things like economy and money flowing. So me, when I go to Nigeria, I just want to see nice road, nice, you understand, nice things. I care less about other things because that one is not my prerogative, you know. Don't be my wala. But that's why it's not like I was never a partisan, but I just noticed since the APC people took over from the PDP. I just see they started fixing roads, fixing highways. I'm like, okay, dude, I don't want these PDP guys back. That's my only issue with them. Because the entire time they were doing, but Obasanjo was there, Jonathan. These guys were not fixing any road. I go to Nigeria, I'm like, it was road just bad. I'm like, what are these guys doing? What's government for? I don't know. And some people will come out and talk about they did this. I'm like, dude, me, I want to be able to drive on road and just infrastructure. That's what I care about if I visit that country. But what I noticed during Buhari time, every year, you know how they go Nigeria almost twice a year. Within months when I come back, they build all this road, they don't fix this road. I'm like, come on, man, I like this one. I like this one, man. You know that Lagos Ibadan Express Road now. I don't. It's like the same highway as Yankee.
The road is fixed. Lagos Ibadan is now very good. At least you cut that trip short. That trip now, you can make that trip 55 minutes, 1 hour.
Yeah, you know, it used to take about 6 to 8 hours to get to Oshun. Now it's 3 hours. The last time we went 3 hours, I was in Oshun.
But that,
from Lagos,
if Ibadan road is still fucked.
Some I heard some other roads. Other highways. Those ones are still bad, right? Yeah. But me, I rather have them building all these things. That's the only reason me I support APC. It's not because I like them or anything. I like anyone. If at least they're not doing anything, fix the goddamn roads, man. Road and lights is what me I want to be done in that country. Road and lights, So when I come there, I want to have good road, good light, and then security as well, So, which, But this trauma, because they talk, Nigeria is dangerous, and you can't come and they brag about where they should stay in Texas. Like I don't know that place. That place, every time I go there, I have to go with a gun because in case you see thugs and gangsters everywhere, it's not safe at all. You can't even step out of your car if you want to walk in that street, most of those streets there. It's criminals, gangsters, prostitutes everywhere. And she come here, they tell me about Nigeria is dangerous. Are you kidding me? Let me even send the link. Come and defend yourself. Before I will debate you tonight, Choma. About where you come from, where you live. They are coming here bragging.
It's Mike versus Choma tonight. Bring it
you know? You come here telling us how dangerous Nigeria is.
But
tell me where you live. Like I don't know that place.
Yeah, Nigeria is not as bad as people normally paint it.
You guys
We
are
just need some little polishing. We just need some little polishing. Because I also heard that people that have gone out of Nigeria for some time, and of course, when they now go back, in the last 2 years, when people go back home, they tell me, "Oh, I don't want to come back." Oh, like it's like, they look
even
at
one of my cousins.
there are opportunities. They look at opportunities that they also have there. Because if you have some money over there, let's say you make some money, you will make some cool bucks. Because the population is huge, even though we are saying we are having some issues. In the next few years,
no, the population is huge and poor.
Is poor, but
there's echo.
With time,
I think you're echoing.
Dorothy, mute yourself for a second. Let's see. Okay. See, yeah, it's coming from you, man. So I guess the echo is coming. We don't know why the echo is coming from you. Maybe you have another screen open or something. Even one of my cousins, the guy. Oh, we're still hearing you. We're still hearing the echo.
Is it better now?
Hold on. Let me say something. Yeah, I think we hear ourselves. So go out and come back in, man. Or close other windows screen you have open or something. Even my cousin, the guy live in Baltimore. When I go there, there's so much crime. Junkies, drug addicts, Philadelphia, all these places. That's where you live in America. What you be telling me how dangerous Nigeria is? I'm like, Abba. The guy can count how many of his friends or even people that has been shot, that has been killed in Baltimore and Philadelphia. But then you come and be telling me, oh, that Nigeria, that country, cannot go back. It's dangerous. Come on, man.
Well, Mike, Sugarland is still Southwest Houston.
No, Sugarland is not even Houston. Sugarland is more Missouri City. It's outskirts. It's not.
It's
It's not
outside.
the
It's
city.
outskirts. Yeah, but what
Yeah,
I'm saying
outskirts. So
is
it's not part of the city.
from a navigational standpoint, is the past way
But it's
past
not
all that.
Southwest. That is
All
far.
that.
If you're talking about Southwest, you got to be talking about those Bissonnet, Richmond, all of
I know
that.
Houston. I know Houston very
I know
well, bro.
Houston too. I know Houston well, man. Cities where I know it back of my head. I know Houston. I know New York very well. I know Baltimore. I know the only place I don't know very well is Atlanta. So I've been there several times. I know all these cities, man. Philadelphia.
Really, I know. I don't fly for this America. I know all those places, bro.
Even LA. I live in LA a little bit. I know LA too now. I know LA well. Now one then we'll go to that Crenshaw area, all those my little MLK. I mean, anyway, it's the MLK in America. I don't even go there, man.
Anyway, it's MLK, run.
Anyway, the name MLK Boulevard, Martin Luther King Boulevard. Oh more Ja. Malcolm, Malcolm. He's only in New York City, on 145, Malcolm X Boulevard. That one, hey, come on, man, you know safe.
So earpiece is a no go based on the testimony that I was given tonight.
Colata they are improving. They are improving. So
I can't spend my money for
One
that.
thing about Nigerian when it comes to business, they don't care about customers' comforts. You understand? In the way that even if you notice, you go to Nigerian businesses, go to their office. Even Nigerian, when I am maybe Nigerian lawyer or some one of the businessman, I go to their office in America. If they won't clean it, the place will look disorganized. I'm like, guy, you know when your customer walking, they want to feel comfortable in the place now. I don't think this place has been swept in 2 days. You know, they don't hire cleaners to come and clean your office. You don't want to spend money to do things, basic things like that, to make your customer they'll come and feel comfortable. You know, where they work in office, your place smell good. They don't care, and that's the same thing they do. The way they run business in Nigeria, they run places, airports. You don't hire cleaner. I don't make sure the cleaners are cleaning the place.
No,
Make
the
sure
airport has
blah, blah.
improved, though. The airport has improved.
Yeah, no, is the new terminal. Wait, give him a couple of years now. Even that's the new terminal. It's beginning
I flew out of the
gradually.
old terminal. I flew out of the old terminal this in January. It wasn't that. I mean, from
They don't.
it's
The
still
people hire to
bad,
do
but it
cleaning. They
wasn't
don't
that bad.
clean. They sit
No,
around.
no. I went to a bathroom. I went to pee in the old terminal.
That
Of
old
course, it
terminal, I
smelled
won't even use
of.
that toilet there. I won't even try it.
No, you can pee there. It smelled of camphor a little bit. People could even pray
You can
there.
pee. Anybody can pee
You
anywhere.
can do
Can you they
your
push? Are you
you
are
can
you
do your
done there?
Islamic. Wait, Mike. They've done it to the point that you can even do whatever Muslims do. That they, I don't know. They clean themselves or something before they worship. Ablution, yeah. You can even do
Oh, they have that
ablution
corner
there.
where you pray.
Yeah. They have that in the bathroom. It's
Do they?
better. It's better.
When you want to use the bathroom in that old terminal, even the new terminal itself, you have one lady standing there with toilet paper asking you.
Look, when I
She'll be
was
asking
leaving
you.
Nigeria, a long time ago, and I just wanted to pee before boarding the plane. You could imagine the horror I saw there. Compared to that, to what I saw this year, man, is 180
I was
degrees
when I
change.
first came here. I told you guys they said I was lying. Remember they accused me of lying. I don't know if you were here back then. Baba Kure and Omar, they were attacking me. And Ola, I'm here lying. I said, man, that's improvement. Yeah. I said I went to the airport. It's improvement. They said I'm lying. I said, well, I'm glad. Even the Lagos Ibadan Express. I was the first person to come here to tell them. They said I'm lying. I remember that time. Baba Kure, all of them. And Baba Jale Koko, they all telling me I was lying. Baba Kure, when I came back,
You know when you want to pee real bad, and then you enter the bathroom, and the pee just says, no, not this time, Mr. Man. Just
yeah, back then
hold
used to be
that
bad,
thing.
man. You have one lady
Man,
standing by
okay.
the toilet with toilet paper. First she
Yeah.
ask you give her some money,
Mr. Mike.
and then she ask if you need to wipe your ass. So I'm supposed to tell you, a woman say yes, I want to wipe my ass. Give me toilet.
Yes, Mr.
Nigeria,
Mike.
man.
Sorry for butting in. The people that doesn't travel frequently, that's what they believe. So if you tell them something, they are used to that old belief and narrative. So if you tell them something is changing, they always want to push back and said it's not true. I've driven on the Lagos Ibadan Expressway, very, very, very smooth and nice. Even if you drive through this, I don't know if you know this road in Lagos, Oworoshoki Apapa Express
They
road.
fixed that too. That was a nasty road before they fixed it.
Yes, thank God that you if you drive on that road now, very smooth and nice. But
You see the problem with a lot of Nigerians is it that they've not gone home? Is it that they've not gone home recently?
Yes, most of them
Or
have not
like
gone home
Most of
recently,
them they can't even afford to go home now. Usually the poor ones, they've been in America for like 10 years, 15. All they do is work. Your companies work for. They don't
So
give you
if you tell
vacation. They
them
only give you
something is
1 week
different,
vacation a year.
they'll tell you, yes, they'll tell you, and that's true. I have so many of my
Yeah, right.
colleagues in UK. They said they have 4
Right.
weeks vacation in a year. They can only give them 2 weeks at a time. So it doesn't make sense it doesn't make any economic sense for them to now use 2 weeks to travel to Nigeria. That they will not really enjoy or explore the country very well. I said still manage and come out of that 2 weeks. You can still see some places.
And another thing, people that live in Nigeria, they don't really see things changing around them. They just there are many changes going on, but they don't notice it because they see everything day by day. But us that just come once in a while, you can see that this used to be here. There's nothing. I mean, this has
nothing
changed.
there.
This has changed. But they won't notice.
They
They will not notice.
Most of them just stay in their neighborhood now. They don't know about the
Kulata.
Lagos Ibadan Express Road or anything like that.
Yes, Kulata and Mike. If you go through that Lekki,
Important.
Who was talking? Was that big
BQB, I think.
I can't hear
Mike, I know
You
someone
can't
that
hear
went
me.
to Nigeria. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, we can hear you now.
We can
Okay,
hear you now. We
what
can
I
hear
was
you.
saying is that from that Lekki axis, Abamalation upward, there is a massive expansion and the road is concrete. If you go there recently, you just what are they doing here? It's a massive project being done by Lagos State government on that corridor. Just wanted to point that one out. Very good. I've driven across that road, the section that was completed. Very nice.
I remember Lagos now in the 90s, even the 2000s when it was like that city was just gone, man. Even to the point where I'm like, okay, I'll have to turn Abuja to my new home. And that Abuja, I don't even like that city because I live in Abuja. I used to visit Abuja a lot. My mom was transferred there in the 90s. That Kariki.
Mike.
I'm not Abuja now. The culture in Abuja, I just don't like it. The first place I know Nigeria was a tribalistic country was Abuja. The first thing they will ask you is what tribe are you from? It's just tribalism going on in Abuja, man. I like Lagos, man. Lagos, we don't do that in Lagos.
No. When was the last time you visited Abuja?
No, Abuja is a nice city. It's clean, it's smooth, everything. But the culture, I can't deal with it.
No. I don't think so.
Maybe that's changed, but back in the days when I know Abuja, I just didn't like the culture.
Those are those days. I don't even think anybody cares in Abuja where you come from.
Okay, maybe that's changed. Maybe I'll start going there. But back then, I just never liked it.
No, I agree. Look, truly,
you walk in the room, the first thing we ask you, which tribe are you from? Are you Yoruba? I'm like, what the heck?
Abuja is getting more heterogeneous now.
Yeah,
it's getting more like Lagos now. I agree.
Nobody cares in Abuja. Because even if you look at Abuja
with Mr. Larry,
civil service in Abuja, most people you see there are basically Yoruba people, right? And you hardly see people, care about who you are, because almost everybody in Abuja are visitors. Not like the main baggy that actually are supposed to be Aborigine.
As long as you wear the kaftan,
if you
wear the kaftan, as long as you wear the kaftan,
that's another thing in Abuja.
Yes.
Particularly if you are this kind of person that you do a lot of business, right?
I think it was more common even in more southeast populated area in Abuja. Like it was. Yeah, I'll be honest. In Northerners, they were not. When I was in Abuja, I enjoyed the Northerners very well, man. I didn't know Northerners were good people until I went to Abuja, man. Because the way we played Northerners to us in the south, man, I thought they were all a bunch of these barbarians.
even most of the people that you see in Abuja, some of them are not even northerners, right? You want to wear the kaftan, you want to wear the
Yes,
cow,
yes.
and some
Yeah,
of
that's
them
true.
are very.
You know, when I went to Abuja, I was gonna notice the difference between northerners. Because
Yes.
you know, I had to learn quick because I call them there. They begin to tell me, I'm gonna come. Me, I'm not Hausa. Me, I'm Nupe, me, I'm Gwari, they start telling the name of their ethnic group. I'm like, almost sorry. Sorry.
Any day, anytime, Abuja for me.
No,
But
I like the Abuja, like the
It's well
city is
planned
nice.
and
the city
Yeah,
is
it's
well.
well planned. I was in the 90s now when they were still building it now. And now we first entered
yeah.
Abuja now. The first time they were moving civil servants from Lagos, Abuja, it was my mom. She was among them in our ministry. So we were the first batch of federal, what do you call it? Federal government workers that went there. And I remember I was living in the Daniel Apo Villa. That time they just built it. Oh my Abuja was fucking beautiful, man.
Your mom was part of those people they gave Garuki to.
No, not the Gary Kiri. I went area 3, that one.
Yeah.
No. We went to the Apo Villa, the National Assembly quarters there, you know.
Okay.
That estate now, but Apo Villa, next to. Yeah, we're there. Like, Abuja was smooth, man. That time light was on 24/7. It felt like heaven. It felt like Yankee, man.
Give it to Abuja, and you see the.
No, it's still like that. If you live in
Abuja,
Lagos and go to that Abuja, you will enjoy Abuja.
the only city I'm seeing a lot of.
Kulata, you know what led to the Niger Delta uprising? You know when Abacha wanted to do before he died, doesn't want to run for election, something like that. We want to run for.
I won't run for election.
He can't invite the Niger Delta youth. He pack it for boss. When they come campaign for Abuja, that's all of them. All of them when they went to Abuja, they saw Abuja. They were like, ah. So that way they carry our money to be this.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that place is nice.
They said, so now you have our own money. Now it's not they carry out do with this. Ah.
Abuja is well planned.
Yeah.
No, and you can see. I think Abuja is still the only state that I think I'm seeing a lot of green. You could see trees. They still
It's a
plant.
great city. It's a great city. Even in Africa, it's a great city.
You know,
I think there are about three cities like that in the world.
You know, Nigeria were the only African that built their own city, their own capital city. The rest of them are colonial cities they use now. All of them.
Yeah.
And there are some places you be in Maitama, and you see a lot of green, and you feel like it's a normal place. And I think Abuja is another place.
But during that 90s, man, Abacha was a barbarian, man. Do you know in the street of Abuja during Abacha regime, if you insult, he had DSS all over the place. If you open your mouth and insult Abacha, it was a death sentence.
You know those boys, those Abacha boys without
I'm serious.
Without their 504, you just see those guys with 504.
Yeah, those SSS 504, they're all over the place. They will just pull over and they will snatch you, or like they were almost that. Freedom was gone. If you just like talk bad about the government or say or just misbehave, they'll carry you and they will execute you.
They were always in all joints. They go to joints.
They go to join. They're hanging like and they're listening to what people are saying and things.
Sometimes they are around that federal secretariat, right? They go to that place, look at what the workers are saying. You know, it's a whole lot that time. But I think for me, I think it's Abuja any day for me, right? It's cool.
But Abuja is boring. And when I went there, it was
that time it was so boring. I just thought it was beautiful, but it was boring, man.
It's not experienced Lagos life.
All the Lagosians were the only one that were feeling bored.
You know, you guys in Lagos, you know, when you come from, you know, there's this. You want everything to move. Everything has to be fast.
It's boring, yes. It's boring.
I remember those of us that went that time when they park us from Lake. They took.
You want to enjoy. Abuja is also this place that it's cool, right? It's cool. You want life to be so cool and easy, right? There are places that you be in Abuja that you enjoy yourself, right? Like sometimes probably Saturday night, some Friday nights in Wuse to bubbles a lot. You know, enjoy some time in Wuse. Now it now depends on, you know, probably the kind of people you hang out with when you are in Abuja. Abuja is another place that you see people spending. Some of those Aboki guys then get kishi for hand, spend like you're like wow. And Abuja is another place that you can easily know this person is the son of this person. right? When you're
I
in the
remember this guy now. What's his name? The son of Jeremiah Slaney, his son.
so
Danjuma, the guy that died, he later died in a plane crash, I believe. That
so
boy was a knucklehead, man. The guy will come. You know those Apache ministers' children. They will just come to Garikiri, I would say, where people are playing pool. They will just carry the ball. They will take the ball from the table. I say, Danjuma always do that. That boy, his father was the minister of FCT, I think that time. Or I don't was he? So the guy will come. He will come to the pool, say, this is my father's land. He will take the pool. Very oppressive culture, man. I'm like, come and try this in Lagos, man. We'll bury you. Like they were all those soldier children, they just oppressing everybody. I'm like, what is
So
this?
that's another thing in Africa. You can quickly, when you are hang out with some of those guys, they can tell you, oh, this is this person, this is Erufai's son, this is this guy's son. And they have this, like this Erufai sons. There's one bad Erufai son that is always somewhere around who say that time drives recklessly. I think he lost one of his sons too around maybe I think they were driving around that Kubo axis to AYA. The road is very smooth. They do some other speed race. You see some of this lavish lifestyle, particularly some of these politicians' children.
Yeah, those politicians, children, all of them, they blow money, just live anyhow.
Even
That's why they
when
will tell you, my father is this, my mother is this, my father is a minister. They'll just be brag. I'm like, oh, shut up, man. What
even
is
before
send you?
Yusuf had that accident, Yusuf has they have this clique in Lesotho. They move around, they do all sort of things, right? Smoke, do all sort of things. And you can quickly pinpoint, okay, this person is this person's son. So they have a clique. So they kind of like there are some places you go,
Yeah, the elite children, they all connect. I notice they all
so you
back
can't
then. But the thing about those northern rich kids, man, they like we Lagosians back then, man. They used to spend on us, man.
no,
Yeah, we come. We used to bat them like crazy.
why they like Lagosians, right? You guys bring Lagosians bring a lot of life. There is a lot of things that they
We were
don't.
very lively. I didn't know Lagosian we had like swag like that. So we from Lagos, everybody worship us that time. Cause we come with this lively, energy. So everybody used to like Lagosians. If you're from Lagos, because people come from all over Nigeria now to move to Abuja that time. You understand? Because everybody moved from Benue. It's like I don't know how the government was just pulling people into Abuja, like everybody. So Lagosians, we just know ourselves. Like we just dominate the
and
scene.
and
You
I think
know,
they are
the
taking
girls, some of them used to like us, man. We call that Lagos swagger.
they are taking a lot of life to Abuja because a lot of those guys are building clubs in Abuja, like Cubana, keep building club, even Qlocks too, Qlocks. So all of them are kind of like investing into. I think there's more of nightlife in Abuja now.
Yeah, Qlocks has nightclub in Abuja too.
Yeah. So
Mm.
Cubana, Qlocks. I think there's one other guy, that actually just built somewhere around that we say too. So it's a lot of life that is coming because Abuja money deal, those guys they've taken a lot of.
Government money is there now.
And
The government
because
money
about
there.
that, even during that Buhari's time, it was so easy. Some of those guys, like, okay, Emefiele just want to make you a millionaire, right? They just tell you have a company. As I saw a lot of those things then. Do you have a company? Okay, you have a company. Okay, bring your company. Bring your company. So they just wire, give you 1 million. But those, all those things now. And those guys, they don't even hide it because they know themselves. Okay, right. And that time Tunde in Villa was also doing all sort of things. So there's a lot of money that they were, it was moving around. Somebody can just quickly talk to somebody, and somebody will link you to somebody. They can some of them kind of okay, fine. They don't want to use their company. Those arranging now. They use your company, and things will flow. You get your own, and nobody is even checkmating anything. So it was so easy to really make me people. Why people in Lagos were hustling, the Abuja folks were big.
Abuja money is just government money now,
So
oil
money
money.
was
But
just
Lagos is real
so,
money, real hustler, like
so
real.
Lagos was, you walk, you hustle, you do all those things. But in Abuja those days, right, you can quickly be a millionaire, right?
Somebody can just wire you millions, like
you can
they,
you can quickly be a millionaire. It's not like it's difficult. Probably one politician, wants to kind of like conceive something, they move they move it around. You know, they move things around. They move it. Okay, it's reach your turn. Okay, you use this. Okay, they gave you your court. You are somewhere. You move things. You know, and those lifestyle was, you know, that's why you see that most of those guys, they hardly go out. Like, you know, we from the south, we go to America, we go to Canada, you know, but some of those guys, if you ask them, they don't really want that lifestyle. Probably they go to Cairo or they are in Dubai, you know, they quickly come back to Abuja. You know, that life was there, you know, they can quickly move around. Somebody can talk to somebody, you know, somebody that knows somebody, and you know, you could quickly do one or two things, and there is money. You know, like Lagos, for you to have that money, that means you must have actually hustled. You must
Yeah, in Lagos, you work for your money. There's no connection kind of thing like that.
You bring value, serious value to the table.
Another thing, another thing that a lot of people got money in Abuja was basically real estate, because it was so easy. You know, it was so easy. You can quickly see somebody that has a lot of cash, right? That they just bought real estate, they give you your 5%, and that 5% can, you know, can quickly go into millions. You know, and this is some of them, probably somebody that doesn't even know that that thing will happen. So that time when they are
You know, the the company that was really building a lot of the doing the construction, it's kind of like they monopolized the whole thing back then. Was Dan Tata. Everywhere you go, Dan Tata and Zoe, Dan Tata and Zoe.
away.
They were just they're the only construction company I saw building everything. I'm like, oh man, this guy.
So, the Northerners, right? They have a way of spreading things, right, around themselves, right? And I think those are things that probably they want to start changing now. And that's why it's also difficult for Tinubu to cancel some contracts. Don't be surprised that a lot of contracts, some of those guys have tons of contracts. Imagine somebody has not finished one, he already has like 20 other contracts. You know,
Yeah, they were giving themselves contracts.
yeah, so
That's how a lot of northern millionaires came about, like government contracts from
so
here
it
and
was
there.
so easy, you know, quickly, they quickly get things moved around. And I think probably for those things to change, it's a whole lot of things, right? It's not really easy for somebody from the south to just come and think, you know, things, because you know, most of those guys are used to money. You understand? And now all of them, most of one of them that I know, I was talking to one of them recently, and he was like, it's Larry, it's not Abuja is crazy now. And I understand, because that time it was, you know, money was really flowing. You understand?
But I think when Jonathan came, he kind of stopped on that too.
No. Jonathan was, even that Jonathan period, that was when money was even really moving in Abuja.
Who was the minister of FCT during Jonathan time?
It's Bala Mohammed now. That was
Don't worry, they all angry that we case.
it was during Bala Mohammed. That was why I said Bala Mohammed. Everybody was selling land in Abuja at that time, because there was a lot of land racketeering. So everybody was selling land. Paper was flowing everywhere. FCDA paper.
You know, Wike will be the first Southerner to be the minister of FCT.
Yes. So, and you know,
that's why they were pushing. They didn't like it. You know,
because when Wike came, right, there are a lot of deals. Okay, take for instance this Pack and Pay that they are shouting, right? That Wike said he's going to cancel it. Do you know the deal they did with Pack and Pay? Pack and Pay was going to come. I think government was just going to go at 20%, and Pack and Pay, those guys were going to hold 80%, which doesn't really make any sense, right? So there are a lot of things that they've done that have changed government. Okay, another thing that they change government is if there is an estate in Abuja, right? Government is supposed to provide infrastructure. So in terms of if they are opening a new estate, they'll provide infrastructure, they will build roads, they will do one or two things. Now look at that, right? And you now sell that infrastructure, you now sell those land to some private guys that tell you, they just come in, they said, oh, they want to build low cost housing and all those things. You give them paper and all those things. Those guys will sell those lands, right? They will sell those lands. Government is not getting anything. Government is doing infrastructure. And I think when Wike came, Wike was more like, yeah, I can take that land for myself. Government can, because if government is providing infrastructure, and you guys came with the guys that you want to do low cost, and you are not even building anything. All you do is to collect that land and look for a way to sell it, to resell, you know, which was not really the intention, you know, why they gave you that land. So those are things that Wike is kind of like changing. And changing that means that a lot of free money were not really going to flow within Abuja. Another money that this government is really taking out of Abuja is the bureau de change money. That time it was so easy. If you go to those Uze Zone 3, right, you see a lot of all those guys there. Smart guys. Collect it from CBN, move it to that side on weekend. Everything is flowing, everybody is happy. But those things again, they've taken it out of their way. So that's another free money that they took out. Not on okay. Look at the free money, the money that was really flowing, even in CBN that time, even during what's this guy's name? This Emir Sanusi. When Sanusi was CBN governor, you could basically see it was basically Kano. On Friday in CBN like this, that it's more like Kano extension. So and when Emefiele came, Emefiele was basically trying to play, trying to compensate those guys. And everything was kind of like, because they told him, I think they deceived him that they were going to, that he was the favorite and, they were going to support him for presidency. So a lot of those things were really happening. That's why you see a lot of them grumbling now, because a lot of those free spaces, they are not really getting, and some of those guys are not really used to working for money. These are guys that get free money. You do one or two things, one or two paper, put everything together before money is moving, weekends and things like that. And those free money are not in Abuja again. That's why you see they are doing all sort of things like, they don't like Wike. They will use everything, to get Wike out. And Wike is a stubborn guy, and Siwaju supported him. So they just had to, wait for another, wait for 2027, see what they can actually do. That's Abuja for you. For
Yeah,
me,
what I noticed about a lot of the Northerners, they depend heavily on that government money, man. Like,
it's not their
that
fault now.
being
My
rich without working for it.
Mike, it's not their fault now, because some of these things, it depends on how you were being brought up. Like if you are used to, now somebody in Lagos, your mentality is all about, okay, I have to hustle, I have to think, I have to, do plus or minus to see if this thing actually makes sense. But somebody in Abuja that, okay, their father were basically probably government people. The money that was flowing around was basically government money, and and most things, and this is part of why I still like the Northerners, right? They have a way of fixing themselves.
Yeah, they look out for themselves, man.
So,
They
so they've
just
been able to fix, they'll fix themselves into those strategic positions, so that at the end of the day, you are not even disturbing me.
yeah, that's what they do. That's true. That's true.
Don't disturb me. You can see somebody, when this guy was in custom, it was basically, even in some northern states, right? What they do,
But it's not. It's just. I think it's their culture. It's not only told themselves that they did it to. I was a lot of us in the south. But even if I would have stayed in Abuja, like just stay around there, I probably would have been a millionaire. Because once you get close to them and they like you, they can change your life. They can just they can give you what you want.
yeah,
They are
and
very give. Maybe it's as Islamic this thing. They believe in giving.
yeah, an average northern, most of their lifestyle, they believe that if you are truthful to them, right, they are all with you. If they want to do business deals with you, they just believe that if they believe that you are truthful, right, they want to be open to you. You understand? Or not until recently that, there are a lot of, kind of like, some of those guys too don't want to really be plain.
Yeah, that's the reason why I like them. Because when I interacted with them, like these people, man, I enjoy those Northern guys, man. They will give you, they like back then, because I was the ones I was close to, because I was just honest and just I'm a very honest person. Me, like before you see me start lying to you, man, unless it's for, I don't lie for no reason. I'm not that kind of person. So when I was interacting with them, I would tell them something. They realize what I tell them is exactly what it is. You understand? So they just like me a lot. So those guys used to give me stuff, like even like they'll give you things. Like, and I know if I would have been around, they probably would have made me rich. So I really enjoyed my time with them, and with the North, in the North, with the Northerners, man. They were very simple people.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of, there are a lot of, most of those guys, they are billionaires. A lot of those guys have a lot of money. Some of them, there are money that, they've one way or the other, they've been able to to hold, some of them, probably their father has some of this oil well, and it's just a whole lot of money within that they just waste around. And me, I think those are things that probably Tinubu is trying to do. It's so concentrated. There is a lot of power concentrated in that north. They've been able to hijack a lot of sectors. If you go to some places,
Larry, but they are not. One of the problems that we are having right now is people are saying that the more they concentrate this power. I know I had an encounter with somebody like that also, just like what you are saying. You see, these guys, they just like you said, they don't. Money is nothing to them. Their children, you play with them. Oh my God, these guys, they will telling you when they just open some few things to you, just see you marvel. Like, you mean this kind of money is inside Nigeria?
Do you want me to be
problem
honest with you guys?
the
That
problem
money
is
is
what about
okay. Finish. Yeah.
the small guys? Look at what they are doing. Look at what they are doing in that protesting. Eh? The elite over there, up there. I know that they are very honest guys. I work with one of them like that. I mean, somebody when I was serving, and the guy, no. That's that one thing. But even though they look after their own, the elite are not also good to the what? To the ones at the bottom, the grassroots people. They just want to keep them at their level. Just give them food. Let them be at their level. You use them for election purposes and for some certain things. Just pick one out of them that will just take care of. But that is not working for the country. It's affecting the country.
The problem of the elites. The elites in the north, they hardly have a say, because it's more of religion, and even you are even afraid to go against some things. Sanusi tried it, and that was why he was having a lot of problem in his, when we first started as an emir, right? So there are instances that they want to say some things, and because of that fear of the imams, they can quickly turn people against them. So what most of them just do is just that, okay, let me keep short, rather than. That's why you see most of them wanting to, like, even though they have some views that are against some of all those things, but it's really difficult for them to be able to promote some of the things they believe in, because in the north the problem is, don't let them cancel you. They can easily cancel you, because once they brainwash some of those people, they will be against you. And most people, most families, you don't even want them to get to that point of somebody just telling those people some things, and at the same time they just come against you and they quickly cancel you. So they would rather want to, like, okay, fine, let them find their way to not even talk. Look at somebody like Dangote. Imagine if Dangote is this kind of vocal person. It's not like Dangote like a lot of things that is even happening in that Kano now. You understand? But it's just better that you don't talk.
Yeah, right. One thing I know, if you begin to go against the Islamic principles or things like that, they can cancel you quick.
They can easily cancel him.
Yeah, but what I can say about the money thing, like we all see them, and the way people are becoming rich, they make each other rich. We think somehow it's because they got money only go to them, they got power. To me, I don't think it's true. That money is spread around, is shared around Nigeria. You understand? It's kind of like it's same as the allocation money that goes to every state, kind of like that. The difference between them is the Northerners believe in making anybody they know rich. You understand? Like when Northerner is in position of power with all the money, he will take that money, many part of it, he will share, make all his friends and people he knows, this time, anyone that he knows that's alive, that he's close to, he will make sure they all become rich. But a Southerner, the Southerners in charge of those money in the South. The only people that will be rich will be immediate family member. Everybody else they know, friends, they will keep you poor. They may be giving you crumbs, but they will keep you poor so that you can be worshiping them. That's our culture in the South. The Southerners in charge of the wealth in the South. They don't believe in making their people rich, their fellow distant friends, anything but rich, because they know if you're making rich now, you won't respect them again.
Yeah,
That's our culture.
You are right. You are right. You are right about South.
Which
The South.
Saturn, which Saturn you know? Which friend, your friend inside, you know, that's a millionaire that will give you millions for you to make you rich too. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't want you to measure up to him. He wants to oppress
Our
you.
our people even odd information. Is that not what I normally shout on this platform?
They
You see
will
that
want
anytime.
information. They don't want to make
Let
you
me tell
capture. They
you.
want
Let
me.
me.
But I think their people are the same everywhere. It's because we
No,
don't
Northerners are
really.
different. I'm telling you.
No, I
We are.
don't think so. So why are they oppressing their people now? Why is it that
No,
their leaders?
no. He didn't get the point we are saying. If they
That's
don't
it.
know you, like if you are maybe, they, of course they can't make all the population rich now. What we are,
No,
they,
they
of
don't
course they
want them. It's not as if they can't. They even don't want them to be. That's the
no
point now.
no they don't have. Hold on, wait. You didn't get the point we are making here. In terms of governance, yeah, they're terrible. Everyone is Africans. They don't know how to create economy, create things, or create. They are terrible. They don't have the kind of mental. But what we are telling you is that wealth that's coming to them. We are telling you we live in the north. We see a lot of wealthy northerners. And how they get
Okay,
their wealth?
Mike, you live
Government
in the
money. Well,
north.
hold on. What they are doing is everyone they know, like for example, a northerner can be in charge of control. Let's say control the state money now. All his childhood friends, anyone that you know their name that he is connected to, it will make all of them rich. That's what we are telling you.
Because
We are
of
not saying
interest now, because of personal interest. That's why
what's the
you
personal
see.
interest in making your friends that you
No,
don't even.
I want my person to be in charge of this thing because I'm going to be the one that will get something eventually through him. You want to plant people. Southerners do that too now. All these things
But
now as if
I think you are missing the point we are making here.
no, I get your point, but I'm holding a different position. That's just the thing. I'm not missing it. I understand what you are trying to say,
Yeah,
but I'm saying is
Patoki,
that
But you
people
say
are
you
the
know
same.
you disagree now.
People are the same everywhere. Greedy like that.
We are telling you they are not the same. We are just giving you why we are different.
I hold a different opinion. I'm just telling you why I also feel that they are the same. It's
No,
because people.
Patoski.
Well, we
Do you know
already
that
gave you
the
the
Greek
can you hear me?
reason now.
Oh, let me
Let's be realistic with
down. You
ourselves.
people have been holding one
The
opinion
everybody
since.
is busy.
Let me put
Human
down
beings
this
are
opinion. Let me
greedy.
finish. Let me finish before you counter me. At least you people have been going in the same direction. I'm saying no. That people are the same. You understand? It's just that we have not looked at behind it. What is the interest? The southerners too, if they have opportunity where they need their people so that their interests will be protected, they'll put them everywhere. They'll create opportunities because they know that they will get something from it. If they know they are not going to get something, they won't. They won't just arbitrarily say, "Oh, yeah, my friend, come and become this,
Okay,
come and
We
become
don't even
that."
get your point at all.
hold on.
I mean, you're
You
not making
get
any
it.
point
It's
at
different from
all.
your own.
1 second.
Hold on,
Let
it's
me
not
let me
different.
finish.
Hold on. Let's try to be logical
Okay,
here.
why?
Let's
But
just
you
not.
didn't get it now. You didn't get it. So why are you saying it's not different? You just saying you did it because you can't stand it.
Hold on,
Just
calm down, man.
okay,
Don't be
okay.
emotional. I don't know.
Okay, we don't agree. I'm not emotional. You said we didn't get
Let's
your point.
debate. Calm down,
So
calm
how do
down.
you know? How do you know it's different?
Dude, calm down, man.
Let me chime
Is
in.
that we know it's different? When we say something, we give you example, right? And so why are you saying, oh, how do you know? How do you know? We give
I'm
you
saying
we
that
say something, you don't give us
Southerners are
any kind
like
of.
that. Southerners who have interest to protect
Mike, can
also
you hear
help
me?
people.
So okay. So what's the difference between the Southerners in government in charge of money and the Northerners in government in charge of money? What's the
The
difference?
same
Don't they both have
thing.
interest?
The same thing. Look at Tinubu, for example. There are so many people like that in the south. Look at Bega Daniel. They will put their
Yeah,
people.
Mike, can you hear me?
Let Prince Daddy
Yeah.
come in. Prince Daddy come in now.
Okay, cool. Patoki land, right?
He's
So
already
why?
landed, man. Go ahead.
I've already landed. I'm just saying they are the same. Human beings are the same. It's not as if because they
Well,
are
see,
southerners.
We're not saying human being. Hold on, calm down. Wait.
hold on.
Patoski, if we want to debate, you got to debate on the point, not just on throwing
They are
bunch
the
of points in
same
the
in
wall.
that strength too. They help
In
people
which sense?
because
The
of
point.
interest. Now, what
Hold
you're
on.
arguing is that it's
Calm down.
just
Calm
that
down. Let's make it structural. Let's make this discussion structural. I don't like this blah 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 argument. Like just
nobody's
let's make
making
it
blah blah
structural.
arguments. I'm
This
just
is
holding
what
a different
because
opinion.
that's
So
you like
don't
to
run
create all
it.
these
Don't
unnecessary
run it
arguments. I
down by
don't.
saying blah blah blah.
Dude, calm the fuck down, man.
I'm not
Don't
stressed.
start
I'm just
pissing me
taking a
off, man.
flow.
Calm the fuck
I'm
down.
not.
I'll throw you the fuck out, man. I don't have time for this dumb shit, man.
Yeah, you can't
Now get the fuck out, man. Go, good night, bitch. Idiot. I
stay
don't like
like
dumb
that.
people, man.
Take it easy.
The guy is annoying, man. They will just come just to create unnecessary arguments. We're trying to have a conversation. He's just trying to turn everything to stupid arguments.
Well, Mike, I understand Patosi and I understand your point. Patosi is trying to make the point that if that been the case, how come there's a lot of suffering in their environment, and how come their place is not as more, I guess, developed that helps other people. But to your point, I agree that when it comes to the Northerners, it is true that I can say it's easier if you work with Northerners for them to give you the secret of their sauce. Is that what you're saying, Mike? Um,
Repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
I said with a Northerner, it's easier when you work with them, if you're friends with them, for them to give you the secret of their sauce. You can become you can get wealthier or wealthy.
Yeah,
dealing with
that's
a
the simple
Northerner.
argument we are making. Like the Northerners, right? Let me give you example. Like, let's say me and you we went to high school, right? And you know my name, you know that kind of stuff. So the Northerner, once he gets to that position of power, right? Like gets in charge of money, you see all those wealth, right? Once he knows you and he remember you are someone he knows your name, he run into you, he will call you. Next thing, he can wire millions into your account, just make you rich. He just wants you to be rich. You understand? So that's what we are saying. We are not
Yeah.
saying that they care about their whole population of becoming good. That side, they are terrible. That's why I told him, like, hey, in terms of governance, governing their people, they are terrible. But when it comes to friendship, they always help their
Right.
friends. Like anyone that's
Yeah.
friends, relative, distance, they will make sure you are good. They can turn you, they will make you when they become rich, they want you to be rich. And then
I agree.
whereas in the south, that's the all we are saying. Whereas in the south, once a guy he gets in that place, he becomes rich, he doesn't even want his friends to be rich. He wants his
Right.
friends to see him and worship him. Or if he comes around,
Yeah.
you want to he may give his friend crumbs, maybe give you some change. Say, okay, take this money. He just give you some spray money on your dream party, just to oppress you. But he would never want you to be as rich as him. He doesn't want you to become rich like him. That's what we are
That's true.
saying. And that's the point we are making.
But
And he's telling us that it's a lie, that is all this thing.
no,
I'm like,
no,
dude,
no. It was
what are you arguing
approaching.
against?
It was approaching from a different angle. But to your point, I totally agree. They are, yeah, the Northerners, yeah, they're much different in that regard. The Southerners, they want you to worship them. In fact, they don't tell you the secret. They don't tell you how they make their money. They always kind of hoard information. So I agree with you on that point.
No, I mean, no one is. I mean, one man is saying anything. No one is saying he can't disagree. But I'm trying to calm him down. Let's just have structural conversation. But he kept shouting, as if we were arguing over something. I'm trying to make us just have civil, calm conversation, but he was just be shouting, and I don't like that stuff, man. I don't like someone shouting on me, man. I don't play that crap. If I'm moderating, if I say calm down, let's make it structured so we make your point so we understand what we are saying rather than just shouting on each other. I don't like when people argue blindly. It just gets to me. Like it's like we just argue for no reason. We are not. It's like you're not agreeing or disagreeing, but just arguing. So what we arguing over? Like on structural argument, I don't like it. I see it a lot in Nigerian panel. People will just be arguing like, okay, what are these people? What's the base of their argument? There's no base. It's just arguments. Another person that does that is Sunan. They'll just be arguing with you. I'm like, dude, what are we arguing against? And then when you give them a point, they will move the goalpost and start arguing on something different. They start doing trauma arguments. You may start argument on point A, and then before you get to the whole point, they will shift it to another argument and start arguing again. I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? Are we trying to get to a logical conclusion, or we just want to be shouting back and forth and be arguing? And that stuff just irritates me about Nigeria. That's why you oftentimes I just don't want to get on panels, you know.
Mike, Mike, Mike.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. I don't want to come at me. Go
Well,
ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm going to come at you because I've been listening to you and Matosi going back and forth. Why do you have to be cursing people out? You can make your explanation without cursing people out. We're
Well, if I
almost
give you a warning,
cursing
you keep
people.
on. Hold on.
There's no child here on this channel, and adults are listening to this show. Even kids also listen to this show. You have the power to remove any fix. Don't listen to you. Must you curse out? Must you act in that way? Yes, it was so loud, not listening to you, but you can take him out. You don't have to argue. You don't have to curse anybody else.
Well, if I'm telling you to calm down and let me goddamn moderate and you don't give me the chance, and you're behaving like a little bitch, you start shouting on me, I'll cuss you out now. Well, maybe I'm
No,
wrong for cussing in my group.
that's childish. That's childish. You
You're
can't be
right.
doing
You're right.
that.
I don't have to
You are
cuss
not.
anybody out. You're right. You got a point there. I agree with you. But hey, everybody have their own, man. Like, bros, like, just don't piss me off. That's all. When you start shouting on me, I'm like, dude, calm down. Let's make it structural. And you keep shouting on me. That's an insult already now. But anyway, let's switch topic, man.
Okay, it's all good. It's all good. What else? What topic did one man had earlier?
I didn't follow the show, Sha. I didn't follow the show.
Oh, okay. Larry, is he there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I want to jump back on this NAI. I think it's NAI you guys call it. This
NIA.
intelligence NIA. Okay, NIA. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Um, I'm trying to see, how effective this agency is really. You know, so Nigeria is not known for investing a lot of money in things. So you have all these intelligence people all around the world. What information are they really gathering? So what have they done in regards to Boko Haram and all those weapons coming from Libya and all those places? What intelligence are we getting from there? Are they really helping us?
You see, everything still goes down to what I was saying in terms of the intelligence, right? That they gather, and how they're able to synchronize that intelligence across, right? We have some. If don't be surprised that we have a lot of agencies that going by their core mandates, they are supposed to do a lot. And now, unfortunately, what you see in most cases is that some of them are just some of the agents are just conduit pipe to make a lot of money. You understand what I'm saying? And that's exactly what you see. Like if NIA is functioning well, there is a whole lot of intelligence that they can share. Intelligence by probably one of if any country have one or two issues by them having their people all around, they can quickly get that and quickly send it directly probably to the NSA, it gets to the state house. But that's not what you see. If not for that sting operation that they did that other time, a lot of people don't even know anything about NIA in Nigeria. A lot of people don't even know, if they even exist. Even if you look there at their office, even in Abuja, you see this place that everything is secrecy. You don't even know if there's an agency there. Everything is secret. Even people that work there, probably they probably one of the things. I used to have somebody that worked in NIA that time. It took me time before I knew that he was actually working in NIA. And I asked him, is it more of like a secret court that they tell you guys not to make people know where you work? And it was like, he was telling me some things because of their work. And I said, what's your work? You understand? So I understand what you said because a lot of them, they have, if they work by do what they are supposed to do, they have a lot of things that they can actually help in terms of with security and everything. Now, look at the DSS, for instance. What do you see with DSS? DSS are now being used for some political, for some political jobs. When if they are supposed to do what they are supposed to do, they are supposed to be the ones to gather a lot of intelligence across the country and probably share that intelligence with the police and them working hand in hand. But what do you see? You see that DSS want to now come out and like, oh, if probably the presidency have problem with somebody, look at what they did with that had to make Oshibajo to sack that man. basically going to National Assembly, locking the gate, masking up, you know, is that their work? We all know that that's not their work now, Prince Daddy.
Yeah,
It's
well,
just,
just like you said, this again, NAI, whatever. It's I haven't heard. I don't think I heard about it before. It appears that we have so many quote unquote, or I guess intelligence, agencies in Nigeria. And quite frankly, to an average Nigerian, I don't know the benefit. I think we need to spend all those resources on policing. Okay, that's what we need. That's what we need help policing. And and I think the army, the military, they have enough money to prosecute the war or the terrorists of Boko Haram and those groups, but they're not even doing it because the military is so corrupt at the top. So we need to spend all our money on security with the police, not this other intelligence agencies going around the world. Who cares? I- You know how much the United States spends on damn CIA, billions and billions of dollars every damn year. Those, I mean, okay. Anyways, and there's no way we don't have anything to we don't do research and development, we don't do none of those things. So I'm not sure what kind of intelligence really that those people be gathering around the world. I can tell you they can just go to the FBI website and go do their research there and get all the information. I'm telling you, to me it's just a waste of time. As much as even the embassies around or the ambassadors and the embassies around the world that Nigeria has, I think it's a waste of time. For example, in West Africa, they should just consolidate the embassies, okay, and we have the headquarters in Ghana. And these other countries in West Africa, they can go to Ghana to do whatever they want to do, for example. And same thing in South Africa. If you have one in South Africa and one in Kenya for the East Africans. We can't afford all this expenses. We can't. And again, with the agencies, intelligence agencies, too much money. Too much money going to DSS and all these other things. It's not worth it.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And there's a lot of duplication of efforts, right? Everybody is kind of like doing the same thing, and it's more of, okay, who is superior, you know, they are not working together. And that's why you see that, that's one of the reasons why we are having this issue of Boko Haram, from Boko Haram to, all these bandits, you understand? Because it
But
goes,
sorry, quick, Larry. You said it earlier. You said it earlier. You said that this organizations they work in silos or they work in their own separate ways. And in intelligence analysis is key. The ability to correlate all the intelligence from DSS and all these other agencies together to analyze them and to so we can have effective intelligence deployed. We don't do it. So the question is, why do we have them? The whole purpose for them to work together and protect the country. So you're telling me, oh, DSS wants to keep their own information, they don't want to give to the police and this and that. So what is the value? What are they there for?
exactly, that's one of the problem that we have, right? And at every time, people will say, oh, let's create more agencies. Take, for instance, now, look at police and NSCDC. There is a whole lot of things that, that there is a lot of duplication of work between the police and NSCDC, right? And, at the point, people were even saying, oh, let's go and get, I think, Peace Corps. What's Peace Corps? I think there's one other agent, people that were kind of like saying government should register them, and that's that they want to start doing. It's more of duplication of efforts, and that's where, for me, right, I need the NSA to, and that was exactly when I was saying coordination of intelligence. Not, but what do you see now? You even see people from the NSA office now doing. They said, oh, these people arrested people from NSA office. What is NSA office? You understand what I'm saying, Prince Daddy? You know, people from NSA. So NSA now does it mean NSA also have their own arm, of security? And if they can coordinate all those things, it will be easier. If some people focus on intelligence, some people focus on coordinating the intelligence, and some people focus on executing.
what they get from those intelligence, it will be easier.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not everybody focusing on the same thing. You are the same organization that wants to collect the intelligence. You are the same organization that wants to work on the intelligence. You are the same organization that wants to effect the arrest, right? So at the end of the day, right, and it's all about so that it's not so everybody wants to carry the grace. Like, yeah, it's DSS that did this, it's police that did this, it's NSCDC that did this. You understand what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, it's going to move on to be zero because you are all not going to do anything. And the crazy thing that happens in Nigeria now, mistrust is another key thing, right?
Una still dey here.
We dey here, Madam Zita. We never run.
Now what for now?
Now weekend now.
Yeah. I didn't know I would meet you guys by now.
Now weekend, we just the gist. So Prince Daddy, so mistrust is another thing. Take for instance now, you got access to a very key intelligence and you shared it with another security agency, right? And that particular intelligence now leaked, right? And don't be surprised that some of those agencies are even so careless that they even tell the suspect where the intelligence is coming from. Then it will now be them against you. Do you remember one issue when they had one kidnapper like that, would that Madame or what I did, Wadame, be something, that the police were trying to arrest one military guy went there to shield him, to tell him to escape and on all those things. And those are things that cause a whole lot of things. I understand, mistrust is another key thing. And everybody is just working for their own organization, not working for the country. It's not like everybody unlike what we have in the US here, where everybody believes that whatever we are doing is the fact that we are defending America. It's not like because we want to show that CIA is better than FBI, right? That's not what they are thinking of here, and that's exactly what they think of in every police want to show that they are better than DSS. DSS want to show that they are more matured when it comes to handling things than the police. Army wants to show that they are superior to police, right? So if you put all of them in a single operation, you hardly see them working hand in hand because it's all about who is superior, right? Which organization is better. Now, police do not want to work with NSCDC because they believe, they are superior to NSCDC. So those are basic things that if you really want security to work, there has to be proper coordination. And there has to be people that are joining some of these agency, not because they want to join that agency, but because they love the country.
Mike, una don't catch Yaya Bello.
That's true. We forgot about everybody. Forgot about that guy. Where is he now?
No, they will catch Yaya Bello. They will catch Yaya Bello now. He lost again in the court. Why they didn't go after Yaya Bello was because of that Kogi State High Court. There's a judgment in Kogi State High Court. So I think they just vacated that judgment yesterday. That was when, appeal court vacated that judgment. That is illogical. So that's what they've been marching on. Like they have a court injunction that says they can arrest him. And since that is actually gone, so I expect the EFCC to now go all out. Because nothing is holding them back. Nothing like, there's a joint injunction. Because that's what they've been using. They said, there's until you vacate that, and they've been able to vacate that Kogi State injunction. So I think EFCC should go all out for him now, except they are still doing their normal politics.
So, how na go take cash out? Na know where he dey.
He dey Kogi now.
I dey ask.
we know where he dey governor's office.
Kogi na state too. Kogi no be the name of a street, na state.
That EFCC guy no try. Yeah, Habelu we una supposed speak. You still wait until governor come. They come put out for governor. Una don't pick her.
By the way,
Nothing.
what did he do, sir? If I may ask.
No. I think there is I think there are some corruption allegation regarding 180 billion, 180 billion. I think 80 billion naira.
80 billion.
Yes. 80 billion. And I think there's another case. You know, his in-law was in EFCC custody for I think for almost months. There's another case on that. You know.
180 billion. 80
No,
billion
not
from
80.
where?
Not 180. 80.
From where now? So he took all the Kogi for 8 years. He ruled in Kogi. He collected all their money.
Yeah, now White Lion now.
And these are the same governors, Larry. And these are the same governors that they can.
Person.
Imagine.
I think that guy was the youngest governor Nigeria had, right?
Yes, as at that time.
Is there anyone younger than him now?
No, I think there are younger people now. I think they are younger. I think this Taraba governor should be younger. I don't know.
And that's what we get from a younger person.
And I think this present governor too is younger. This present Kogi State governor is younger. I think he's his cousin.
So he hide them inside the government house.
Now him cousin now, Madam Zita. What's the cousin they do for cousin?
So EFCC know they enter government house.
You know there is
and the
immunity
DSS know they enter government house.
Immunity there now.
I saw a warrant for him. That's why I'm asking. They
Yes.
say arrest him at sight.
Yes, there is.
So
if
I see him, I should arrest him.
You should arrest him more because he's been declared wanted. So
Madam Zita. These are the same governors who I heard yesterday that only 7 or so out of the 36 state governors that have accepted that they are going to 7 or 11 that have accepted that they are going to pay the minimum wage. So I think now out of 36, not from the southeast, a lot of them, few of them from the south. I think it's only maybe Oyo and Lagos. North, none from the core north. It's only Taraba and Adamawa is from the north. So you can just see, even south. I don't understand.
You see, my brother, Nigerians are impossible. The problem is not, when I talk now, they go no good like me, but I don't really care. When they say the governor, they say the government. Since after independence, nobody has ruled us except us. So I don't even know what this thing. They have said we should be paid 70,000. Shut down the state until the governor pays it. But this same governor will come and tell them a beautiful story why he cannot pay it. And most of them will not ask questions. They will not do research. They will keep quiet. Then one day they will wake up and say, hungry, suffer. I'm still waiting for a governor that said he has not received his allocation. And until then, he should be held responsible to pay the minimum wage. Unless otherwise, Nigeria wants to run like the Western culture where it depends on the county, it depends on the state, it depends on the manipisa you are. Maybe, if it's not a general something, then maybe it depends on the state you are. You earn more. You pay more tax. Unless they want to run Nigeria like that. Otherwise, every state governor is supposed to pay that 70,000 naira. Although it doesn't mean anything anyway, because you will just cause what did the lady call it again? He said the food price gauging. That thing is called price gouging. That's what is happening in Nigeria. Those prices are inflated. And now they hear they are
Every
doing
inflation.
70. Hello?
I said inflated prices. Yesterday, I
Yeah.
saw
Yeah,
a place where they were selling
food in
corn seven
Nigeria, the
500.
prices are inflated. It's just Nigerians doing those things. And they've been doing it over the years. Anytime they remove subsidy, they will gouge prices in Nigeria to make Nigerians overreact so that they will continue importing 1 liter of fuel and tell the hopeless government that they imported 20 liters and get money. By the way, I heard that most of these oil company boys are dying. What's going on? Is it because of Dangote refinery? Don't mind me, I'm just joking. But I think 3 of the importers are dead. 2 from Igbo land, 1 from the north. They died. You know, this guy is an importer. This guy that died in the UK. Actually, that's where
Is
he
it
met his. Yeah. Yeah, he's
Chris?
one of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the power.
Then the other one, is it Aneke and Amadu? The northern guy, and one another Igbo man that died. Is it last week? Buying fuel importers.
I know they want to continue that for importation, and God will not allow them.
Yeah, that's why they want
Let's
Dangote
succeed.
refinery to die.
So that we will know
Because
how to handle that
listen,
when you want to give.
you see, Dangote refinery doesn't necessarily mean that the moment you start refining, where prices will be low. But what is
Yeah,
going to do it will not be low. But what is going to do over time is that when there is no scarcity of a particular commodity, the price controls itself. You get the point? If there is fuel everywhere in Nigeria, enough to go round, to the extent that all those smuggling of finished product into Benin, all those things they do in Nigeria, they will still be doing it, but it won't cause any scarcity anywhere. There will be so much that is like, the way you go to buy bread. You say, I want to buy bread. Such commodities, when it gets to that level, I've forgotten what they call it in economics, it will automatically control itself. The price will just drop. You wake up one morning, the price will drop. And remember, there is one thing Nigerians don't remember. It evaporates. So it's not actually something you will say, let me store. If like what they did, there is one strike they did in Zambia when we were younger, when my aunt was a judge in Zambia. That strike, anytime I remember it, I have a good laugh. Have you ever seen where you got somebody so angry, his best dish, you prepare it and drop it in front of the person is hungry, the person wants to eat that food, but because he's angry with you, he'll be looking at that food one eye, but he will not eat it. Such a strike has happened in Zambia before. Ignore them. Buy bicycle. Nigerians start using things that, after all, in Netherlands, they mostly use bicycle.
Yeah,
The thing will evaporate. Now, me they tell you, not be this fuel.
Is a bicycle country. Yeah, and but what you said, you look at telecommunications now.
All those
When telecommunications came that time,
when they came out,
they were able to. And now,
when NTN came out, you remember that is sold for 20,000 naira. You forgotten?
Yes.
My
You have to go and collect loan.
3309 was my mobile number then. 080. Anybody that has 080 330 is the first week. Go and check. Anything 330 is the first week. 20,000 naira. Then. 21, 22. They even sold 25 after that. Today,
It's
they're
still
giving it free. You want SIM card, they
it's
will give
free.
you. Just take the SIM card, continue paying. We need the money.
That's it.
So
Today is
such
free.
things control itself. They control
Yeah,
itself.
yeah.
There will be a time if Dangote refinery is allowed to run in its full capacity, there will be a time some stores will give you credit to put fuel in your tank. In my country, Nigeria, it will happen.
Yeah, I believe. I so
If
much
you
believe.
shop something like ShopRite, you shop something like particular supermarket, you are their regular customer. Easter, Christmas, they give you credit card. They give you something like
Credit card to you.
$50,000, $100 to go and buy fuel in a particular filling station that they have alliance with. I can assure you that. That means the filling station is telling them, giving them something like a discount so that their fuel inside their reservoir will not evaporate. It will get to that. But Nigerians don't like something like that. They're complaining. My brother, if you see what comes out of Nigeria, what Nigerians are saying, I don't pity them any longer.
Me, I don't pity them.
I don't.
That's just, I don't. I
I
don't.
don't.
I've left that. Madam Zita? Do you know, Madam Zita? My own university, they partner with an alumni. They partner with an alumni of that university, and they cultivated 9 hectares of what of maize farm, and they had a deal with the market women that is in Ogun State. They said the market women, about 160 something of them, you are coming into the farm. It's already it has reached harvesting stage. So you're gonna go in there, pick seven for 500 naira, 7 corns for 500 naira, big ones. You're gonna pick it yourself. You come out, you'll be able to tell me for every 500. If you pick 21, that's 1,000, that's around 1,500. So when we divided this, about 70 naira per corn, 71 naira per corn. Now these are the same set of human beings that will go out. They were even, I saw the video, because I was on the Facebook page and on the social media handle of the university, and I saw them, they were even shouting, praising the vice chancellor and the guy that did that, which is something that all of us should be emulating. Now, these guys will go out there on the street to go and sell for 400 naira, and they will call Tinubu, and they will be shouting. They will be that I'm talking to the house gouging.
I am telling you that I know they pity them
Did that
again.
for
I know they pity them again. Since after that bad governance, I started talking with a lot of them, which include my relations. The kind of things those people are saying and their kind of reasoning, I begin to see that it's not actually that they want the country to be good. 90% of them are talking about they're interested in who is in Aso Rock. So I didn't want to, I said, let me forget these people. Because what they're asking for, they are not getting it. They not go get up. And what they need, they are not asking for. So I leave it to them. Look at what is happening in Kenya. The Kenyan man has gone back to his tax madness again. I think that guy has a penchant for taxing. I'm telling you, he has penchant for taxation or whatever. He's taxing them again. No, he has rolled out that tax again. Although
Kenya didn't really have, I don't think Kenya really had more natural resources like that. As in, they are just about to start dipping
they
their.
do.
It's
Even
more or less
they do.
agriculture. They have agriculture. They are very good in agriculture. I mean, they do well in agriculture-based businesses.
What happened is
And
that Kenya, most African countries are not as lucky as Nigeria. Because I have never seen a country so looted, so
So Lieutenant, this
vandalized,
time.
so brutalized like Nigeria, and it's still standing. Number one, we have a lot of Nigerians outside of Nigeria, remittance. Then we have this crude all over the place that actually it is not actually controlled. Not controlled. So most people are making free money from it. So in as much as it's not good in the country, money flows around in Nigeria until Buhari came and collected it, all of them from them, and go and set it up days. Otherwise, money actually do flow around. People stack money in their houses, ranging from dollars to pounds to naira. Until Buhari told them to bring it up, he set it up days. That's where the thing started pinching. Now, for Kenya, if you try what they do in Nigeria and Kenya, that's what they do. You eat capital and interest. So Kenyans ate their capital, ate their interest. Ghana ate their capital, ate their interest. So the man doesn't really have a choice. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if he can cut down his government spending, this tax will actually help. Instead of printing money, he decided to tax, because if he prints money, the value will be dropping. So it's a smart economist he's doing, but then he's not taxing himself with all this his flamboyant traveling and all those things. Maybe I think
That's the
that's why
problem.
his citizens are angry. If he tighten his belt, I don't think they will be angry.
Exactly. I think that's what it's also a problem also in Nigeria with Tinubu too. He's not tightening enough of his belt. So
Yeah.
and that thing is really affecting his the optics on him.
This
Even though
Kenya is owing a lot of money, and what they have cannot solve it. They're owing a lot of money. So Kenyans has to pay for it. I hope they don't go back to the street again, because after everywhere don't quiet, the man has ruled out the tax again. So to all of them will continue that. The one self, he proposed even tax on cats, catastrophe. He taxing cats. So if you have cat in Kenya, you go pay. The man is crazy.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why protest doesn't work in Nigeria or Africa generally, apart from the leaders, even the people that organize those protests, they organize them on selfish reasons most of the time. So
The most protests in Nigeria are not specific.
yes,
If your
and
protest is specific, you get what you want.
they are not
After all,
exactly.
NSAS,
What is end bad
that's one
governance?
specific thing they asked for.
It's too broad.
NSAS, it ended SARS.
Yes.
You get the point. They might call it another name, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that word SARS ended. If you do demonstration and you are not too broad in your request, you are specific, like asking for one or two things, you get it. Demonstrators get, after all, labor. Is it not them that got the 70s, although they were calling outrageous amount, but they got 70,000.
70,000.
They do. People demonstrate in Nigeria, they get something. After all, remove subsidy, put back subsidy. They all did that demonstration. They got what they want. But that bad bad governance, whatever they call it, was too
wide.
That was too broad.
Like what you guys were talking about before, about NNPC and Dangote. When I went to Lagos, I observed that one of the reasons why they are trying to frustrate Dangote is because of he was trying to buy some fuel stations. And if you look at NNPC, they now have so many fuel stations. So many, even whether in Lagos or in Ibadan or in Akure, they have a lot. In fact, like there's a road called Akowonjo Road, by Dimo Ikotun down to Lasu. You can count almost 15 to 20 NNPC stations there. So as a result, because they are making them, they won't want that competition so much, because they are the people selling the cheapest anyway. So, and another thing I observed, there were so many petrol stations all over. That is personal petrol stations that were all over, just too many. Sometimes I wonder, who are they selling all this petrol to? Though most of them, they don't even have, they are always locked. Maybe they have specific time they sell it at night or whatever. But I observed that NNPC has a lot of.
So what was their problem? That he's buying them or buying more filling station or what? I don't get
Yeah,
it.
I don't know what. Yeah, because they believe that if he starts buying petrol stations, then he will be at competition with them. So possibly that is the reason why they are
So
trying to
my
stifle him.
my concern with Dangote refinery, actually, when I discuss Dangote refinery, I don't discuss it on the level of the competition among them.
Yeah.
I don't discuss it on that level. Because I listen to most Nigerians concerning that refinery, and their utterances were quite shocking to me. I'm discussing the refinery based on the impact of that refinery on
On the
Nigerians.
economy, yeah.
That is the only place I am discussing that refinery on. Whatever shenanigan that has been going on in the NNPC, in our crude, in importation, in subsidy, in this thing, I just want Nigerians to believe that with that refinery, that shenanigan is either stopped or curtailed to the minimum. That's all. And now, coming to the question, when I listen to some Nigerians, they will say, the first word that will come out of their mouth, the first utterance they make about that refinery is only one man. And I kind of get confused. Only one man. He did not steal your brain to do it. Nobody was doing that thing. He took it from them. In fact, actually, he was among those that wanted to buy Nigerian refinery. Actually, was sold to him. This late Yaradua came, who was part of Nigerian problem today, although he's dead. He came and collected it back from them and gave it back to government.
You will have fixed it. You will have fixed it that. You will have fixed it that time. Our problem will have been outsourced that time.
Yes.
If they had done it.
By now, we would
Because you
have
will have,
gotten over all these things.
you have gotten over this. You will have built a new one.
I don't know what they mean by only one man.
Madam Zita, if you notice, the people, they are mainly saying it. If you notice, they are from the South. He goes to, that's the mentality we have. Is this mentality of
I
just,
don't understand that.
we hate another man just to, I don't know what it is. We hate to see another man just, okay, now we are more concerned about him becoming powerful than the actual problem he will solve for the society.
Do you know that the moment you pick a phone with any Nigerian and you are discussing, the moment they mention Dangote refinery, only one man. I said, hey,
But it's not the only one. But it's not the only one. But it's not the only one building now.
Do you know 4 trillion. He's going to make, and some of them will say they sold dollar to him very cheap. I say, what is going on? This man is not a politician. He's just a businessman. And he goes to negotiate his business. I'm no businessman.
Everything legally. And yet,
Business for him to lose. They negotiate for profit. And by the way, Nigeria is a country. You can buy your own land and build your own refinery. He's not stopping anybody from building a refinery. There are I used to mention, what is his name? Former governor of River State. What's his name? Amechi Rotimi. I'm sure Amechi had, they said that refinery cost how much? 20 billion, right?
Yes, almost 20 billion.
Amechi has about 50 billion stuck somewhere. So why can't he use it to build refinery? We have a lot of politicians in Nigeria that stole our money, stole us blue, black, red. They can build a refinery. Land day, the crude day. In fact, they should build it so much so that our crude will not be going anywhere any longer.
Yeah, we have one like that, Gazeta. The one in Bauchi, Kolmani oil field, it has about 1 billion barrels in Bauchi state.
Yeah, no, but it's not enough. It's not
that
enough.
one, no, that one is an integrated platform. The refinery will be on top of that oil.
No,
That's
no,
what.
you don't understand. You don't understand. Maybe I'm being sarcastic. You are not understanding me. What I'm saying is that I want that Dangote refinery, that type of Dangote refinery. I want it like 10 in Nigeria. What about that?
Okay, of course. We need more. We need more.
We need it like 10, even 20.
So that our oil will not go anywhere again.
Instead, we'll be distributing,
like
we be like Russia, be like Venezuela, or maybe Iran, where we distribute the finished product. We pipe it to everywhere in the world. What about that?
Yeah, that's good. That's where we are moving to.
So they should stop sending only one man.
That's where we are moving to.
That only one man. The land they there, all you day. Some people say their family land is bigger than where Dangote put that refinery. So they can build their refinery in their family land. What about that? Somebody has a vision, has a dream, has a mission, and he completed it. You say only one man. I don't understand, but look, bros, I don't pity them any longer. No, if they come in now and say, hey, a bag of rice, I say, hey, please. If you people like, send it 1 million naira. I don't care. The only thing I can do now is whatever I have, I give to you. But you see all these beautiful stories you want to tell me, I'm not interested. That's the only way I handle them now. I will say, this is what I have. I'm giving you. You can have it. A brushel of Gary is now 5,000. I said, and how does that concern me? I said, I don't care. This is what I have, and I'm giving it to you. I don't care. And by the way, I am only one woman. So you people believe one person cannot have. Ask another person to give you too. I don't understand, but sometimes I see it as jealousy. Or maybe
because
Nigerians didn't believe he will finish it, and he finished it.
And we like Madam Sister. We like a lot. We have
it seems like it seems
like a miracle.
When something wants to happen, when destiny wants to change, it's like people are blindfolded. That man has been struggling with that refinery for over 8 years. Nigerians did not take notice of what was going on there. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. Most Nigerians did not know what was going on there. until the thing is done, the announcement is made, is commissioned, their eye red. Only one man. Now he build this. What a human. Now Nigerians, you people are
But, they already,
unbelievable.
the man already showed capacity now. Look at he already built $3 billion fertilizer factory now. We're blending plant. And he's already selling to America, Brazil,
And
different parts of the world.
remember Nigerian government used to have fertilizer company.
Yes.
Now don't forget.
Yes, I
Where
know.
they?
But
I
Madam
do.
Sister, let me tell you something.
NAFCON where they
Now,
Port
yes. I think
Take
they
up
sold part of it. They
everything.
sold part of it to Indorama. They sold part of it. They sold it partly to Indorama. So Indorama, I think it's an Indian company. I mean,
It's
they
not even
invested
fortunate. I
heavily.
remember the last. Do you know when that
Yeah.
NAFCON was? God of mercy. Do you know that NAFCON? Let me tell you something that will shock you people. Years back, when that NAFCON was in full operation, do you know that the management of NAFCON was so careless? They were so desperate to mismanage that company to the extent then we were in secondary school. You can actually, friends can take you to NAFCON and you have lunch for free. That's how bad it is. You can go into NAFCON One in Port Harcourt, walk into the compound, the factory, and then if it's lunchtime, you go in and get food. I have never seen that level of mismanagement in my life. So when Nigerians talk about their government, I begin to ask them, who is actually this government?
We now. We are the government.
So if you say your government is bad, that means you are bad.
Exactly. Look at
And
what
that's the
Bonabo
problem
was
Africans
talking about.
are suffering from. That really, Africans are not really good at self-managing. They can't self-manage themselves. Did you see the diamond?
Second biggest in Botswana.
Bam. The
In the world,
president
not even
was laughing.
Botswana. In the world, that's the second largest ever.
Okay, I don't know how
You
much
know,
that thing is.
they recalibrated their deals with those Boa and some other companies. They kind of rejuvenated, they negotiated some of those deals to be able to
By the way,
benefit.
if I may ask, who the heck was negotiating those shenanigans in Africa? Because they are selling a lot of lies to our generation. Those people, those things were not forced down on our throat.
Yeah, now
I'm sure
they know what they
it was
wanted to
not signed
get.
at
They know that they
gunpoint.
wanted to get something. Yeah, now they know they wanted to get something also. That's why
Just
they did
like
those.
the Burkina Faso boy, I call him a boy. He has chased away France and he has negotiated another killer deal with Russia. One man. Gold are being loaded on cargo plane from Burkina Faso to Russia. And in 10, 15, 20 years down the line, or 30 years, or maybe 50 years, this same generation will come out and tell the younger ones that they forced him to go into that negotiation. French was better. At least the company was there. He employed the citizens. Russia negotiation was even worse, that they don't have a company that loading it and taking it to their country. So the citizens are not even benefiting from the ordinary having a job. And tomorrow now, They will call who? Colonial master.
Mm.
Yeah, I tire.
When did things? Yesterday, I saw one content creator from the UK was talking about, the government was trying to see how they can regulate the Japa space on the health sector. That they were, I think the wrong caption from the media space said that the government is trying to bring back all the doctors that have Japa. So, and she lashed on it, and it's a pity, we just put in emotions into everything. And I myself, I had to go back and browse. I think I had to go and research on that renewed healthcare regeneration initiative or so. Now, the major thing in that particular initiative was to make sure that they do welfare very well, good welfare for for the doctors and stuff, and also to bring in to look at how we can tap in on the expertise of our diaspora doctors, nurses, and also the geographer, a lot of these guys in the healthcare sector, how you can use digital infrastructure. Since Nigeria is already building that already, we are having that kind of capacity. Let's build a digital infrastructure where people can be in the UK, can actually attend to someone in Nigeria, and at least you can benefit from that. That can also stop tourism and a whole lot of things. And some people can even fly.
You people jump,
They said, no, no, no,
jump.
no. That they cannot come back to Nigeria. Like, yeah, that and the government is trying to prevent people from traveling out. I said that they are also saying that they should place bond on them, on people. I said, but the government actually subsidize because the training of a medical doctor in Nigeria is like 10 graduates. For training of one graduate in Nigeria that went to federal universities is like 1 to 10, ratio 1 to 10. I know that one. So now after training, we just lose them to UK. And the UK is even complaining right now too, because people are leaving the UK to Australia. So I was watching GB News. Nigel Farage was saying it that
You people are doing the thing too much. When you put a policy, you make it so complicated and so difficult to manage, it doesn't work. Nigerian government should not venture in trying to control or benefit directly from the career of their citizens outside of Nigeria. That's too much for them to handle. What they would have done is, if you are a medical student, you are a nurse, you already know that the prices are subsidized. You make it clear, because most Nigerians don't even know that education is being subsidized.
they don't know now. Many of
So
them
you
don't.
make it clear. If you pay so amount of school fees, you have to work in Nigeria for so and so years before you leave. So what in essence are they telling you? If you have so and so, so and so school fees, you will not get your degree, like the original degree, until you work for so year. Chicken now. If you want, when you graduate, you pick your degree and go to wherever you want to work and live. This is the real amount you have to pay for your school fees as a medical student, as a lawyer, or as a nurse. Chicken now, a laboratory technician, whatever, anything that has to do with medicine. Chicken now, that one you can control, not all these flamboyant policies
Yeah,
that
but
doesn't make sense.
doctor, is that is one of the things that they want to do, and so people are saying no, and they are even also looking at one. They said ratio 1 to 1. Now, if you are going from Nigeria to the UK,
And any
the UK government is
you
coming,
make
you are going
it,
to pay.
the jingle will be in collaboration with government of other countries. That's why you talk about bilateral
Mm,
relationship. To the extent that if you are a medical doctor, you are leaving Nigeria, they have to look at the type of certificate you're coming with. Is it the one that has experience in Nigeria or the one that never had experience in Nigeria? The one that has experience in Nigeria is the one that your school fees are being subsidized. The one that didn't have experience in Nigeria is the one that your school fees was not subsidized. So the certificate on its own for those that have subsidized school fees will come with years of experience on it. I can run that Nigeria. Make sure I put anybody that try anything will be a scapegoat. Jail. Some people will be even thrown out of the country. They have to run away like Yaya Bello or hide inside the house the rest of their life. Like Yaya Bello. If the government doesn't want to work, not that it's difficult to manage, because I remember there was a time Buhari tried to manage Nigeria. It worked. It worked. Even when he left, as young people, we still stand in the queue in the banks in those days. Even when he left, people were still, they've done queue
Yes.
upon queue upon queue. People come to the bank, they still stand in line. I remember in those days when I go to bank with my mom will hold me. If she wants to go to the bathroom, she will say that she'll stand there where she was standing. So that when she come back, somebody is standing there. In the street too, buses, when we are going to school, we have to stand in a line waiting for the bus to come. It was this Buhari. It worked. And I remember the comment the wife made when he was coming. He said that Nigerians will not actually see that because he's no longer coming in as a dictator. He's coming in, he has to pass these shenanigans called house before he can do anything. The wife made mention of that because Nigerians were actually expecting that thing from him. He flog us, flog Nigerians, their head open by force. They started obeying them. I still remember vividly that time. My mother used to, wherever she's in the school, they will come and stand us. Then in a primary school, the bus, my father will bring us, we stand in a line. You don't move. So, I don't know. They can be
Madam
managed, but
Madam
nobody.
Zita, all that you have said is what the government actually wanted to do. That was what I read in the it was in the Punch. They were saying just like Ghana. I think Ghana already did it. Philippines is doing it, so it's not as if it's new to the space. I think Kenya even signed one about 2 years ago with the UK. So, but our people were saying no, that they paid money. I was letting them know that come, you cannot then say that Nigerians will not. I mean, Nigerians that you were trained for. You went to federal universities. Okay, let's look at it, Madam Zita. Let's look at it like this. This student loan thing that they started from UI, like in UI now, they paid 200,000 naira to I mean 220 million or so for about 1,370 students. Now when we divided it, the money was running to about 170,000. Now let's say the categories of students might be different, but the fact is just that the medical stuff, I mean, across board, is highly subsidized. It's subsidized, especially
No,
in the federal university.
even with the student loan, it's still subsidized.
It is
Even if it's
subsidized.
the
So,
government, yeah, even with the student loan, it's still
but
subsidized.
Nigerians are saying no. They don't want to give, and they don't want to do anything. They will not, that the government cannot use bond to hold them down. So that
Don't take it now. It's not by force. They should give room for people who do not want to take it.
they
You
were
pay your
swearing.
school fees
They were
and
forcing.
school your school and go wherever you want to go. It's not a
Exactly.
war zone.
Go to private school then. And go and also go and pay 1 million or 1 something million. But
You
you
see,
cannot be paid. You cannot be trained with 100,000, 70,000, 100,000, 200,000,
let me
and
let me tell
you
you.
are
The thing is mostly lack of information. Even when we are in the US, when we are schooling there, most people don't know what is going on in the school. They don't know. They have scholarships, different types of scholarships. You have to apply. Scholarship, you don't refund. Loan, you refund. So when they say they want to clear student loan, I keep asking people in the United States, why take a loan when you can get a scholarship? And by the time I came to deep into it, I find out that that loan has a clause. If you take, the scholarship has a clause. If you take the scholarship and run out of school, come back after some years, take the scholarship and run out of school, or you take the scholarship, you are not passing your courses, you keep failing and going back. Some of the scholarship give you one time repeat. Some of the scholarship don't even give you opportunity to repeat. And when you find yourself in that situation, you lose the scholarship. So you still want to go to school, you jump into loan. So because I keep wondering, I keep asking them, but most universities have a lot of scholarship. So what is all this student loan something? They have to break it down to me.
Conditional.
They
The
said,
scholarship is conditional.
yes, loan, the scholarship is conditional. It's free. You are not going to return the money. And then I have one girl in my class. She was asking professors to write letter on her behalf. And I was like, why should a professor write a letter on your behalf for you to get the scholarship? She now opened her system and then showed me what my course advisor told me. I said, okay. This girl was doing a course since 6 years ago. She was doing a particular course that actually she needed like 3 years to complete. She has been doing it for 6 years. She take the scholarship, she do midterm. The moment she fell a course in midterm, she dropped the course and run away. Next semester, she register it, she do it. She see, midterm it doesn't really mean anything, but midterm shows you how far you're going. She felt it, she drop it. She will feel so bad. The school will be the one to drop her academic withdrawal. So she'll be running in and out of class, and at the time she applied for scholarship, they say no, you are destroying our ledger. Our balance sheet is no longer balancing because of people like you. And they now told her all the letter referee she has to get from professors from wherever and wherever, and then explain why she's been running out of school, and tell them that she's now ready to sit down and read her book. They eventually gave it to her, and this time around she seems to be serious. So I mean, but nobody will sit down and tell you the details, because people prefer to lie and give you a situation that everywhere is worse, nothing is working. But that's not true. Nigerians need to explain. In fact, come in Nigeria, do they have course advisors?
Yes, there are course advisor. Yes, yeah, there's course advisor.
Really?
They normally have course advisor. Yes, of course. I have mine. I have my yearbook during my days in the university. I have my yearbook. I have
And
course advisors.
it's functional.
Yes, of course. It's
Because you
functional.
see,
But sometimes we will not use them. Now. How we normally do things now. Yeah, we prefer to stay aloof and be criticizing things. That's what who we are. We
because
don't. We like.
they should do it in a way that you don't register for any course unless you talk to your course advisor. Because it's there the person will explain everything, where you go, what the scholarship meant, how the scholarship run, what is the consequences of the scholarship. And then if you are ready, they give you the form. So you fill, you sign. They said they're sending it in 2 weeks, it will be ready, or in 1 week it will be ready. Meanwhile, register so and so cost. Let me put it on hold until the do not drop until the scholarship is approved. They have to do that. Both the private and the public universities, they have to do that in Nigeria. Because most Nigerians didn't know. They feel the school fees is too much. And some of our brothers in diaspora will come and tell them that wherever they are, that their school fees is free. And then Nigeria will go and school fees is free. They won't explain. In the first place, most of the
Look at how much people are paying us.
another person can talk. Oh, let me not be the only one talking. If you want to talk, you can talk.
I think
the most of those free stuffs is not actually the government that gives it. But most people don't know. It's not actually the government. 80% of it is not from the government of that country. It's NGOs.
By NGOs, companies that want problem solved. You know, they intertwine their own universities. Universities over there are problem solvers. I mean, everything they are intertwined into the economy and
Because
into
they have I don't know how to, they set up what they call, it's like, I won't call it department. I would rather call it something like a club. And they employ people to go to companies, go to individuals, tell them their mission, their vision for the young ones. And those people donate heavily. Not only that they donate heavily, I know for a company in the United States, the company donates $1 million every semester for a particular group of students that are in tech. So not only that their tuition is being covered, they even pay them stipend. And it's not that when you finish, you go and work in the company.
I think we are beginning to do that also.
You go to work in that is that group, that club, or will I say that department, sold that ideology to that company. And that company decide to buy the ideology and are pumping money into that tech for those particular set of students. If you belong to that category, you will get your bachelor's in any tech like computer science, cyber security, game design, web development, information management, and I think it's eight tech courses. If you are in that particular category and you are doing any of those 8 tech courses, your tuition free, books free, and again they give you $6,000 every semester to buy your clothes, your shoes, and everything. It's not the United States government that is giving that money. But people who don't know will think it's in the US. When you are doing cyber security in this particular university, they pay you not only that your school is free, it's in the United States, they even pay you money. No, it's a body that formed it. They come together, form that body with a mission and a vision, and they start going from one company to the other, one individual. They know the big shots now. They know the big shots in their country, so they go to sell that idea. And then I think it's about 5 companies. They were like, really? You sure you want to do this? They say, yeah, that's what they want. It's okay.
It's all over Europe and West and America. I mean, it's a the higher institution, the higher institution of learning. It's a big time business. Not only business, it's a conduit for research. Thorough one. You know,
Madam
R&D.
Zita, Madam Zita, good morning.
Good morning.
Ah,
Speaking them
Sorry,
too.
sorry to interject. I just want to compare and contrast. Do they have that kind of organization in the Scandinavian that also contribute money, especially for PhD students?
Yeah, they do. They
Because
do.
I know here they give almost like 4,000 euro every month for
See,
PhD students.
see what they do. Here, the one I just said is about US,
I
but
know.
here, what they do is that every, I think, is it 6 months, they publish what they need. Okay, area of specialization or career. I've forgotten what they call that. I will ask my cousin. Career something something. They need, that is the area the country is lacking manpower. You get the point. It's okay. How do I say it? It's not that they are lacking the manpower now, but they are projecting in the next 5 years. Are we able to have people who will work in this sector enough for the next 5 years? That's the way they do their projection. So if they project that they will not have enough, they have what they call um they you can come from anywhere in the world. They said for this so and so masters in so and so, you can come and study there for free. Okay.
Mm. Yeah, I
Then
know.
after the studying, maybe
Yeah,
they give you 3 days
I know.
working permit or something. I don't know how they
Yeah,
do it.
I know what they do here now. This is that even if you come here for your bachelor degree, they already give you that resident permit that give you opportunity to work and also study. And if you remain, then immediately it leads you to permanent residency or citizenship. So my I forgot what I want to ask you again. I just want to like I know you are my next neighbor because you are not far from me here. So, and I know that your educational system is also one of the best in the in the Scandinavia area, or probably. Are you Nordic or Scandinavian?
Not it.
Okay, so we are almost the same thing. It's also Nordic here. So my question is related to um, um I learned that Norway they don't people don't pay tuition fee in the university. Is that right? Is it
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
For
Everything.
I mean for international students, not for.
I don't know about that one, but I've told you how they bring in international students
Yes,
for free.
what I want to say is that even if you come here as an international student, maybe for your bachelor degree, and you wish to further after that bachelor degree, then the rest
I
is
have
free.
told you how they do it. You have to look for the places they need people. Automatically, it will be free for you.
Mm. I, yeah, I
Mhm.
know.
But if they
okay.
don't need people in medicine and you are an international student, you want to come in to study medicine, you will pay out of pocket.
Of
And
course, if
so
it's
they
going to be,
publish the my nephew is waiting for the next publication that actually is going to come out, I think, in January. Then they see the area they need. They need those courses will be free. If you apply, they accept.
Mm.
You come and do it for free. So
Now, Madam Zita and Mr. Remy, look at what you are talking about now. I know there are some guys that are doing foundation. I mean, they are helping to equip some of the universities and stuff. I mean, of recent, I heard Chief Lord Jan Juma giving he gave 750 million naira to build the faculty of pharmacy in the Federal University of Medical Sciences in Ondo State, and so many other ones like that. But we will still say that there are still a lot of gap. Is it that Nigerians are not? Are we not? Are we asking too much? because based on our population and the mismanagement that have gone wrong in that country, because all these countries that you're seeing, and what you are saying is you're actually right, because I've done some research on schools in Europe and stuff like that, and you are 100% correct. We don't have many of these things that even from Nigeria that are in diaspora, or the companies, we call it social corporate social responsibility, because I'm also a management practitioner a bit, so I understand some of those things. CSR, the CSR of our people back at home is still very very poor. So the government cannot take this thing so alone. So everybody just talking, oh, yeah, in Scandinavia, in Norway, in Denmark, you study for free. In this, you study for free. But they will not tell people that these are grants. These are
Dorothy,
a lot of opportunities put there by the people of that country and not that.
Dorothy,
Let me
Yeah.
tell you the
most of these
difference.
schools, most of
Uh,
these schools, most of these schools, they also get their money from international students. Government can help, but at least most of the university, they have a way of generating their own money. But when you now juxtapose with Nigerian context, you see is that it's either state government or federal government that is doing the financing. Like I always canvass, Nigerian universities you have total autonomy. If they have that total autonomy, that strike action will be gone forever because they will put their own teachers by themselves. Although the tuition fee might be a little bit high, in that way the government cannot subsidize with student loan
See,
interest.
the
Yeah,
tuition
I
fee.
think
Hold on,
you are
hold on.
right.
Let me
Oh,
explain again. Tuition fee can be high as the roof, but students might not necessarily pay it. That's how it is here. Marcel, a year might be 60,000 US dollars, but you find out that the student might not actually pay it. Why? Okay, let me give you an example. Faculty of Medicine. Hmm? The faculty building is not being built by the state or the federal government. It's built by one wealthy man. I'm giving you an example though. The furnishing order of that faculty, the laboratory, is being sponsored by one heavy company. Are you listening?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
have something similar like
Then
that from university.
outside of that, there are so many things. If you enter that faculty, you will see all manner of flyers, up to 20 or 30 flyers for different purposes for different category of students in the faculty of medicine. Outside of that, then the school, there are some NGOs, some companies, some individuals, they don't concentrate on faculty. They say for that school, you as a student. So you find out that if you sit down and discuss with most of them, some of them are studying with 6 or 7 scholarship to make up for that 60,000 US dollars a year. It's not that it's one scholarship that is paying it. They get this one 10,000, they get this one 5,000, they get this one 20,000, they get this. By the time they put all their scholarship together, every year they sit down, all they need to do is to register their courses. Why? Because they are into about 6 or 7 scholarships that cover that tuition for every year till they graduate. So it
yeah.
is not
Can I?
actually the burden on the government. Then there is another loan from the government if you want to take for students who are very careless. They will still dip hand into that loan. Or for students that felt along the line they had a lot going on in the English they speak now is that I had a lot going on and they run out in and out of school. So that loan, that scholarship is no longer gonna go for them. They've messed it up. The government loan is still there. They have to take the loan. and continue their education. So whichever angle you look at it, it's a little bit, it's alleviating. Do you understand? A lot is being alleviated from them to ease them to continue their education. So when Nigerians talk about their government, I say nobody is explaining these things to you. Even that place you're talking about is not the government.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's 30% government, 70% from wherever.
Madam Teacher, nowadays
one of the
an average Nigeria does not have that patience to learn or to even seek for that information. They don't know nothing. I was listen, Dorothy. I was listening to a program yesterday, and the guy was talking about all the youth empowerment program. There are more than 6. He was talking about the student loan. Do you know that most of the students that call in, the question they were asking us, so these are things already. Are they going to give us the money by cash? Are we going to pay the money by force if we don't find a job? What about if we do not find a job? Is the government? Are we not good? Is the government going to say don't pay the money anymore? I was like, and the guy was explaining to them that look, your academic performance is important, and as well as that, the list, the money will be sent to your university. And
yes,
a lot of them started. They don't ask questions anymore. I think majority of them they just want to swindle. They just want to collect that money and pocket it. So and they
Imagine,
some
imagine
also
the
ask
same
about.
youth that
Some also ask, okay, I don't need the school fees. My mother can pay the school fees. But what about it? They have to give me that grant. Then the guy now replied, no, it does not work that way. It is only people that need the money and apply for it. And when it's successful, then if they ask for that grant, then they will give it to them. And he explained that grant is you don't need to pay back that one. But it's only people that get the loan that
that is the
they
stipend.
ask for the grant.
Sorry,
So
you
yes, exactly.
know
So
most of
and the way and this continue to roll out program, and some people, luckily, some of those ones that have benefited from that data processing program, and the government is giving them 1 million startup. They also give them a laptop. They started coming forward to state their experience that you too can go.
Okay. Mr. Arami, is it that 3MC program, right? That tech talent program.
I just stumbled on it. So one guy now came up and he started talking that as me, I've not eaten this morning. That guy said, this is not about you, you have not eaten this morning. These are a lot of programs. You don't have a work. Go there, you can see the testimony of other people. You go talk to those people. We tell you how to go about it so that you can benefit from federal government program. Don't always stay on the fence. Don't always
Sorry,
criticize.
can I chip in something?
Was coming to make a mockery of it. He has not eaten in the morning.
Yes, yeah, that's what that's what they are trying to do. They are trying to say it's not what. Why? Some people are even saying, "Hey, it is the northern people that are enjoying it. The southern people are not enjoying it." Because that is a lie. Because the northern people key into the system very quick, but we in the south, we always like sit on the fence and try to look at the
But
negative.
Remy, do you know that there is what they call Niger Delta scholarship for people to do masters? One of
Yes,
my friends is there. They
I
gave them
know.
40,000
Madam,
40
Madam Zita, in
40,000
2014,
pounds.
in 2014, when I was traveling back to Shanghai, I met more than 50 people from Niger Delta. They were going to India, Indonesia, and all those countries to learn underwater welding. So many of these people are not educated. When we get to the airport, they don't know how to connect their flight. I was now asking them, they put you on the plane like this. Can't some of these coordinators follow you? I was not taking 10 people. This is where you're going to connect your flight. Stay here or talk to these people. I have them talk to some people because I need to connect my own flight also so that you can connect. So Nigerian government have tried the law, but sometimes they need to start publicizing. I'm telling you, on that plane alone, there are 50 people from Niger.
I am telling you, my cousin is involved in this one. She just picked her phone and called me and said, Auntie, that she's going to do her masters in the UK. That they're going to pay them 40,000 pounds for the school. They said the money will go to the school they choose. So if you choose a school that their school fees is 40,000 for a year, then you well go do your accommodation and the rest. But if you choose a cheaper school, they said the money goes to the school. Then when the school take their school fees, make sure that you are registered. Everything is done. They give you the balance for your account. Like now, you are going to a school that their school fees is £30,000. Everything for a year for that masters. You will go to the school, register, do everything, settle, start class. Then they will give you the balance of the 20,000. That was hard in Nigeria. This one is happening in Nigeria. As I
Thank you.
speak to
Well,
you, we are leaving this
Madam Zita, during my
September.
days in school, yeah, first, during my days in the school, I lived where I was living. My hostel was beside guys from the south, Bielsa. Now, let me now shock you. Though in those days, when these guys go out to go and dump their refuse, their bin, you will see it's a different ball game. You'll be perceiving it's a fence that link the two of us. You the kind of food these guys they are enjoying scholarship in hundreds of thousands, even in Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigeria now. Some have two, three scholarships, Shell scholarship, Bayelsa State government scholarship, Ondo State also padded scholarship, the Sopadec scholarship, Chevron, as in different things.
They
So
are
we have
really,
some of those things, but they will not tell you, they will not tell you, but you,
Dorothy,
though,
they
you
are
know.
enjoying. You know that recently, just when the protest about to start, you know that NDDC announced that they are going to give 100,000 or maybe 50,000 naira per month. I think 100,000 per month to like 1,000 people from NDDC for the next 1 year. The rest of Nigeria, you started crying. How about us? Are you a member of NDDC? You are not a member now. So what happened? So those youths will collect that money and pocket it. What you are saying, you are right. When they are paying us bus trip that time, how much is Ogun State paying me? And when you look at data, is that they are paying me three-fold or four-fold. I was like, are we not in the same country? Since that time, I already knew that these people are richer than the rest of the other country. Their money is always more, 3 times, most
If you
times.
see what they normally pay them, as at that time, it's hundreds of thousands, 50,000, 100,000, they were paying
Yeah,
them
when
bus
we
fee.
are giving us 20,000, they
Then,
are already getting 50K.
They used to call it then when we were in the university. They used to call it Alawi. Alawi.
and
They pay them allowance.
They
Yes,
enjoy,
River State
they
students
really
and
enjoy.
Delta students. The Delta State, River State then, they used to give them Alawi every semester.
Akwa Ibom is the best in terms of that. All these things that you're talking about. And Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, under Akpabio. Oh my God, they hate money. But those this presidential amnesty initiative thing. That thing really helped Nigeria too. Because when they started this thing, they were sending them to different places. Do you know that right now, because of that, Nigeria now has a crop of talent in the oil and gas sector, and that's why you see Nigerian oil and gas companies are beginning to come up a bit. They were the ones that built Dangote refinery, Edo refinery, all this pipe. Those
Yeah, I
guys,
remember
some of
that
those guys
time most
that
of them were sent for welding.
were sent for welding
Pipeline
back to Korea.
welding and the electrification of
Exactly,
those things.
it's
I
now
remember
paying off.
those
It's now paying off.
Niger, what do they call Mende? They
Niger
call
Delta.
them Mende,
Yes.
Niger Delta Emancipation, whatever. Those terrorists then,
Mm.
they sent
Then
most of them to for training.
they clean them up.
That thing
They clean
calmed the
them up.
thing down anyway.
Sorry,
Calmed
like
Yeah, that was the why that
just to chip
happened.
in something about the universities. So, yeah, just as Madam Sita was saying that they until when universities in Nigeria they have either autonomy or semi-autonomy, there will be continuous strike. In UK here, in fact, even down to colleges, they are more or less autonomous. In fact, I remember one of the departments, they were sourcing for students, but they couldn't have enough students. They have to close down that department, physics department, because they couldn't have enough students to generate, and especially international students. So they have to close down the department for a while. So, and if you also look at most of our rich men in Nigeria or in Africa generally, they are more selfish. They don't
Very good.
organize
Very good.
foundations, educational foundations. Rather, they will go and use that money to establish private schools, private universities, rather than putting that money in one of the universities that, okay, if you are coming for this course, give 100 students so amount, maybe 1 million. No, they won't do that. They have more private schools, more private universities than any other place. In UK here, Scotland, they don't pay any money. If you are that is it, if you are Scottish living there, you don't pay university tuition fees. But if you move from England and get a admission in any of the universities in Scotland, you will pay because you are coming from. They see you as an outsider. So yeah, they see you
Do
as
you
an
know why
outsider.
I'm laughing?
But if you are living there and you get your passport or you get your details or maybe indefinite leave to remain within Scotland, whether you are black or red or green, your tuition will be free. But if you are coming from any other part of UK, you have to pay tuition fees. Like tuition fees for home students here is
9,000
9,250
pounds.
pounds. Yeah. So you
Eh?
have to pay. They don't pay, for
Why
instance,
the
they don't pay
policeman
for
pays
Do you
20,000
medication.
people
pounds?
do you people know why I'm laughing?
Yeah.
Sometimes, sorry to cut you short, sometimes when you read comments at the comment section, you will know that some people, their brain is just in two parts.
Hmm.
On the right side, there is nothing left. On the left side, there is nothing right. I don't get me wrong, though. Some things people, that's why I tell you, I will no longer pity Nigerians. Continue.
So, like generally, we blame government more. Even as individual, you will see that every means to swindle government is what we'll be looking for. I had a friend that went to China, was sponsored by Newcastle University to China. You know, to the last penny, you have to account for it. Meanwhile, when he went for the conference, he now met some Nigerians there that came. You will not believe that some of them came with girlfriends. They just went for a conference. In fact, he told me that the way those guys were living, the hotels they were living, was just he just realized that it will be difficult for Nigeria to make it. And because
I said
how
I'm not pitying them again. No.
yeah, how
I'm not
can
going
you
to do that
pay
again.
how can you pay for conference for one person and the person is bringing a girlfriend, and then the hotel that they were living, you know, even Newcastle could not afford that. And Newcastle is one of the best university in UK here. But because they have to monitor what you are spending, they know the hotel, how much it will cost, everything, how much the food you will be eating per, maybe you are eating 3 times a day. They calculate everything to the last penny, and that is what they will give you. But in Nigeria, they just ditch out money anyhow, and so those are some
Let
of
me
the
tell you a
problems.
story. Let me tell you people something before I start my day. In Shell in those days, they give the staff, like this thing you said now. If you are going on a course or somewhere, a meeting outside of Nigeria, they pay for everything. Do you know what happened? Over the years, the staff started complaining that the money, they should be giving them the money. Okay, so do you know what the company? You both get paracetamol for our headache. Go one lie, lie. They get paracetamol for our headache. Do you know what the company did? The company said, okay. He said that some of them have family over there. They will go there and they can do this. They make a lot of, you know how we behave in Nigeria. They gave share headache. She said, okay. What will happen is that you will go spend your money. Then when you come back, you tell us how much you spent. And then we go pay you. And then you trust them now. You don't go. You not go. It not be. They're not sending you to a Nigerian hotel. Oh. So that's put price here. Put this. They now have hotels you can stay outside of Nigeria for every country where they have a base. They have accredited hotels. That's what they call it. The company cut costs. They cut costs. Because if you see how these people were pinching their money, they are no longer spending what the company was spending on their head was half of what they could spend on themselves to come back to get a refund. I'm telling you.
Wow.
What the company was spending on them. When they made this trouble, they need the money back. They did this. The company went around and said, okay, fine. If you need the money, you go spend it. When you come back, we refund you the money. And none of them could spend because I worked in the department where we process it. You know, when they come back, they dump the whole thing with us. We now process it for their refund. None of them. One day we burst into laughter in the department. I was laughing. You know, good lie now. If you eat lunch, you pay for the lunch, yes. If you no eat lunch, you no go tell them say you no eat lunch. You no go tell them say you eat lunch if you no eat lunch. Because you have to show that you ate the lunch. So they were selling actually half of the money. And they now came back again to reverse it. The company said, lie. The deal is you spend your money, we refund you. It's not to be discussed.
Yeah, and
Because
okay.
they tracked how much they were saving, and it was a good deal for them. So they didn't want to go back to the old days. That's how much Nigerians behave. That country, when they say our government, I say, and our land is fertile. Do you know that you can actually grow what you can eat around your house?
You know, like
I have my
Nigeria,
neighbor. My
we
neighbor
like
in those days used to do bag, what he calls bag farming. He will
Yes,
use
I
this
do.
bag rice bag, pour
Yes.
sand on it, put some manure. Then he will keep it at the wall around. The one that was asking him and his wife what they are doing. They said, don't worry, when it starts, they will bring to me. They plant ugu, they plant okazi, they plant water leaf, they plant tomato, they plant pepper, they plant even cucumbers. They plant, there is nothing those people don't plant there. They plant rosemary, they plant ginger, they plant turmeric, they plant round their house like flower bed. They just pack those bag, and they grow. They put stake. Beautiful. This one is not let me weed or do this thing. They said this bag farming, and they now put all this liquid manure on it. If you see the tomatoes, you can actually they will eat and eat and eat, and we start dashing the neighbors before the thing goes by because most times they don't They have to run your generator to keep the refrigeration. Well, in fact, when I leave Nigeria,
Yeah,
I don't know. Are they still wasting tomato and onions? Because Nigerians, they had sabi throw away food, raw food,
Yeah, they are
because
still,
of lack of tomatoes.
The,
we are
they are
still,
waiting,
we are
but the
still
price is crashing
losses.
now. The price is crashing.
Huh?
The price of tomato, that average basket already, I mean, their prices are coming down, maybe more than 50% now.
It is not rainy season.
Ah,
Price of
that is not
tomatoes don't come down on rainy season
Yeah, I
now.
think it's because of the season. Because my sister just told me last night that things are coming down.
It's not
Although,
the season. If things are
it,
coming down, things are because this is not tomato season. Tomato season is November, December, January, February, March, April. That's when tomato is during dry season. You
I
get
yeah,
think
tomatoes very cheap
I
and
think
onions.
the middlemen also hold. I don't know what kind of game they are playing. Everybody just hype the price anyhow they like.
Is gouging. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
Because if I said it here before, if it is actually food that expensive, farmers in Nigeria will be billionaires. So if the money is not from the farm, how come it become too expensive before it get to the end user? You go and buy a trailer load of tomatoes. You buy it for peanuts. Then before it gets to the consumer, you make 100% gain. It doesn't make sense. But if that's the way they want to live, that's okay. We shouldn't decide the way they live in Nigeria. If that's the way they want to live, they should. Anyone, the one you hold, sell them. If the tomato man sell one basket for 1 million naira for you, if it's biro you're selling, sell it 2 million for him. Chicken now.
Madam Zita, I've
Yes.
noticed one thing here. I've never seen an open market where you go and negotiate for tomato or pepper. Everybody have to go to that supermarket. So that way the government control the price one way or the other. I've never seen like you go to open market and you start arguing or negotiating for price of especially something like beef, fish, and the rest. Anything you want to buy, you go to a big supermarket or a small supermarket.
no,
So you don't.
But
like
they have it
in
in UK.
UK,
They have it in UK.
they do
In
have
the UK,
open
they have
market, but
they have
I think they have
in the
open
UK.
market, in UK, but
but
here
the
you don't have.
prices are fixed.
I
They
also
do have
here
open market. Yeah,
no
that.
open market here. No open
Uh,
market.
all right. Or in UK,
There
you
is
have open
something
market.
Nigerian can do that those open market, the government control the prices and they give the seller a room for people to negotiate. That is the formula the Chinese are using. They have open market and at the same time they have a lot of supermarket. So when you go to that open market, everybody already know how much is it per kilogram. Everybody in China already know. You cannot just say, my own kilogram is 500 RMB. Another person says to no. They publish the price. So within that range, you can also bargain with that person. So sometimes people go to that their open market, but before they go, they are aware of the price. You cannot just hijack it to whatever you want or sell it at whatever you want. So it's not done that way. The only way they rip you off in China is that if you're a new person as a foreigner, you cannot speak the language, so they can rip you off some little money. That one is they don't care because you don't know the currency or you don't know their language. But once you continue to understand the language, it's very difficult to. And they
I
are not
got to
so
go. Una bye bye. See you
yeah,
later.
they are not so exploitative like our own Nigerian people. So that is another advantage.
Yeah, Nigerians generally, if you come to African stores here, in fact, they just increase their prices arbitrarily. Like if you go to supermarket and you buy things, well, even if it's going to increase, it will increase by a few pence. But in Nigerian shops, you may get there and maybe £1.50 might have gone on top of it, or £2. You just wonder, a whole £2. How did you do that?
But
just
I have people in UK, and when I compare what you get in your supermarket to here, I think things over there in terms of food is still more cheaper than here because our VAT is about 24% now, but by the end of this month, it's going to about 25.5%.
no, you know any food Oyibo is also eating, they are cheaper. But if you want to buy African food in African shops, that's the one I'm talking about. They just increase prices anyhow. But if you go to supermarkets here, for the next 1 month, it's possible that the price will just be the same all through. And if there's going to be increase, you just have some few pence on top of that.
Well,
But
I understand you. We also have some of these African shops here, but they cannot exploit us that way because this is they control them. The government will visit them. They know the price is supposed to be. Not that they give them the price, but I think they cannot visit you last month and it's about €3, and this month you want to sell it for €6. Impossible. They'll close down your shop because they monitor their
okay.
account.
Oh, that is good.
They monitor their account. They have to pay tax. They have to do a lot of things. So you cannot just
Because
open a business and do whatever you want here. No, they
mhm,
won't allow you.
because some food you will get in this Pakistan, because Pakistan and India, and they sell some of the food we eat also. Maybe you get it £4 in Pakistani shop. If you go to African shop, it will be around £6. So there is always big difference. So
It's nearly the same thing here. Most of the shops are being owned by all these Pakistan or
Asian,
Bangladesh,
yes, Asians,
but
in fact.
they cannot inflate the price anyhow they like. Remember, this place is like the way they design this place that they make sure that the gap between the rich and the poor is very close. So that way, majority of people fall in the
You
middle.
you know when I first got to UK,
Mhm.
It's a socialist
Pomo,
democracy.
Pomo, Shaki, all those things, sometimes they were given out free to Africans when you go to their shop to buy beef. But you will not be gradually they started selling it 99 pence, which is like £1. From there to £1.99. And gradually, if I tell you now that if you want to buy Shaki or Pomo, they know the names. Even once you get there, they know you want to buy Pomo, you just say Pomo. Yeah.
Wait,
Or
sorry,
you want to buy Shaki.
Neoma.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, good morning, everybody. Remy, Dorothy, Oriola, Prince Daddy, Mike, and Thomas.
Good
Good morning. Good morning. Dr.
Yeah. Definitely, the way you are talking, you are still long, very long in UK, because what you are seeing now. I remember one of my professor who came to UK in around 1971 was
Yeah.
telling me that story that those days in UK, all those what you call I don't know whether you understand Yoruba. Ìtinú ẹran ìtinú ẹran là máa ń pe àwọn kinní
internal
yẹn.
organ, all those yeah,
That's
intestine.
they used to discard them. That is we that we told them that we can eat all those things.
Yeah, that is what they used to do.
Yeah, my lecturer told me to. My professor told me to.
One,
He
one, of,
told me
one,
how
of,
you.
one of my auntie went to America. She went to America and they took her to the shop and discovered that this story is about early 80s. And my grandmother told me that they took her to the shop there to buy something and discovered that all the head of the feed, they are throwing it away. And he was like, why are you throwing this? This is the best part of the fish now. Why are you throwing it away now? And then, madam, do you want it? Of course I want.
No,
You just pack 20 kg, 2 bags, give it to her. If you want all, they even tell her to be coming every day to come and take everything.
Because he's helping them to discard their waste now.
Yes.
you know, up till now, if you go to Oyibo farm to buy maybe like a ram for them to kill it for you and cut it, do you know they will not give you the head? They won't give you all the legs, that is the lower part of the legs. All the things inside will not be given to you unless you ask specifically for them.
Okay.
So
The question I want to ask you is why is it like that? Is it because hey, God
no,
forbid,
no.
black
When
people
we
we
when we
don't
got
suffer. Believe me, Neoma, black people we they suffer. We are
no, we
suffering.
we did. Let me tell you something.
But
Eh,
okay.
I got here. I got here 17 years ago. So as at that time, they were all. It was almost like giveaway. But gradually, when they saw because when I got to you, the part that I'm living here, in fact, you may be in a bus and you'll be the only black in that bus. But gradually, because of the asylum seekers, they started pushing them out of London to all other places. So the population of black and all started increasing, and that was how they knew that
And
this thing you are
Okay,
giving away.
let me chip in here also. When I first went to China, I can eat a bowl of noodles with all one boiled egg and everything for 1 renminbi. That 1 renminbi at that time we are talking about like 10 or 15 cents. It's like you are in Nigeria, you are eating belly full with 1 naira. And if you get on the bus anywhere, let's say for example, Lagos, let's say it take you from Maryland to Apapa, it is also 1 naira. The train is also 1 naira. But by the time I left, the bus already become 2 naira. And their subway already become three renminbi of their own currency. But when I go to Europe, I was shocked. If I want to take a bus here, from a short distance, the little that time is about €3 plus. Now they have reduced it to about 2 point something euro in some area. That is trade. So boss, the minimum is about a little bit above €3 plus. I was not just opposing with where I'm coming from. This is supposed to be a developed country. Everything's supposed to be much more better where I'm coming from. But I discovered that there is more cheaper. When I move into apartment in China, there is bed, there is TV, there is refrigerator, there is microwave, there is everything. The only thing is just moving with your box. When I rent apartment here, everything was followed. Nothing. I have to start buying bed, buying this, buying that, buying this, buying this. Then I
Yeah,
consider
but it depends on whether you want unfurnished, furnished, or partly
Punish.
furnished.
how can you left you as a Nigerian man. Do you think by the time they give you the price of furnished one, you will not run away? That is
No,
uh,
definitely. You
uh,
only find furnished one maybe around
but
Ikoyi, all
most
those places.
time
So,
here we don't find furnished one most time. So even if
okay.
you buy apartment, you have to like buy all the furniture and the rest for you or by yourself. So I'm trying to now see the differences, contrasting where I'm coming from. Although this place maybe
but Remy, I don't really understand your point.
what I want to say now go back to Nigeria home. When we are
Hmm.
growing up, I remember when I was in primary school, there was the time they were giving us toothpaste free of charge. I also enjoy free education. They give me all the books. They give all the books, even including pen, everything they give us. And when we pass that grade level, we return all those books, and then the next level of student will take it. But when I now see just support to when I start having kids and what I pay through my nose, I beg, they don't spoil Nigeria. Finish. We are the architect of our own demise. Don't put it on anybody. We just finish our.
Let me chip in this.
Mm.
For what I can take from your first this thing when you are comparing China and let me generally and even Neoma will be able to testify to this. Generally, there is general inflation all over the world. Price of things have increased tremendously everywhere in the world. I could remember when we used to buy TM shirt in the UK that time. 4 is £400. Neoma, do you
Yes,
know how much they are selling it now?
you are right. You know, I bought those TM shirts and I sent them to Nigeria for my friend to sell them. In fact, I ran into problem because you know in UK we don't really put all those even TM or child well, Haiti and Curtis. We don't put all of
80 and 40s, yes, 80s and
we don't
40s,
put
yes.
them in packing shirts. They are just folded and they are put on the shelf. But you know, in Nigeria, my friend has to go to Lagos to
To
go
go
and
and get
buy
all those nylon.
and then put them inside before they could buy them. I say, my goodness. Then, as he was trying to sell them, he now realized that there is one TM shop in Ikoyi Road, Awolowo Road in Ikoyi, and you will not believe how much they were selling the shirt. Although those ones I think came from China. But
Those are even as far back as like
if
14 years ago. That was my first time of being to UK. I
Mhm.
discovered that there are so many. They will tell you, okay, how much did you have? They have market for different, depending on your pockets. You can get
Wow.
the most inferior things, even in London. There, you can get anything that inferior. That depending on what the kind of shop that you visit depends on what you have in your
Yeah,
pocket.
for instance, if you go to Primark, you know that you are going for cheaper things. But if you go to from M&S, Nest, Nike, and all those stuff, you
Even that
know.
there is one shoe factory there in Peckham. There, I remember that I wanted to buy a shoe and all these things for my children, and they just took me there. I stood there. That was when they even they manufactured those shoes in my presence. You understand? But what I want to say is this: if you are being outside because I remember even there's one Sudanese colleague of mine. She told me that when she got to Saudi about 6 or 7 years ago, that 1,000 of their money can pay all her bills, feed all her children. At least she has a family of 6. That 1,000 used to be enough for them to pay for food, to pay for accommodation. Now 5,000 is not even enough.
No, inflation is all over because what they used to sell £1, you now get it £1.50, £1.60. That almost everything.
Even those TM shares now, I'm very sure that they will not be selling them £100 per fork
No,
again.
most of the TM, most of
I think
the
initially they did decrease it to 3 at the
they
time.
are
3.
they are 39, around 39, £40, depending. Some of them are 59 or £60, depending
You
on.
see now.
Yeah, that's how they sell them now. So before you even see their shirts £19, but not anymore.
I was listening to somebody who was comparing when Alan Shearer, Alan Shearer,
Yeah.
he said when he signed for Blackburn Rover around, was it 95 or 96, that it was signed for £60 million. That £60 million today will worth over £200 million. Because you see all the players before, you hardly see players that they will sign for £1 million. Now you now hear 70
Was it
million
not
pounds,
the
100 million
highest
pounds,
the
90 million
highest you
pounds.
find for what is the guy's name? Okocha and the other guys. I think the highest was 4 million at that time, which was also so like what is the other guy, that tall guy, what is the name, sir?
Kano Wako.
Kano, yes. So it was just around around 4 million, until when this guy just went up with was it Ronaldo with 80 million at that time, and everybody was saying wow. So
I remember when Madrid signed Zidane. He was
oh
signed
yeah,
for 45 million pounds. Look at Zidane, the how quality. If you sign a 45 million pounds now, it will be just an average player.
it will be definitely. It will be an average player. Yeah, things have really changed, to be sincere. Inflation is not only in Nigeria. The only thing is just the purchasing power of the people. Even the petrol we are talking about, like here, the petrol price is not fixed. You can buy petrol from one station. The next station may have about 10 pence higher than what you just bought it by. So they are so different. Some are selling it £1, £1.30, I mean 40 pence. Some you get to some places it's £1.80. So it depends, it varies. And though I saw that in Nigeria too, like the prices of the petrol are not the same in different stations. But the only thing is they don't manipulate their pumps. Whatever you buy is what
Because
you get.
they know the consequence now.
Oh,
You
the
understand?
consequence is
Uh-huh.
always
But
massive.
as you said earlier, I don't know why we are so wicked to ourselves. An average black man, or even in Nigeria, will want to exploit another
Uh,
person.
sir, you know why?
Irrespective, will you believe?
You
Let me tell you what happened to me, Nioma. I went to a bank as I was coming back from the bank to enter my car outside the bank. I saw this woman and I pity her. I just saw her. She was selling. I don't know what do you understand what they call Hausa? Asala.
yes.
It's been long that I saw it, and my daughters, two of my daughters are with me. So I wanted to buy it just to show them and say, okay, have you ever seen this? Have you ever eaten this thing? Do you understand? Could you believe that what the woman used to sell for 100 naira per one, she sold each one for me for 300 naira. 300 naira. So I now bought three for 1,000 naira instead of three for 300 naira.
Because you are carrying big car with AC blowing. You think she's not smart? That is what they are selling for you. They already see you as a rich man, not the poor one.
No, it's not even the mentality. When we say the mentality is the same, whether you are rich, you are poor, it's the same. Even the
But
so-called
an
poor,
average
well, if they
Nigerian will
have
not,
if they have the opportunity, they will do the worst.
of
That
course,
is the
more.
that.
You know one thing I noticed and think about in Nigeria about Nigerians with their mentality. They usually don't want another person to succeed in a sense. Like, okay, let me give you an example. Let's say you go there now, right? Which is something I experienced, and you wanna like you see somebody and you say, okay, I want to help that person set up and change that person's life, make that person succeed. And people will tell you not to do it. It's not like you doing it will affect them, but they will not want you to do it. They just don't want to see that person make it. I'll do it. Like, yeah. Okay, let me give you an example. I know I've said it before here on this platform. Like in Nigeria, I no longer give people money for no reason. I either want to invest in you or you to kind of like instead of giving you fish, I'll take you to the river and show you how to fish, kind of thing. So I said, when I see someone I want to help, I'll just say, okay, what can you set up? What can you start? What business or something I can set up for you where you'll be fetching for yourself and you'll be good and then you can pay me later if you want to. So I'll have somebody else, and if someone came on and say, okay, the person kind of broke it down, brought a business plan, and said, okay, normally I'll tell you bring a business plan so that way I know you're serious. And the person brought a business plan and look at it, and I saw that okay, the fund that business will be 500,000 naira, and I wanted to fund it, and I have people say, "Nah, don't do it, don't help me, don't." I'm like, if I help you, how does it concern? How does that affect you? So it's almost like people don't want the next person to to succeed or something. I don't know. That mentality is there. Like no one wants to see another person get out. Maybe
Mike,
they don't want the person to be above them.
Mike,
Or
next
something. I
time,
don't know.
that person that asks you not to help, give the money to him and let him control it. And they'll go and show off at later that I am the one that helped him. So sometimes some of them, they want to be in charge. They just want you to be that big man. You sit in your parlor. You give the guy that is close to you. And that guy that's close to you will now present himself as the one helping others.
But
Because
if you look at it generally, Nigerians, we don't like protocol. We prefer gentleman agreement, so that for instance, the person you wanted to give money to, if you now bring some forms or papers, oh, let's sign this, let's agree on this, you will see the way they will be frowning at it. And that is what they do. Like when I was because people just want to swindle you of your hard-earned money. Like when I was in Ilorin, when I was in University of Ilorin, I remember when you go to the market and you want to buy a goosey, you know the make thing, that thing. They will put a goosey on top, but you will not know that it's just the back, that is the bottom, that they just put a goosey on. If
They
you
are
say,
packed
okay,
now. They are put something under. The
yeah,
thing will
if you
just be
say,
you see it high.
Efumilagolo, yeah,
Agoloke.
Efumilagolo Mary, before you know it, they just use the bottom to scoop four, and you will think it's full. By the time they pour it, you look at it. If you are not the type that always check your things, you will just be surprised that it will not even be more than just a thing. So people want to swindle you just because of every opportunity they have, and it's because there is no consequence. Like here, if you are to pay £2 for parking, and you didn't pay, and they send fine to you, they may send £100 or £200, so that next time you will never try that. If you go to London and they say this is congestion zone, pay £15 per day. If you don't pay that £15, you may come out with £300 that they will send to your house. So, but for us, it's just gentleman agreement, and that is why they see that there are no consequences.
Can I
Nima,
say something
the
real quick?
people don't want that agreement because it will prevent them from doing what they had in mind. You
Yes.
understand?
Wait, people,
And that
but
thing that you are also saying that okay, if you don't pay your bill, you pay like times 10 or even times 20 or what is up
That is what
as
that is what
punishment.
they will do. Yeah.
That is what they are trying to do in Lagos now. Do you understand? But you still see people trying to say, hey, the government is wicked, people are poor, and you are inflicting this kind of pain on
Yeah.
people. Recently, about my car, I got Lagos number for them. And the one of them now, the license got expired. And I think their own is automatic. Once it got expired, whether you use it or not, once if you don't renew it and it extends beyond the expiration time, they will send you a bill that you already violated and I think it's about 40K or so. They send it to me, even when I was not in Nigeria, that okay, my car, this has expired and I refuse to, and I have to pay for 40,000. That 40,000 is even almost more than what I supposed to use to even pay for the renewal of the license. You
Wow.
understand? The people will still frown at it because yes, now even my brother was asking that they did same thing for him, that the car that he has not used for the last 2 years, they sent him a bill. I said, yes, you have the luxury and you must pay. Because if you
Yeah.
don't have the luxury, how can you park a car when some people cannot even have one? You park one that you didn't use for 2 years. You
yeah,
understand?
so I think as long as there's policy in place, when you don't follow the law, then whatever consequence comes with it, you should take it. So like the example that you previously stated, that the lady was selling something and she overpriced you, she inflate the price and you have to pay. I think here's the problem that we have, especially with the inflation as well. Let's say at the end of the year or monthly, whatever it is, the whoever is selling, they pay tax on things because they don't usually pay tax on anything where, because if you have to pay tax, your information is exposed to the government. Meaning, if I'm entrepreneur and I'm selling stuff at the roadside, at the end of the year I have to let the government know this is how much I make, and government will charge, put tax me on what I do.
Oriola,
Now
even let me tell you,
that's the
even
problem. That's the
Oriola, how
let
will
me
you
land
even
let me
monitor
land real
what the
quick there.
person is? You cannot even monitor what the person is selling. You don't even know how much he's selling, how
No,
much
no.
things he's selling.
I'm
You don't know the.
this is how it usually works. It doesn't matter when you file your tax at the end of the year. You will tell the government how much you make as a business owner. This is how much I make, and the government will charge you taxes. I think that's the reason why a lot of people are getting
Let me tell you what they do
they're
in
getting
Nigeria.
away with
Let me tell you,
inflation of
Oriola,
prices.
you
Yeah,
are
go
just
ahead.
talking theory. You are talking theory. You know,
It's
in
not
Nigeria,
theory. It works where I live.
hey, I'm telling you Nigeria situation. You know, you are not, you have left Nigeria. I'm telling you
Yeah,
what
but
they
there's
do in
nothing.
Nigeria.
Okay, so you're telling me it
Let
can't
me
work.
tell you how people evade tax in Nigeria. Let me tell you. All this one that you say, okay, you file your tax and you declare. You understand? In Nigeria, you will see a company registered though. Now they will open account in the name of the company as company account, so that's the one they'll be using, they're supposed to be using for the transaction. So that one is the one that government can monitor. Okay, this is the amount of goods they sell, this is the amount of the money that they make. But you now discover that these same people, they will now be giving their customer their personal account number. Do you understand? To pay the company money to, so that it will not reflect.
Okay, so you want me to explain something to you? So this is what we're
Now,
saying.
let me finish. You will explain. Now, in Nigeria, the other problem that we have, that same woman that is selling that thing that I said, she is not even, nobody even know that she existed. Talk less of saying that she will pay tax. She might not even have an NIN. She might not even be captured as even as a citizen of the country. So how will you do that? You know, all these things that you people used to see in the it's very difficult to replicate such things in an environment like ours in Nigeria. I
Okay,
think that was some days ago. I was telling you a guy that used to work for me in my community. I used to think that the guy is an outside guy from the north. When I was now asking him, he now said he's a Nigerian that is from Niger. And I said, okay, Ebe, you've been working for me and I've been giving you money, pay into your account. How did you open an account? You understand? In Nigeria, when you are not even a Nigerian. He said that
okay,
he has a need that has our NIN that he claimed Katsina State.
all right.
You know,
So
our problem,
I
before you can do
understand.
all these
See,
things,
I
you have
understand your
to be
points.
able to track. But when everybody is just living, nobody know whether you are existing or not, nobody monitor anything, it's very difficult to do all these things.
Right, I understand your point, and you have to understand. I'm not saying that what you're saying is incorrect. I was just trying to let you know that they get away with these things because we don't have a way of properly checking. Like if I do any business, I have to report it. So
Exactly.
I'm
We
not
don't have.
saying
We
that
don't have.
you
We
can
don't
do it.
have.
Yeah,
We don't have.
exactly. And I understand the other point that you make, that I can have a business thing. I have a business account, and I will also have a personal account. I'll be using my personal account just so I can cheat the government. I understand that, but you have to understand, if we have to do all these things, you can't just have money in your bank account that your bank account or your bank system cannot ask you how do you get all this money. There's a lot of problems that we have. I'm not saying that we are this solution. I mean, there's a solution to it, but it's difficult to actually to actually put it out and work. But the thing is, the fact that people will just think I can wake up one day and do whatever I like and there's no consequence. I believe that there's a lot of things we could do, but that's how it is in Nigeria today. Like people just do whatever they want. There's no consequence for anything. But there's a way. I mean, they have institutions. They're paying many people to do some jobs, and they're not doing it like they need to. So, if they can put those people to work to do what is right, I believe like we can. I mean, we're not gonna solve all the problem. At least we can mitigate a little. Like we can mitigate some problems, and that's what we need. It's not like we will totally solve everything. That's why when people talk about corruption, like they want to resolve corruption, you can't resolve it. You can only mitigate it. You can cut it short, make it difficult for people to be corrupt. And also all other things that people are doing, we can only reduce it. We can't totally eradicate it.
Yeah. Well, I think one major issue is about data collection. Like here now, all once someone can get your date of birth, all your data will be open before them. So then now, if you drive a car and maybe you break law, like you overspeed and the camera catches you, they will send the fine to the driver, and they will now put it there that if you are not the one that drove on that day, you must indicate that and you state the person that drove. And the reason being that every of your plate number is attached to a particular address. It's not that you buy a car today and you just go arbitrarily to change the number. No, the numbers are already coming even from the manufacturer, which were given by government anyway. So you buy a car today new, it must have a plate number. If you now decide to buy special plate number, the original number will still be there in the system, because in case someone has to purchase that car from you next time, they can go back to the old number, that is the reg number, the plate number. So, and as a result, every vehicle is attached to a particular address. And that is why you cannot hardly can you break law and go scot-free. They move around. If you park your car by the roadside and you don't have a road tax, they will just put a sticker on it and say no road tax. And then that car may be taken away if you don't pay within certain number of days. They will just come and pick the car and take it away. So, but in Nigeria, you just like I mentioned before, I think I've said it on here. I had my driver's license in Nigeria. It expired twice, and I've never had steering before, because we only use it for identification in the bank at that time. So unlike here that you have to go to school or lesson for more than a year before you can even pass. So that is one of the problems. There's no accountability. Most businesses are not registered, and
Yeah,
they are
but
not.
whose fault are all of this? I mean, we don't. We are the people. We are not. I mean, we went to school because now we are going to start blaming the government. We would
No,
really,
it's
but
not government
we went to
alone.
school. We're
It's
not
not
putting
government.
these things together to make sure that we can properly identify ourselves. So I mean, are we go? I mean, we all know like our school is more theory. We cram and split it out. But the thing is, we should be able to create. We need critical thinking. Like this problem exists. How do we solve it? It's our own fault. I can't blame anybody. It's
No,
us.
it's not government alone, and our education is not for us to live, but just to get job. Like when I got here and my
Good.
children started
I like that observation you made.
yeah,
Yeah,
my
you're right.
when my children started primary school, they will walk from their primary school to fire brigade station. That is a fire station. They tell them everything they need to know. Primary school. Then they will walk down to police station. Tell them everything they need
My
to know.
daughter, we see my
Uh,
daughter's preschool. They're doing
yeah,
that. They know who function of everybody in the society.
everybody. In fact,
They what the
if
police does, what the firefighter does, what the teachers does, what the doctors do, what everybody do. Like that's it. You're right.
yeah,
What we do is to get job. It's not to
they take
actually create solve problems. We don't. They
they
don't.
come on roadside. They show them the traffic light. When to move, when not to move, what to press, what you have to wait for when you hear the sound or when you see the light showing that you can move as a pedestrian. All those things, nobody will teach you all we do is either we cut classes.
Let me tell a story. So I think it was 20. Let me see. Is it 2019? Yeah, I was in Nigeria, and this was VI area, and there was traffic light. So I was trying to like cross the zebra line. I saw a red light. I was trying to cross, and can you imagine all the cars? They start like they saw red lights, but they didn't stop. I was heated. I saw police, like the police, they was also like trying to like eat me while I was trying to cross the zebra crossing. What did I do? I just stood in that like lane and I started pointing to the red light. Like I'm not going to live here until it turned green. And everybody was just yelling. I was like, okay, I'm just going to I will stay here until it's green light. Because I can now it's making sense that it looks like we just get driver license. They don't really put us to training. Like we don't
But
understand.
Oriola, do you think that yes, I think we don't learn all those things as early enough, but people not obeying those things, not doing all those things, is not due to lack of knowledge. Is because of who we are. You see, let me give you for example. There was a day I was coming to Nigeria,
That's right.
so I had a layover in Egypt, and I saw maybe most of the I met some Nigerians there. There are very plenty coming to Nigeria. I think maybe from Europe, from UK, and all those things. And if you see all the orderliness, you understand the way they conduct themselves there. Immediately we got to Lagos. Oh my God! Oh my God! You think that they just opened them from prison or something like that, or maybe from one cage? Right there, they are not even allowed the airplane to land before they started standing up. Everybody started taking their bag as if something was pinching them. I don't know why I understand what people are saying that we have to learn all those things, but people know and they still misbehave.
Yeah, but don't you think we understand other people's culture? Like if I go into an
Hey,
area
I
and
think
I
we
see
just
that everybody
believe
is
that
doing
we
this,
can misbehave, that this is our country, we can misbehave and we go away with it.
exactly, and we
Yeah,
get it with
no
it.
consequence.
It's not respecting culture. It's
You
just
know
because we say, okay,
Lagos,
this is our country
Lagos
and
Ibadan.
anybody can misbehave.
Yeah, you
See,
know.
even foreigner does it though. Ah, man, I was at what is it, a hotel, and me and my wife we stood online. We were waiting in line, and this Frenchman just went directly to the counter and tried to get the key to the room. I was mad. I was like, fuck is wrong with you? Get back in line. You can't do that. We stood in line. And he was and he was now telling me, well, this is not Europe. This is Nigeria. This is how they do it. I was like, so we're in line. What a disrespect. I was so disrespect. I was like,
Let me,
what do you
they
mean?
are even,
And the lady
exactly,
on the
they are
counter,
taking
the
advantage.
lady at the counter was trying to answer. I was like, what's wrong with you? She was surprised that I spoke up. I was like, you don't do that. We're all in line. We need to be in line. I mean, I would have went to the counter myself, but we stood in line, and he had the audacity to just went straight through the counter, and the lady is answering her.
Oriola, the lady that is attending to, that lady did not even see it as an issue. Why did she attend to him?
No.
Simba,
I was pissed.
Simba,
Disrespect.
Oriola, what you did was wonderful. I did something like that at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. You know, when you are lining up for your passport to be stamped, you will see that all these two people will bring in a lot of these white people or they will just bring 4 or 5 people in front of you to be stamped ahead. They are from the back. I don't even know where they are bringing them from. I shouted on every.
Sorry,
what kind
sorry,
of country
sir.
is this?
Mr. Remy, class inequality is everywhere in the world. That kind of thing is
I
not
know,
only
but
peculiar
this
to
is too
Nigeria.
much now.
So
We
don't
are
think
you know that
it's like that
No,
everywhere.
No, not necessary.
It's not like
You
that.
have to pay for that.
What are you talking about now?
Do you know because of my action?
I said class inequality is everywhere in the world.
Let
That statement is what you should attack. Not me.
Because of my action.
So it's not that it doesn't happen in America.
Those immigration officer.
It does. You can't say because you are. Hold on. You can't say because you are rich, you go to a barber shop, you get in front of anybody. No, you have to pay for the VIP. You pay for the.
And that's the same thing I'm saying now.
But they didn't pay now.
Inequality. Some people
no,
will get
no. The one Remy is talking about
is different from disorderliness.
Exactly. The one Remy is talking about is not that those people pay or anything. They just see them as when you go, they just bring them to the front.
Yeah, it's very common.
Remy, the one I experienced was the same Murtala Mohammed Airport. We are on the queue. We want to enter the airport, the departure lounge, and all these whites. If you are in Nigeria and they see you, they will not, even our security personnel will not allow you to enter.
They will not allow you to enter.
See all these whites,
even
when
Chinese.
they see all these whites, they will allow them just because of the tip, the money that they are going to get from them. That's where they are allowing them.
So that day, I shouted on them, and the immigration officer quickly rushed to me. Hey, excuse me, sir. It's not like that. I said, no, do the right thing. Let everybody find I should come for. I said, no, I'm not coming for. I will stay here. And immediately, I now know that they know what to do. They now put the line in a straight line. They now started attending to people, and it's more faster that way instead of that clumsy, messy.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not always about the fact that we're different race. Even when I went out to eat, one of these restaurants, I forget their names, people, it's just us Nigerians. People were doing the same thing. They would rush to the counter. And I was so surprised. Like, why? How come there's no line? Everybody, like how we used to do in secondary school, like everybody's now raising their plate or raising their hand. Me. I'm like, why is he like, what nonsense is this? How come we can't just have a one line and then your turn by turn? I was so surprised. So it's not just them. I mean, it might be skewed towards that sometimes, but the fact that you see a line, you should just stay behind the line.
No, that is why I said I cannot drive in Nigeria, because as wide as Ibadan Lagos Expressway as it is, do you know none of those either cars or lorries, they don't stay on their lanes. They are always in the middle of the lane. That is, you have the lines in between their wheels. And I will look at it. Why will you do that? You're supposed to maintain one lane.
They never went to traffic school. They never went to traffic school
at all. So that really,
Oriola, it's not. I'm telling you, don't repeat this thing again. It's not because of lack of knowledge. Believe me, it's just because we are just reckless. It's not because of lack of knowledge. You want to tell me that somebody that is driving does not know that you have to maintain your lane. They know now, but they just want to behave anyhow.
Wait, let me say something. Let me tell you something. You know that if you violate traffic law, you know that if a police catches you, you're going to get fined or even be jailed.
Because they know they cannot be caught now. That's why they are doing that. Because they know they cannot be caught.
So nobody is
Mr.
enforcing
Simba.
the law. That's what you were saying.
Mr. Simba, Mufowo Daniel Lenuejo. My brother, direct brother, he drives in America with driver's license. That same person who comes to Nigeria, he will drive without driver's license. He's living in America. He comes to
That's
Nigeria.
Nigerian culture now. Why we just said it.
So that's what Simba
He
is
just
saying. So
he know
does he
that
not
that's the
know? He
culture
doesn't
in
have the knowledge.
Nigeria, so he just joined
No,
them.
So that's the point. That's the
Odiola,
point Mr. Simba is
Odiola,
saying. It's not
what you are
about
saying
knowledge.
is not because about knowledge. It's not because they don't know. They know. Because they see that the environment, there is no punishment if they
Right,
misbehave.
right.
That's why they are doing it.
Right.
Okay,
And yeah,
can you
but
imagine?
the example that BQ just made now,
Mm.
like it's more like, okay, I go into an environment. I was trying to do everything orderly. People would think I'm stupid or I'm dumb. Like they would just push me aside. That's why a lot of people would just come and join the culture. Like, okay, this is how we do it here. Let's just do it like that. Although me, I won't take that, but I know some people will take it. But that's why you using that example of a guy coming from
Odiola,
okay.
let me even make you laugh. I was in the filling station. I went to buy petrol, and we are on a queue. It's not as if the queue was long. We are about just like 5 or 6 cars. You know, this bus just came and did not follow the queue and went directly to the nozzle. And we now said, that they should send the guy back to go and queue. Could you believe that the people that are even selling the petrol, they are the one now begging us that we should allow the guy to buy? You understand that they are begging us to be cheated? You understand that kind of thing? I said, what kind of begging is this one?
Simba, I want to
Somebody wanted to cheat me, and you are begging
Simba,
me to accept the cheat.
Simba, I want to say something. I think look at the Federal Road Safety Commission too. There is no standard price for fine. They just dish anyhow. But look at that Lagos to Ibadan expressway that people does not follow. They don't drive accordingly. Just put camera everywhere. By the time you get to toll gate Ibadan, they will just flash you, send a message to your phone immediately. And in Nigerian way, don't let it be more than that. They pack them, let them pay the fee or impound their vehicle immediately. People will come to their right senses. You don't need to monitor anybody. Just put camera in like 6 places. They will catch you from. They will catch you if you overspeed. And immediately when you get to the next toll gate, they will park you and they will show it to you. This is where you have disobeyed the rule, the traffic.
Remy. The people you just met.
That is what good country do. In
Wait,
China,
the
I
people
all like
you
that.
the
When
people
I
you
put
just
my note,
wait, the people you just mentioned, do they even know the law? Do they even know
they
what's right?
knew. They know. All
You
those
sure?
federal is
The issue is not about knowledge.
They know
Mr. Ele, the
everything.
issue is not about
They
knowledge.
know.
Yeah.
They know. They
The issue
know.
is not about knowledge.
For example,
Odiola, you are
Okay,
making the
so
same
why are we
mistake.
blaming president for everything then? When we know we know what's
Don't,
right,
don't let
but we're not
everybody
doing
fool you
it.
with ignorance. So
We know what's
Nigerians
right,
know.
we not do
They
it.
know what is right. They know what is wrong, but they will deliberately be doing wrong thing.
Exactly. So why are we blaming just one person for
That is
every problem we
so
have?
No, because
that is why
everyone wants to blame another person for their
another
problem.
person.
Exactly.
That's
Nobody
why
wants to
they
take
said
responsibility.
You know, like when I went to Nigeria, every time people eat, they just throw it out. They throw the waste out of
yeah,
the
let's
out
put it
of
on
the
the
bus.
highway.
And
Oh
I
my
will be
God.
complaining. Even a friend of mine that was driving me, I said, why will you be doing all these things? So I have to get a small carrier bag. You have to put it in. He was telling me, "Yeah, this is Lagos. You better understand this. This is Lagos." I said, I
Uh-huh.
know.
And they will come back and complain that the
Yeah.
environment is
And
dirty,
then
it's
we now
messy.
see
Uh,
everywhere where they were packing all these refuse from the drainage. And I said, look at this is the reason why you have floods everywhere. Can you see that? That because if you eat corn, you just throw out the corn. If you eat this, you just throw it out. They don't even care. I said, God, you
And
don't do this.
when it rains, the rain will flush everything inside the drainage
Everything
and
into
block
the
it.
drain. So
So I think you have said it all because no punishment.
there's
Do
no
you know
punishment
that?
at
Do
all,
you
no
know that?
consequence.
No consequence. Do you know that that traffic alone you can generate a lot of money?
Yeah.
You don't need police does not need to walla themselves. Even I know that in China in December, it's like they give them a quota. They will be all of them. They will be hiding for you. Just
Do
do
you
that mistake. They will
do,
come to you. There
do
was a
you
time.
know
let me quickly finish this. Today, there was a time I parked somewhere. I was not supposed to park there, and I just go inside. 2 minutes, I came out, and I already have a fine of almost, if I convert it to dollar, maybe around $15 that time. And I saw the policeman. I quickly went to him. I speak Chinese to him. Do you know what he told me? He said, "Me banfa, me nothing I can do. I already gave it. I cannot withdraw it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
final." And he rode away, and I paid the fine. But in Nigeria, like let's
You,
negotiate
you
now.
know, I was driving in London one day, and the traffic has already given me go ahead green light, and I was moving. Unfortunately, like in UK where you have junctions, they will put some yellow squares all over. You must not stand there. So the car before me was just stopped suddenly, and I have to be within that square. Do you know when I got home after a week, I got 65 pounds.
Wow.
And by the time I went back to check, I saw my car, everything, how I stopped in that square. And so there was nothing I could do.
Yeah.
Because they will put it there. If you don't want to, you can go to court.
In Europe, they are very strict. When I came to this city I'm living, there's a parking space in front of your house that you can park overnight. I parked, but the following morning they gave me 60 euro. Why? They said where I park, I'm supposed to live 5 meters away from the zebra crossing. It's a street,
Yeah.
but my own parking, the space I live is just 4.8. So for 0.2, they gave me 60 euro.
I think basically the institution are just the institution are working, because I know here, if you violate the traffic so much, insurance will not cover you anymore. They will tell you to look for another one, and you
Yes.
already know that without insurance you cannot drive, because if a cop stop you, he will ask you for your driving license and your insurance. So people are very careful, because all the institution work. If I want to drive, I have to make sure I don't violate traffic. I need to have my driving license, because they can revoke it if I mess up too much. And I know I need insurance. So all of those things, they work hand in hand. I know, like, if I mess up one area, it might affect me by having maybe a lot of money. I have to pay
It will
a lot
even
of money
affect
for
your
insurance.
credit rating.
Exactly. So if we have those systems, and well, you guys already said
Oriola,
it, they know what to do, they just not doing it. So there's
Oriola,
really not.
don't you think that all these things that we are escaping is actually one of the reasons why maybe the cost of services and goods are a little bit cheaper in Nigeria?
Who knows?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it might be. But we're saying it's cheaper, right? But it's not cheaper, because people are just putting whatever price they want, because there's no body, like, they know there's no consequence. So you're right in a way, but still the food
Because
is.
let me tell you now, if you engage an artisan, let's say an electrician to come and work for you, even with 1,000, 2,000 naira, the guy will manage it and go, because he knows that all the money belongs to him. He's not
Yeah,
going to remit anything to anybody.
no
But if
tax. Yeah,
he's going to pay tax and he's going to pay for insurance for it, either his
yeah,
motorcycle or whatever, you understand, he will add all those costs.
yeah. But if the economy is good enough, it wouldn't be a problem. It won't be like that.
I think the kind of economy that
In,
we have,
in fact, they
that's the only thing that
call out for a plumber here is 60 pounds. That is to just call them to come and look at the job. 60 pounds. So whether they are able to do the job or not, you have to pay that first. And then
Yes.
they will now look at the cost, and they pay per hour. They will tell you this will take me 4 hours.
Yes.
So they just calculate that 4 hours
Yeah,
for
but you
you.
have choice. So
And
let's
last
be
question,
real. We have choice. You don't have to go with that one. You might have
No,
someone that have less
that is why most of them they always do DIY. You know, we black, we don't know much about DIY. But
Do it yourself, yeah.
the Oyibos, oh my goodness. If you look at their
Wait, you
garage,
should be.
Let
Wait,
me
that's
shock
what they
you.
comment now. You should be
if
like
you
Let me,
look at their
me.
garage,
I
they
can
have
repair stuff in my
almost
own place,
everything.
my own house. Like I
I
don't want
also
to.
learned to start repairing a lot of things by myself.
Yes.
Let me shock you some. Let me tell you something. When I arrived here, I have my car, and one day I really want to wash my car. And I think, okay, I'm living in an apartment. We have a big parking yard, and I pay for parking fee there monthly. So I said, okay, I can just draw water from my apartment, go down and wash it. And I just want to say, okay, let me ask the people that have been here for a long time. I asked the first, I dare not try it. If to say I tried, I will pay big fine in my life. Okay, what happened? You are not allowed to do that. So they protect car washing places. You have to take it there.
No,
But if
no,
you
no. If you have a
no,
house,
let me
well, maybe
finish.
that
Let me
country,
finish.
maybe that.
Here, you are not allowed to do that because your water will go to the street or go to the, so you are not allowed. But
No,
if
the water's supposed to go into the sewage when you
yeah,
are washing.
but they did not allow that. You cannot. Apartment is different from you have a house.
Oh, okay.
You have a townhouse.
Yeah, I think he's
So
talking
if you
about
have a
that.
house or a townhouse, then you must have a garage, and inside your garage you can do whatever you want to do. That means the water you use to wash your car, you will pay. But here, if you are living in an apartment and you park your car at a public car parking place where you have to pay money, you cannot wash your car there. So they did that one to protect those companies that have a car washing places so that you can take your car there and wash your car there. So the system works there a lot. So, and for you to have
Mr.
a
Remy,
for
sorry,
let me,
Mr. Remy,
let
but
me con- you
even
to
if
have a,
they okay,
for you to have a business here, when you talk about business the other time, everybody, you must have a registered company. Even if you want to be selling tomato or you want to be selling meat pie, and the government have access to your income, all your income because of your social security number, they have us. They know how much is coming in. You cannot lie. It's not like maybe we don't have a huge population. I don't know, but no lie. They will know.
Can you, Remy, can you do, if you are an artisan there, can you do a work and collect cash?
Yes,
yes, now.
What they do is this. They know that people are smart, but you know, Finnish people are also smarter. Every month or once or twice in a month, they will come to your shop. Because you that is also paying cash, they also monitor your account. They can also query you, why are you spending cash every time? They will get you. They will get you because they don't encourage you to spend cash. Most times you pay through your card. So
So if you are spending, they can monitor your spending also.
they can, that's what, even your bank app. In my bank app.
No, what I'm saying, okay, if I have cash, if I take cash from my clients and then I want to spend it, maybe I have to go to a grocery shop to go and buy something, I pay cash. Would they be able to know that I purchased such a thing?
That one they won't know, but you can pay cash at the grocery store.
That means they can still
Yeah,
track
but
you
if you have a
let me,
shop,
Simba
nothing
is
is coming
different.
into your bank.
The way
Simba is
Mr. Remy is saying it, Mr. Remy is saying as if it's foolproof. I think it's
no.
not possible.
Simba,
No,
no.
now.
Simba is different. Simba,
Yes, now.
what I'm saying is different. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you go
No,
to make
what the way people are saying it as if there's no way everything that you do they can monitor is, I don't think it's true.
okay, let me tell you
Yes,
how to.
now.
Let
I
me
agree
tell
with
you.
you, but it's not true.
wait.
Let me
Can I
tell
say
you
It's
something
not
real
true.
quick?
how
Wait.
it works. Simba, let me tell you how briefly how it works. When you open a bank account here, the bank will give you a form, and the form you tell the bank how much you are willing to withdraw from your bank account.
Everywhere, even we have that. What I'm asking you, everybody knows that. What I'm saying, hold on, Remy. I render a service to you. Maybe I'm a plumber. I come to your house, and then I render a service of let's say 200 euro, and I say, okay, you pay me in cash. To that 200 euro, how will government know that I collected 200 euro from you?
Thank you. You render a service to me and you want to pay me in cash, I will tell you I don't pay cash. I want to pay you back.
But some people
Can
will.
I
What if you say no?
let me say
Let me
where I live.
tell you
Let
why
me
I will not
explain to
pay
you
you
where I
cash.
live.
Sorry.
Wait.
Let me tell you why I will
You
not pay
just
you.
finished where you live. Let me say where I live. So
Let me
basically, you
wait,
can pay with cash.
let me answer Simba question. Why
You
I will
just
not pay
did.
cash.
All right.
No,
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 let
no
Mr.
answer.
Remy finish. No,
Let me
let
answer.
Mr. Remy finish,
The
please.
reason why
I'm
I will
interested in his
pay,
answer.
the reason why I will not pay you cash is this. Because you render service to me. and I'm paying you for plumbing fee. That plumbing fee is go to my company account, which I'm going to claim at the end of the financial year. So that one is good for me.
You are an individual now. You are an individual.
No,
individual. We are not talking about company. Individual.
Like if you are an individual, I can also say I don't have. Most times they will tell you they don't have cash.
So what you might say you don't, but some people will give. Some people can give. So how will you monitor that? Don't just print.
Do you want us from different countries to answer this?
Supervision. Maybe they won't catch everybody, but they do their
Us from other countries.
You agree that can be circumvent.
Obviously, Mr. Simba, all those undocumented immigrants, they take in a lot of cash outside the country. There was so much documentary about the UK. They were blocking some of those people from taking those money, £30,000, £40,000. How did they get those money? That's why they made that rule that you can't take the money out of the country as a cash. You can circumvent any rule. Any policy, you can circumvent it.
I have interest in answering this question. So here where I live, you can collect cash. When you collect cash, it means that it's up to you at the end of the year what you report to the government. Meaning, so if I pay with a card, automatically tax is being deducted. You will pay tax to that person. So if my service is, let's say, $20, and I pay with a card, that means I will pay automatically and the tax on that $20. But if I pay cash, which a lot of people will accept cash, I can skip the taxes. But the thing is this, because I'm an entrepreneur that works, let's say I'm a plumber, at the end of the year, I have to tell the government this is every job that I did this year, this is everything. And from there, when I do my taxes, they will take out what belongs to the government.
But you can under report what you
Yeah.
now.
But here's now a problem. Now you can under report, which is great. But remember, when you're doing your thing, let's say you're buying cars or you're buying this, you're buying that, you're banking or whatever, the government can look into your business.
Yes.
When they feel like what you're reporting or what you have in your bank is more than what your living style. So they might poke into your thing. So
no, it's possible.
That's where you have to be careful. That's where you have to be careful.
These rich people in America, UK, they do it.
Oriola in the US,
in US, they
have
do it.
access to your income? Can the government have access direct to your income? How much that come in, how you spend your money? Do they have access to that?
No, they don't have access to that. So here's the thing. Let me explain. So here's the thing. There's every institution follow. So the government have a regulators which have policy and procedure for every institution. So as a bank account as a bank system, for example, the bank so now I can deduct now let's say I make money and I have $10,000 and I want to deposit it in my bank account. The banking system, they will ask you how much how